Hello, everybody. How are we all doing today? How's it going? Everyone is so spicy and so chaotic. We love to see it. Bella, where the hell have you been, Loca? No, literally. Oh my gosh, everyone's chaos and spicy in the chat right now. Do you guys like my outfit? Do I look like Bella? Or I guess should I say Kristen Stewart? How are we all doing? Tell me how your nights were. I'm so excited, you guys. Facial expressions on point. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Oh, Gabby, that's a nice one. Jen! Oh my gosh, the timer's already started. We've got 35 minutes on the timer. Happy Twilight Day. Thank you so much for the 5 months at tier 1, Jen. Thank you so, so much. Hold on. I think, is my Spotify too low? I fear it might be. Here, let's put it up to about here-ish. Thank you, thank you. Happy Twilight Day, everybody. I'm dressed as Bella. If you couldn't tell, I went to the thrift store and I got all this stuff. Shall we start the timer and just see how it goes? I don't know. I feel like I should talk to you guys for just a minute. The ads are happening right now, so maybe we don't want to miss anything. You love the fit. Thank you. What's Twilight Subathon? You missed everything. No worries at all. Exclamation point Subathon will tell you everything you kind of need to know. So I'm going to be reading Twilight, the most beautiful rendition of it too, that came with the beautiful box set that you all got for me. I cannot wait to read it. Basically, I'm going to be reading it, doing a dramatic recreation, and every single sub is 5 minutes more on the timer. The different tiers have different time limits or whatever. So tier 2 sub is 10 minutes, tier 3 is 20 minutes, 5 gifted subs 25 minutes. The maths. Unfortunately, the cover art is beautiful, isn't it just? Takes you back to 2008. I never given much thought to how I would die, but doing so in the place of someone I love seemed like a good way to go. You guys, I'm so hyped. Okay. Also, our special incentives, I have the whole box set right here. It's absolutely gorgeous. A gift of 1,000 bits, I have to read a whole chapter of Midnight Sun, which is from Twilight from Edward's perspective, which is a bit of fun. You want the box? Yes, Gabby, I know. And you guys bought it for me. I literally can't even. The fact that you bought this in time for the subathon is absolutely unhinged. Thank you so, so, so much. So yeah, 1,000 bits. I have to read a chapter of Midnight Sun. And 100 bits is I can read the page in ASMR. So I can whisper it to you and go right up in your ear and whisper it like this. 500 bits is reading the page as Jennifer Coolidge. Bella, where the hell have you been, Loca? So that's a preview of that. But other than that, we're just gonna be reading and having a fun time. I'll take little breaks because I do need to. It's expensive in Brazil. I know, I'm so sorry. And oh yeah, I need to have lunch, obviously. So that was incredible. Yeah, well, that's your preview. You don't get any more until you gift. Why do you have work today? Gabby, I'm so sorry, but I'm glad you're here at the beginning anyways. It should be fun. And the VOD will be up so you can watch it as well. But hopefully it could be really long, so who knows? Goodness only knows how long it's going to be. But we already have 35 minutes on the clock. So the ad break should end in about 20 seconds or so. And then we can get into the reading and start the timer for today. You love the fact that you're playing Twilight soundtracks? I sure am, because guess what? All of them combined is about 5 hours on Spotify, so I thought, that's perfect. It's so exciting. It's perfect. I can't wait to dramatically recreate everything, you guys. Welcome back from the ads. Welcome on in if you were stuck in the ads. It's a 12-hour shift. That is criminal, Gabby. I'm so sorry. Sawa, welcome on in. All right, let me scroll back and say hello to all our early people, by the way. Okay. So, James McFly, thank you for the follow off stream. Thank you so much. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. First to stream is Phoenix. Our early birds today are Phoenix and Ellie, Gabby, Fire Burby, and Jen. Thank you so much for getting all those early birds. And then our daily buttons today, we have Phoenix and Ellie, Gabby, Fire Burby, Jen, Sandy, Sawa, and Pluto. How are we all doing? Hi, yes, hello, yes, and jail to your job, honestly. So I had advertised that I would be doing 35% off promo for the 5+ gifted subs. I went to go turn it on this morning, and Twitch was like, you're actually not allowed to do that because we already have some kind of other promotion going on. And I was like, well, you need to go to jail. So what are you talking about? I've tempered my expectations, obviously. So if we don't hit the goals, it's fine. But if we do, if we get to 10 subs, right now we're at 1. They're taking you to prison. If we get to 10 subs, you guys get to make a TikTok with me and tell me how I exactly do it, and I'll post it right here, right now on my Snappy TikTok. And then at 25 subs, we're going to be doing a full Twilight tier list. So tier list of the characters, tier list of the books, tier list of the movies, all that kind of stuff. That'll be really fun. If we get to 50, that means I'm going to do a cooking stream in the future, but like the near future, hopefully. 75 subs is a Date Everything 18+ stream, like full on out, smut galore, that kind of deal. And then if we hit 100 subs, I'm going to be doing a Pit Beast cosplay at some point. And I think it'll take it. I forget what it is, but approximately 90 to 100 subs is what it takes to maybe get to about 8 hours. And that will be the whole book length, should be anyway. Am I Team Edward or Team Jacob? Team Edward. Jacob kissed her without consent and imprinted on a baby. It's unforgivable, I fear. And also, yes, Phoenix is correct. Team Charlie. Team Charlie. Once we reach the right age, we know what's good. Yes! That's exactly it. All right, guys, should I start the timer? I'm afraid. I'm a little afraid. Because once we start, we can't just stop. That'll mean I only have to talk for 35 minutes. So hopefully, I started with 30 minutes on the timers just to get us started, and then every sub adds something. So Jen already subbed, which means we have 35 minutes, and different tiers, of course, are more. Talk a little more. Okay, I can talk a little bit more. What else do you guys want to talk about? How your weekend's going? Is it just the subs that add time, or does bits add time? Only subs. So yeah, I don't think I can unfortunately change that at this point, which sucks because I originally did it so that there would be the big sale and everything, and then it would make more sense. But I might be able to change the thingy. But yeah, let me see. Purple Rain, welcome on in. Thank you for sewing your daily button. The Twilight Crocs, that's fair actually. Let me look and see if I can maybe alter it while I'm live. I don't know if I can because I've already kind of started things. Oh my god, Purple Rain! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. It's a golden Caputrain. What? I don't think I've ever had a golden Caputrain. Thank you so much. What the heck? Oh my gosh, and Phoenix with 100 biddies. Okay, that's one page in ASM. Well, now hold on. wait. Okay, it's lying. guys, hold on. Reset goal. I'm confused. Oh no. No. Oh no. Oh god. Okay, so hold on. There's 6 subs. Phoenix, write it down. There's 6 subs. Why didn't it work? Hold on. Update goal. Complete goal. How do I add time? Oh no. I messed up. Or nor. Oh wait, here we go. Oh, here we go. Let's do 500 bits is also adds to one thing. Let me save that real quick. Okay, so hopefully that works too. Thank you so much. We're overachievers. Yeah, I know. Okay, so then how do I complete one goal? Jen, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, there we go. Complete goal. Oh, wait, no. Nope, that's not correct. But thank you so much for the gifted sub to Shelly, Jen. Thank you so, so much. I'm confused. I don't know how to add more time to the timer manually. I fear I messed up. But can we put in the to-do list? Let me write this down. So there's been... So 5 plus 1. So it's 20. So it's extra 30 minutes. I don't know why the timer went down. I'm sorry. It should be at 3. Oh my God, Sandy, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. And thank you so much to Purple Rain as well. Hold on. So I know that it was 30 minutes. We need to add 30 minutes on whatever ends up being. An extra 30 minutes. So I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the Golden Caputrain level 2 and Purple Rain with the 200 bits. It went down because I reset it. I know, and I don't know how to fix it. I was trying to reset the goals because they had somehow automatically finished themselves. I don't know how. Oh my God. Ellie with the 5 gifted subs. Yes, don't worry, Gabby. I got you. So basically it was, I know there was 5 gifted and then Jen also had a resub. So 6 means that it was 30 minutes. Ben, welcome on in. I'm so overwhelmed. Thank you so much, Ellie, for the 5 gifted subs. Holy credenza. And Ben with the daily button as well. You're keeping track, just so you know. Okay, thank goodness. Rachie, thank you so much for sewing your daily button. Welcome on in. This is crazy. So we're at 8, but 8 plus 6. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we're actually at 14 out of 100. So ignore that a little bit. Wait, but that means Chad decides my TikTok. Oh my God. Pluto with a 5 gifted. Y'all. I'm shooketh. How's this already happened? Have you kept track of people who are also gifting bits and stuff so we can do the incentives for the ASMR and everything and all that stuff? Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Pluto, with the 5 gifted. What is happening? 19 subs now? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Can you do add time and then the number? Yeah, see, that's what I thought, Ellie. Well, let me check. I'm scared to mess with it now. I'm so scared. I shouldn't have reset it. I was just trying to do the goals themselves. All right, hold on. Add goal, update goal. Add to the goal progress, add 10. Oh, yes. Okay, hold on. It's add 6 then, right? Add, oh no. I'm so scared. Add goal 6. 6 were taken away. Add goal, guys, pay attention. Pay attention to what it is now, and if I mess this up, I'm gonna rage. It worked! It worked! We're at 19 now. So the timing should be right. Right? Did the time change properly? I think it did. Hopefully. Thank you so much. We've already hit our first milestone. And Void, thank you for thanking Purple Rain. BRB, no worries at all, Gabby. And this level 5 hype train is absolutely whack. Meg, thank you so much for coming on in and sewing your daily button as well. Let me go back and say hello to everyone as well. Little Void, thank you so much for sewing your daily button. So Pluto, Ellie, Sandy, Jen, Purple Rain, thank you for all of these subs and everything. Cutie, welcome on in. Thank you for sewing your daily button as well. How are you doing? You'll be back going to Aldi, no worries at all. Ben has some pretty low chaos. You know, I can handle that. I think I can handle that. 77% spicy. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. All right, so we're at 19. Sawa! Oh my God, Sawa with the 5 gifted subs. What is going on? Thank you so much. We're at 24. Oh my God, we only need 1 more to get to the Twilight tier list. There's already... oh wait, hold on. There we go. Purple Rain with the tier 1 sub. Oh my gosh, now we have Twilight tier list to do. Thank you so much for already completing these 2 goals. We're about to beat my last hype train record. I've never gotten past a level 6. Y'all, thank you so, so much. I think it makes sense to start the timer now though. So then we can, you know what we can do is go ahead and do our Twilight tier list as well. Or would that mean to pause the timer? I don't know. I want to make sure we have enough to start reading, but I want to start reading while there's a hype train going on. Good morning. Yes, good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for popping by. Sadly, I have to run to the oh my gosh, yes, no worries at all, Sawa. No worries at all, Sandy. Enjoy your little lurks. Jazz Hands, welcome on in. Thank you for sewing your dilly button. Thank you, thank you. I can't believe we've already hit the first 25 subs. So 1, choose my TikTok, and 2, Twilight tier lists. So we're gonna have to set that up at some point. That is crazy. But yeah, we have 3.5 minutes left of this golden Kappa train at level 6. My previous hype train record is like really close to being broken. Which is Ellie, thank you so Ellie with the gifted sub to Edward Cullen. Thank you so much. And Jazz Hands with 100 bits as well. Thank you so much. We're so close to beating my previous record. I don't know how much more is needed, but that is crazy. Thank you so much. And that is crazy. Thank you for the 100 biddies. I know, Ellie, I love that for you. And Purple Rain with 100 bits. Oh my gosh, we have a hype train record. How many pages am I gonna have to read in ASMR now? This is amazing. Thank you so much for smashing my previous record. Actually, you know what? I might have to stop the timer because I feel like it's not fair because I'm not reading yet. Yeah, there we go. I'll stop it for now. We need to break that record. We did 3 in ASMR. Really? I feel like so many people have gifted 100 bits though. We got Purple Rain, Jazz Hands, you, Phoenix. Oh, I guess that is it. Well, there you go. Purple Rain bringing the good stuff as usual. No, literally. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you for keeping track of that. And yes, if someone gives 500 bits in one go, it is read a page as Jennifer Coolidge, and 1,000 is reading a chapter of Midnight Sun. So that is good to know. Jazz Hands with the 7-stream streak. Thank you for being here for so long. Yes, thank you for keeping track. Honestly, I don't know how your brain is doing it, but thank you for that. That's great. So we already have 2 hours on the timer there. That is perfect. And thank you for smashing our previous hype train record. That is very, very exciting. That is super, super fun. So yay. And then you guys can cash in your ASMR, whenever you want during this stream today. Should we start reading and then I'll do the tier list a bit later on, just to break things up. And we'll pause the timer for when I do the tier list and the chat decides my TikTok and things like that. Hope that makes sense. We love the mods. We do. Mod love indeed. Thank you so much, you guys. What the heck? I cannot believe we've hit a new hype train record. And it's a golden Kappa train. That is super rare. I've never gotten one of those before. So that is like so fun. Oh my goodness. Okay, well that worked out. So we actually fixed the timer and we fixed the everything. And if we do the math, I believe that all makes sense. 26 times 5. Well, I don't know. I can't do the math. It's fine. Very good piece. Indeed. Indeed, you guys. All right. Oh, I'm already so overwhelmed and so excited. Here's the book. It's going to be so fun. Oh, my goodness. I hope you're enjoying the little soundtrack as well. I need to figure out how to get a good, what's it called? Rusty Plants. What the heck? Welcome on in. Thank you for your first time chat. Here's some waves to say hello. You've come in at a very fun day. We're doing my first ever subathon and it is Twilight themed. So that's where we're at. Thank you for waving at our new friend. This is awesome. All right. Oh my gosh. What are these emotes? Oh, that's a little wave. That's so cute. For some reason, I thought that dog was like smacking their tail. Thank you for that hype train. Oh my gosh. We have the Kappa emote. Beautiful. Golden Kappa train level 6 at 59%. That is unhinged. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That has shattered the old goal or the old record of like, we just passed level 6, I think, and it was like months and months ago. So this is crazy. Thank you so, so much. You guys are crazy. The elusive golden Kappa, literally. And also Ellie's fortune is, if you choose to get married, just make sure it isn't to Olive Spectre. Amazing. Rusty Plants, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. All right, folks. Can we get some drum rolls in chat? And I will start the timer officially, and then we can start our dramatic reading of Twilight by Stephanie Meyer. All right, here we go. Start timer. There we go. It's going again. Amazing. Twilight by Stephanie Meyer. I'm so excited. I'm so worried that my throat's gonna hurt by the middle of this. All right. Preface. I'd never given much thought to how I would die, though I'd had reason enough in the last few months. But even if I had, I would not have imagined it like this. I stared without breathing across the long room, into the dark eyes of the hunter, and he looked pleasantly back at me. Surely it was a good way to die, in the place of someone else, someone I loved. Noble, even. That ought to count for something. If I knew that I'd never gone to Forks, I wouldn't be facing death now. But terrified as I was, I couldn't bring myself to regret the decision. When life offers you a dream so far beyond any of your expectations, it's not reasonable to grieve when it comes to an end. The hunter smiled in a friendly way as he sauntered forward to kill me. That's the preface. Amazing. All right, here we go. First Sight is chapter 1. Maybe I should hold it up here so you guys, I can look at chat and everything. I'm not looking down too much. All right. I'm worried about the sleeve. Maybe I'll take the sleeve off just to save it. Sorry. Put that over here somewhere. Also, look at the edging. It's so pretty. My mother drove me to the airport with the windows rolled down. It was 75 degrees in Phoenix, the sky a perfect cloudless blue. I was wearing my favorite shirt, sleeveless, white eyelet lace. I was wearing it as a farewell gesture. My carry-on item was a parka. It's the way that I haven't read this in so long. I didn't even remember it started like this. In the Olympic Peninsula of northwest Washington state, a small town named Forks exists under a near constant cover of clouds. It rains on this inconsequential town more than any other place in the United States of America. It was from this town and its gloomy, omnipresent shade that my mother escaped with me when I was only a few months old. I was in this town that I'd been compelled to spend a month every summer until I was 14. That was the year I finally put my foot down. These past 3 summers, my dad, Charlie, vacationed with me in California for 2 weeks instead. It was to Forks that I now exiled myself, an action that I took with great horror. I detested Forks. I loved Phoenix. I loved the sun and the blistering heat. I loved the vigorous, sprawling city. Bella, my mom said to me, the last of 1,000 times before I got on the plane, you don't have to do this. My mom looks like me, except with short hair and laugh lines. I felt a spasm of panic as I stared at her wild, childlike eyes. How could I leave my loving, erratic, harebrained mother to fend for herself? Of course, she had Phil now, so the bills would probably get paid. There'd be food in the refrigerator, gas in her car, and someone to call when she got lost, but still. I want to go, I lied. I'd always been a bad liar, but I'd been saying this lie so frequently lately that it sounded almost convincing now. Tell Charlie I said hi. I will. I'll see you soon, she insisted. You can come home whenever you want. I'll come right back as soon as you need me. But I could see the sacrifice in her eyes behind the promise. Don't worry about me, I urged. It'll be great. I love you, Mom. She hugged me tightly for a minute, and then I got on the plane, and she was gone. It's a 4-hour flight from Phoenix to Seattle, another hour in the small plane up to Port Angeles, and then an hour drive back down to Forks. Flying doesn't bother me. The hour in the car with Charlie, though, I was a little worried about. Charlie had really been fairly nice about the whole thing. He seemed genuinely pleased that I was coming to live with him for the first time with any degree of permanence. He'd already gotten me registered for high school and was going to help me get a car. But it was sure to be awkward with Charlie. Neither of us was what anyone would call verbose, and I didn't know what there was to say regardless. I knew he was more than a little confused by my decision. Like my mother before me, I hadn't made a secret of my distaste for Forks. When I landed in Port Angeles, it was raining. I didn't see it as an omen, just unavoidable. I'd already said my goodbyes to the sun. Charlie was waiting for me with the cruiser. This I was expecting, too. Charlie is Police Chief Swan to the good people of Forks. My primary motivation behind buying a car, despite the scarcity of my funds, was that I refused to be driven around in a car with red and blue lights on top. Nothing slows down traffic like a cop. Charlie gave me an awkward one-armed hug when I stumbled my way off the plane. "It's good to see you, Bells," he said, smiling as he automatically caught and studied me. "You haven't changed much. How's Renee?" "Mom's fine. It's good to see you too, Dad." I wasn't allowed to call him Charlie to his face. I know, right, Jen? I only had a few bags. Most of my Arizona clothes were too permeable for Washington. My mom and I pooled our resources to supplement my winter wardrobe, but it was still scanty. It all fit easily into the trunk of the cruiser. "I found a good car for you. Really cheap," he announced when we were strapped in. What kind of car? I was suspicious of the way he said, "good car for you," as opposed to just "good car." "Well, it's a truck, actually. A Chevy." "Where did you find it?" "Do you remember Billy Black down at La Push?" La Push is the tiny reservation on the coast. It says Indian. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, Stephanie, please. No. He used to go fishing with us during the summer, Charlie prompted. That would explain why I didn't remember him. I do a good job of blocking painful, unnecessary things from my memory. He's in a wheelchair now. Charlie continued when I didn't respond. "So he can't drive anymore, and he offered to sell me his truck cheap." I can't believe she called. Side note, I just can't believe she called it that. Instead of, like, I don't know, First Nations or Indigenous reservation. I mean, I guess it was 2000 and whatever. Anyways, all right, moving on. What year is it? I could see from his change of expression that this was the question he was hoping I wouldn't ask. "Well, Billy's done a lot of work on the engine. It's only a few years old, really." I hoped he didn't think so little of me as to believe I would give up that easily. "When did he buy it?" "He bought it in 1984, I think." "Did he buy it new?" "Well, no. I think it was new in the early 60s or late 50s at the earliest," he admitted sheepishly. Dad, I don't really know anything about cars. I won't be able to fix it if anything went wrong, and I couldn't afford a mechanic. Really, Bella, the thing runs great. They don't build them like that anymore." The Thing, I thought to myself. It had possibilities as a nickname, at the very least. How cheap is cheap? After all, that was a part I couldn't compromise on. I know, right, Sawa? "Well, honey, I kind of already bought it for you, as a homecoming gift." Charlie peeked sideways at me with a hopeful expression. "Wow, free." "You didn't need to do that, Dad. I was going to buy myself a car." "I don't mind. I want you to be happy here." He was looking ahead at the road when he said this. Charlie wasn't comfortable with expressing his emotions out loud. I inherited that from him. "Oh, that's the car!" So I was looking straight ahead as I responded. "That's really nice, Dad. Thanks. I appreciate it." No need to add that to my being happy in Forks is an impossibility. He didn't need to suffer along with me, and I never looked a free truck in the mouth. Or engine. "Well, now you're welcome," he mumbled, embarrassed by my thanks. We exchanged a few more comments on the weather, which was wet, and that was pretty much it for conversation. We stared out of the windows in silence. It was beautiful, of course. I couldn't deny that. Everything was green. The trees, their trunks covered with moss, their branches hanging with canopy of it, the ground covered with ferns. Even the air filtered down greenly through the leaves. It was too green, an alien planet. Eventually we made it to Charlie's. He still lived in the small 2-bedroom house that he'd bought with my mother in the early days of their marriage. Those were the only kind of days their marriage had, the early ones. There, parked on the street in front of the house that never changed, was my new to me, truck. It was a faded red color with big rounded fenders and a bulbous cap. To my intense surprise, I loved it. I didn't know if it would run, but I could see myself in it. Plus, it was one of those solid iron affairs that never gets damaged, the kind you see at the scene of an accident, paint unscratched, surrounded by the pieces of a foreign car it had destroyed. "Wow, Dad, I love it. Thanks." Now my horrific day tomorrow would just be that much less dreadful. I wouldn't be faced with the choice of either walking 2 miles in the rain to school or accepting a ride in Chief's cruiser. "I'm glad you like it," Charlie said gruffly, embarrassed again. It took only one trip to get all my stuff upstairs. I got the west bedroom that faced out over the front yard. The room was familiar. It had belonged to me since I was born. The wooden floor, the light blue walls, the peaked ceiling, the yellowed lace curtains around the window, these were all a part of my childhood. Thanks, Sarah. The only changes Charlie had ever made were switching the crib for a bed and adding a desk as I grew. The desk was now a second-hand computer with the phone line for the modern modem stapled along the floor to the nearest phone jack. This was a stipulation for my mother so that we could stay in touch easily. The rocking chair from my baby days was still in the corner. There was only one small bedroom at the top of the stairs, which I would have to share, or bathroom, sorry, which I would have to share with Charlie. I was trying not to dwell too much on that fact. One of the best things about Charlie, he doesn't hover. He left me alone to unpack and get settled, a feat that would have been altogether impossible for my mother. I know, right? It was nice to be alone, not to have to smile and look pleased, a relief to stare dejectedly out the window at the sheeting rain and let just a few tears escape. I wasn't in the mood to go on a real crying jag. I would save that for bedtime when I would have to think about the coming morning. I know, right, Jen? I know. Every time I see one, I'm like, oop! Forks High School had a frightening total of only 357, now 58, students. There were more than 700 people in my junior class alone back home. All the kids here had grown up together. Their grandparents had been toddlers together. I would be the new girl from the big city, a curiosity, a freak. Maybe if I looked like a girl from Phoenix I could work this to my advantage, but physically, I'd never fit in anywhere. I should be tan, sporty, blonde, a volleyball player or a cheerleader, perhaps, all the things that go with living in the Valley of the Sun. Instead, I was ivory-skinned, without even the excuse of blue eyes or red hair, despite the constant sunshine. I'd always been slender, but soft somehow, obviously not an athlete. I didn't have the necessary hand-eye coordination to play sports without humiliating myself and harming both myself and anyone else who stood too close. Not the I'm so small. When I finished putting my clothes in the old pine dresser, I took my bag of bathroom necessities and went to the communal bathroom to clean myself up after the day of travel. I looked at my face in the mirror as I brushed through my tangled, damp hair. Maybe it was the light, but I already looked sallower, unhealthy. My skin could be pretty. It was very clear, almost translucent looking. But it all depended on color. I had no color here. Facing my pallid reflection in the mirror, I was forced to admit that I was lying to myself. It wasn't just physically that I'd never fit in. And if I couldn't find a niche in a school with 3,000 people, what were my chances here? God, she's such a pick-me. I love her! Anyway, I didn't really relate well to people my age. Maybe the truth was that I didn't relate well to people, period. Even my mother, who I was closer to than anyone else on the planet, was never in harmony with me, never on exactly the same page. Sometimes I wondered if I was seeing the same things through my eyes that the rest of the world was seeing through theirs. Maybe there was a glitch in my brain. Foreshadowing! Anyway. But the cause didn't matter. All that mattered was the effect, and tomorrow would be just the beginning. I didn't sleep well that night, even after I was done crying. The constant whooshing of the rain and wind across the roof wouldn't fade into the background. I pulled the faded old quilt over my head and later added the pillow too, but I couldn't fall asleep until after midnight when the rain finally settled into a quieter drizzle. Thick fog was all I could see out of my window in the morning, and I could feel the claustrophobia creeping up on me. You could never see the sky here. It was like a cage. Breakfast with Charlie was a quiet event. He wished me good luck at school. I thanked him, knowing his hope was wasted. Good luck tended to avoid me. Charlie left first, off to the police station that was his wife and family. After he left, I sat at the old square oak table in one of the 3 unmatching chairs and examined his small kitchen, with its dark paneled walls, bright yellow cabinets, and white linoleum floor. Nothing was changed. My mother had painted the cabinets 18 years ago in an attempt to bring some sunshine into the house. Over the small fireplace in the adjoining handkerchief-sized family room was a row of pictures. First, a wedding picture of Charlie and my mom in Las Vegas. Then, one of the 3 of us in the hospital after I was born, taken by a helpful nurse, followed by the procession of my school pictures up to last year's. Sorry. Those were embarrassing to look at. I would have had to see what I could do to get Charlie to put them somewhere else. at least while I was living here. It was impossible, being in this house, not to realize that Charlie had never gotten over my mom. It made me uncomfortable. I didn't want to be too early to school, but I couldn't stay in the house anymore. I donned my jacket, which had the feel of a biohazard suit, and headed out into the rain. It was just drizzling still, not enough for me to soak through immediately as I reached for the house key that was always hidden under the eave by the door and looked up. Okay, hold on, I gotta pause for a second here. Oh, thanks, Jen. Sorry, I was just looking at what you DM'd me. Just want to make sure everything was okay. There we go. The sloshing of my new waterproof boots was unnerving. I missed the normal crunch of gravel as I walked. I couldn't pause and admire my truck as I wanted. I was in a hurry to get out of the misty wet that swirled around my head and clung to my hair under my hood. Yeah, no worries. Inside the truck, it was nice and dry. Either Billy or Charlie had obviously cleaned it up, but the tan upholstered seats still smelled faintly of tobacco, gasoline, and peppermint. The engine started quickly, to my relief, but loudly, roaring to life and then idling at top volume. Well, a truck this old was bound to have a flaw. The antique radio worked, a plus that I hadn't expected. Finding the school wasn't difficult, though I'd never been there before. The school was, like most other things, just off the highway. It was not obvious that it was a school, only the sign, which declared it to be Forks High School, made me stop. It looked like a collection of matching houses built with maroon-colored bricks. There were so many trees and shrubs I couldn't see its size at first. Where was the feel of the institution, I wondered nostalgically. Where were the chain-link fences, the metal detectors? What? Wait, metal detectors? Oh, that's so American. I love that. I parked in front of the first building, which had a small sign over the door reading front office. Yeah, I know. I don't understand. No one else was parked there, so I was sure it was off limits, but I decided I would get directions instead of circling around in the rain like an idiot. I stepped unwillingly out of the toasty truck cab and walked down into a little stone path lined with dark hedges. I took a deep breath before opening the door. Inside, it was brightly lit and warmer than I'd hoped. The office was small, a little waiting area with padded folding chairs, orange-flecked commercial carpets, notices and awards cluttering the walls, a big clock ticking loudly. Plants grew everywhere in large plastic pots, as if there wasn't enough greenery outside. The room was cut in half by a long counter, cluttered with wire baskets full of papers and brightly colored flyers taped to its front. There were 3 desks behind the counter, one of which was manned by a large red-haired woman wearing glasses. She was wearing a purple t-shirt, which immediately made me feel overdressed. The red-haired woman looked up. "Can I help you?" Yeah, I know, Bella is sour. "I'm Isabella Swan," I informed her, and saw the immediate awareness light her eyes. I was expected, a topic of gossip, no doubt. "No, Sandy, that is not normal." "Daughter of the chief's flighty ex-wife, come home at last." "Of course," she said. She dug through a precariously stacked pile of documents on her desk till she found the ones she was looking for. "I have your schedule right here and a map of the school." She brought several sheets to the counter to show me. She went through my classes for me, highlighting the best route to each on the map, and gave me a slip to have each teacher sign, which I was to bring back at the end of the day. She smiled at me and hoped, like Charlie, that I would like it here in Forks. I smiled back as convincingly as I could. When I went back out to my truck, other students were starting to arrive. I drove around the school, following the line of traffic. I was glad to see that most of the cars were older than mine, nothing flashy. Sandy, what? That is such a uniquely American experience, in my opinion. But anyway. No, Pluto. No. At home, I'd lived in, not even a security guard. Nothing like that. At home, I'd lived in one of the few low-income neighborhoods that were included in the Paradise Valley district. It was a common thing to see a new Mercedes or Porsche in the student lot. Oh my god, that's so funny. The nicest car here was a shiny Volvo, and it stood out. Still, I cut the engine as soon as I was in a spot so that the thunderous volume wouldn't draw attention to me. I looked at the map in the truck, trying to memorize it now. Hopefully I wouldn't have to walk around with it stuck in front of my nose all day. I stuffed everything in my bag, slung the strap over my shoulder, and sucked in a huge breath. I can do this, I lied to myself, feebly. No one was going to bite me. Stop, why is that one of the lines? That's crazy. I finally exhaled and stepped out of the truck. Stephanie, when I catch you. I kept my face pulled back into my hood as I walked to the sidewalk, crowded with teenagers. My plain black jacket didn't stand out, I noticed with relief. Once I got around the cafeteria building, the building 3 was easy to spot. A large black 3 was painted on a white square in the east corner. I felt my breathing gradually creeping towards hyperventilation as I approached the door. No, literally, Ellie. I tried holding my breath as I followed 2 unisex raincoats through the door. The classroom was small. The people in front of me stopped just inside the door to hang up their coats on a long row of hooks. I copied them. They were 2 girls, one porcelain-colored blonde, the other pale with light brown hair. At least my skin wouldn't be a standout here. Okay, no. Hold on. Bella, what the fuck? She's like, we need to just pause and discuss for a moment, because Miss Girl is like, I'm gonna be discriminated against because I'm too white. In the Pacific Northwest of USA, you think your skin color is gonna be what people are paying attention to? Really? You've never been oppressed in your life, girl. Like, yes, you might be like medium low income, but like, other than that, you cannot say that, girl. What? You can tell that Stephanie Meyer was like a deep white Mormon lady. Like, her version of like oppression is like, I never fit in. I'm just too white. No, literally, I'm crying. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Whoo. All right, let me drink some water. That is so funny. She's like, I can't believe I'm gonna stand out so much because my skin is so pale. Shut up. Meanwhile, there's literally like an indigenous reservation nearby, and like obviously they're facing worse things than you. Oh, all right, let's start the timer again. Jesus Christ. All right. I'm just so small and pale. I light up like a disco ball. No, literally, Pluto. It's so fun. It's so jokes. It's like I'm so small and skinny, and like I could just blow away in the wind. Shush. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Hello? Oh, yes. The classroom was small. The people in front of me stopped just inside the door to hang up their coats on a long row of hooks. I copied them. They were 2 girls. Oh, yeah, I said that already. At least my skin wouldn't be a standout here. That's what we ended on. I took the slip up to the teacher, a tall, balding man whose desk had a nameplate identifying him as Mr. Mason. He gawked at me when he saw my name. Not an encouraging response. And of course, I flushed tomato red. But at least he sent me to an empty desk at the back without introducing me to the class. It was harder for my new classmates to stare at me in the back, but somehow they managed. I kept my eyes down on the reading list the teacher had given me. It's fairly basic. Bronte, Shakespeare, Chaucer, Faulkner. I'd already read everything. Okay, pick me again. That was comforting and boring. I wondered if my mom would send me my folder of old essays, or if she would think that was cheating. I went through different arguments with her in my head when the teacher droned on. When the bell rang, a nasal buzzing sound, a gangly boy with skin problems and hair black as an oil slick leaned across the aisle to talk to me. You're Isabel Swan, aren't you? He looked like an overly helpful chess club type. Bella, I corrected. Everyone within a 3-seat radius turned to look at me. Where's your next class? He asked. I had to check in my bag. Government with Jefferson in Building 6. There was nowhere to look without meeting curious eyes. I'm heading towards Building 4. I could show you the way. Definitely over-helpful. I'm Eric, he added. I smiled tentatively. Thanks. We got our jackets and headed out into the rain, which had picked up. I could have sworn several people behind us were walking close enough to eavesdrop. I hoped I wasn't getting paranoid. So, this is a lot different than Phoenix, huh? He asked. Very. It doesn't rain much there, does it? 3 or 4 times a year. Wow. What must that be like? He wondered. Sunny, I told him. You don't look very tan. My mother is part albino. He studied my face apprehensively, and I sighed. It looked like clouds and a sense of humor didn't mix. A few months of this, and I'd forget how to use sarcasm. Girl! Oh my gosh, Ellie getting the top clipper. I wonder what that is. I love it. We walked back around the cafeteria to the south buildings by the gym. Eric walked me right to the door, though it was clearly marked. Well, good luck, he said as I touched the handle. Maybe we'll have some other classes together. He sounded hopeful. I smiled at him vaguely and went inside. The rest of the morning passed in about the same fashion. My trigonometry teacher, Mr. Varner, who I would have hated anyway just because of the subject he taught, was the only one who made me stand in front of the class and introduce myself. I stammered, blushed, and tripped over my own boots on the way to my seat. After 2 classes, I started to recognize several of the faces in each class. There was always someone braver than the others who would introduce themselves and ask me questions about how I was liking forks. I tried to be diplomatic, but honestly I just lied a lot. At least I never needed the map. One girl sat next to me in both Trig and Spanish, and she walked with me to the cafeteria for lunch. She was tiny, several inches shorter than my 5 feet 4 inches, but her wildly curly dark hair made up a lot of the difference between our heights. I couldn't remember her name, so I smiled and nodded as she prattled about teachers and classes. I didn't try to keep up. We sat at the end of a full table with several of her friends, who she was introduced to me. I forgot all their names as soon as she spoke them. They seemed impressed by her bravery in speaking to me. The boy from English, Eric, waved at me from across the room. It was there, sitting in the lunchroom, trying to make conversation with 7 curious strangers, that I first saw them. Here we go! Oh my god! They were sitting in the corner of the cafeteria, as far away from where I sat as possible in the long room. There were 5 of them. They weren't talking, and they weren't eating, though they each had a tray of untouched food in front of them. They weren't gawking at me, unlike most of the other students, so it was safe to stare at them without fear of meeting an excessively interested pair of eyes. But it was none of these things that caught and held my attention. They didn't look anything alike. Of the 3 boys, one was big, muscled like a serious weightlifter, with dark, curly hair. Another was taller, leaner, but still muscular and honey blonde. The last was lanky, less bulky, with untidy, bronze-colored hair. He was more boyish than the others, who looked like they could be in college or even teachers here rather than students. The girls were opposites. The tall one was statuesque. She had a beautiful figure, the kind you saw on the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. Okay, Bella, your lesbian is showing. Yeah, right, Sarah? The kind that made every girl around her take a hit on her self-esteem just by being in the same room. Her hair was golden, gently waving to the middle of her back. Okay, the explanation for Rosalie is literally like 2 or 3 times as long as Edward, just saying. Anyway. The short girl was pixie-like, thinned in the extreme, with small features. Her hair was a deep black, cropped short and pointing in every direction. And yet, they were all exactly alike. Every one of them was chalky pale, the palest of all the students living in this sunless town. No, literally, Sawa. Paler than me, the albino. They all had very dark eyes, despite the range in hair tones. They also had dark shadows under those eyes, purplish, bruise-like shadows. As if they were all suffering from a sleepless night or almost done recovering from a broken nose. Though their noses, all their features were straight, perfect, angular. But all this is not why I couldn't look away. I stared because their faces, so different, so similar, were all devastatingly, inhumanly beautiful. They were faces you never expected to see except perhaps on the airbrushed pages of a fashion magazine, or painted by an old master as the face of an angel. It was hard to decide who was the most beautiful. Maybe the perfect blonde girl, or the bronze-haired boy. Again, with Rosalie coming in clutch with being the most beautiful. Bella! They were all looking away from each other, away from the other students, away from anything in particular as far as I could tell. As I watched, the small girl rose with her tray, unopened soda, unbitten apple, and walked away with quick, graceful lope that belonged on a runway. I watched, amazed at her lithe dancer step till she dumped her tray and glided back through the back door, faster than I would have thought possible. My eyes darted back to the others, who sat unchanging. Who are they? I asked the girl from my Spanish class, whose name I had forgotten. As she looked up to see who I meant, though already knowing, probably, from my tone, suddenly he looked at her, the thinner one, the boyish one. The youngest, perhaps? He looked at my neighbor for just a fraction of a second, and then his dark eyes flickered to mine. He looked away quickly, more quickly than I could, though in a flush of embarrassment I dropped my eyes at once. In that brief flash of a glance, his face held nothing of interest. It was as if she had called his name, and he looked up in involuntary response, already having decided not to answer. My neighbor giggled in embarrassment, looking at the table like I did. That's Edward and Emmett Cullen, and Rosalie and Jasper Hale. The one who left was Alice Cullen. They all lived together with Dr. Cullen and his wife, she said under her breath. I glanced sideways at the beautiful boy, who was looking at his tray now, picking a bagel to pieces with his long, pale fingers. His mouth was moving very quickly, his perfect lips barely opening. The other three still looked away, and yet I felt he was speaking quietly to them. Strange, unpopular names, I thought, the kind of names grandparents had. But maybe that was in vogue here, small-town names? I finally remembered that my neighbor was called Jessica, a perfectly common name. There were 2 girls named Jessica in my history class back home. They are very nice looking. I struggled with the conspicuous understatement. Edward Loki muttering to a bagel. No, literally, he's like, yes. Jessica agreed with another giggle. They're all together, though. Emmett and Rosalie, Jasper and Alice, and they live together. Her voice held all the shock and condemnation of a small town, I thought critically. But if I was being honest, I had to admit that even in Phoenix it would cause gossip. Which ones are the Cullens? They don't look related. Oh, they're not. Dr. Cullen is really young, in his 20s or early 30s. They're all adopted. The Hales are brother and sister, twins, and the Blondes, they're foster children. They look a little old for foster children. They are now. Jasper and Rosalie are both 18, but they've been with Mrs. Cullen since they were 8. She's like their aunt or something. That's kind of really nice for them to take care of all those kids like that when they're so young and everything. I guess so, Jessica admitted reluctantly. And I got the impression that she didn't like the doctor and his wife for some reason. With the glances she was throwing at the adopted children, I would presume the reason was jealousy. I think that Mrs. Cullen can't have any kids, though, she added, as if that lessened their kindness. Throughout all this conversation, my eyes flickered again and again to the table where the strange family sat. They continued to look at the walls and not eat. Have they always lived in Forks? I asked. Surely I would have noticed them on one of my summers here. No, she said in a voice that implied it should be obvious even to a new arrival like me. They just moved down 2 years ago from somewhere in Alaska. I felt a surge of pity and relief. Pity because as beautiful as they were outsiders, clearly not accepted. Relief that I wasn't the only newcomer here, and certainly not the most interesting by any standard. As I examined them, the youngest, one of the Cullens, looked up and met my gaze, this time with evident curiosity in his expression. As I looked swiftly away, it seemed to me that his glance held some kind of unmet expectation. Which one is the boy with the reddish-brown hair? I asked. I peeked at him from the corner of my eye, and he was still staring at me, but not gawking like the other students had today. He had a slightly frustrated expression. I looked down again. That's Edward. He's gorgeous, of course, but don't waste your time. He doesn't date. Apparently none of the girls here are good enough for him. She sniffed. A clear case of sour grapes. I wondered when he'd turned her down. That's a fun one. That's a line in the movie as well. I bit my lip and hid my smile. Then I glanced at him again. His face was turned away, but I thought his cheek appeared lifted, as if he were smiling too. After a few more minutes, the 4 of them left the table together. They were all noticeably graceful, even the big brawny one. It was unsettling to watch. The one named Edward didn't look at me again. I sat at the table with Jessica and her friends longer than I would have if I had been sitting alone. I was anxious not to be late for class on my first day. One of my new acquaintances, who considerately reminded me that her name was Angela, had biology 2 with me the next hour. We walked to class together in silence. She was shy too. When we entered the classroom, Angela went to sit at the black-topped lab table, exactly like the ones I was used to. She'd already had a neighbor. In fact, all the tables were filled but one. Next to the center aisle, I recognized Edward Cullen by his unusual hair, sitting next to that single open seat. Eeeeew! Here we go, guys. Oh my god! As I walked down the aisle to introduce myself to the teacher and get my slip signed, I was watching him surreptitiously. Just as I passed, he suddenly went rigid in his seat. He stared at me again, meeting my eyes with the strangest expression on his face. It was hostile, furious. I looked away quickly, shocked, going red again. I stumbled over a book in the walkway and had to catch myself on the edge of a table. The girl sitting there giggled. I'd noticed that his eyes were black. Coal black. Mr. Banner signed my slip and handed me a book with no nonsense about introductions. I could tell we were going to get along. Of course, he had no choice but to send me to the one open seat in the middle of the room. I kept my eyes down as I went to sit by him, bewildered by the antagonistic stare he'd given me. I know, Phoenix, I know. I didn't look up as I set my book on the table and took my seat, but I saw his posture change from the corner of my eye. He was leaning away from me, sitting on the extreme edge of his chair and averting his face like he smelled something bad. Inconspicuously, I sniffed my hair. It smelled like strawberries, the scent of my favorite shampoo. It seemed an innocent enough odor. I let my hair fall over my right shoulder, making a dark curtain between us, and I tried to pay attention to the teacher. Unfortunately, the lecture was on cellular anatomy, something I'd already studied. I took notes carefully anyway, always looking down. No, literally. I couldn't stop myself from peeking occasionally through the screen of my hair at the strange boy next to me. During the whole class, he'd never relaxed his stiff position on the edge of his chair, sitting as far away from me as possible. I could see his hand on his left leg was clenched into a fist, tendons standing out under his pale skin. This, too, he never relaxed. He had the long sleeves of his white shirt pushed up to his elbows, and his forearm was surprisingly hard and muscular beneath his light skin. He wasn't nearly as slight as he'd looked next to his burly brother. The class seemed to drag on longer than the others. Was it because the day was finally coming to a close, or because I was waiting for his tight fist to loosen? It never did. He continued to sit so still it looked like he wasn't breathing. What was wrong with him? Was this his normal behavior? I questioned my judgment on Jessica's bitterness at lunch today. Maybe she was not as resentful as I'd thought. It couldn't have anything to do with me. He didn't know me from Eve. I peeked at him one more time and regretted it. He was glaring down at me again, his black eyes full of revulsion. As I flinched away from him, shrinking against my chair, the phrase, "if looks could kill," suddenly ran through my mind. At that moment, the bell rang loudly, making me jump, and Edward Cullen was out of his seat. Fluidly, he rose. He was much taller than I'd thought, his back to me, and he was out the door before anyone else was out of their seat. I sat frozen in my seat, staring blankly after him. He was so mean! It wasn't fair. I'd been gathering my things up slowly, trying to block the anger that filled me, for fear my eyes would tear up. For some reason, my temper was hardwired to my tear ducts. I usually cried when I was angry, a humiliating tendency. Aren't you Isabella Swan? A male voice asked. I looked up to see a cute baby-faced boy, his pale blonde hair carefully gelled into orderly spikes, smiling at me in a friendly way. He obviously didn't think I smelled bad. Bella, I corrected him with a smile. I'm Mike. Hi, Mike. Do you need any help finding your next class? I'm headed to gym, actually. I think I can find it. That's my next class, too. He seemed thrilled, though it wasn't that big of a coincidence in a school this small. We walked to class together. He was a chatterer. He supplied most of the conversation, which made it easy for me. He'd lived in California till he was 10, so he knew how I felt about the sun. It had turned out that he was in my English class also. He was the nicest person I'd met today. As we were entering the gym, he asked, "So, did you stab Edward Cullen with a pencil or what? I've never seen him act like that." I cringed, so I wasn't the only one who had noticed. And apparently that wasn't Edward Cullen's usual behavior. I decided to play dumb. Was that the boy that I sat next to in biology? I said artlessly. Yeah, he said. He looked like he was in pain or something. I don't know, I responded. I never spoke to him. He's a weird guy. Mike lingered by me instead of heading to the dressing room. If I were lucky enough to sit by you, I would have talked to you. I smiled at him before walking through the girls' locker room door. He was friendly and clearly admiring, but it wasn't enough to ease my irritation. The gym teacher, Coach Clapp, found me a uniform but didn't make me dress down for today's class. At home, only 2 years of PE were required. Here, PE was mandatory all 4 years. Forks was my literal personal hell on earth. I watched 4 volleyball games running simultaneously. Remembering how many injuries I had sustained and inflicted playing volleyball, I felt faintly nauseated. The final bell rang at last. I walked slowly to the office to return my paperwork. The rain had drifted away, but the wind was strong and colder. I wrapped my arms around myself. When I walked into the warm office, I almost turned around and walked back out. Edward Cullen stood at the desk in front of me. I recognized again that tousled bronze hair. He didn't appear to notice the sound of my entrance. I stood pressed against the back wall, waiting for the receptionist to be free. Yes, thanks, Phoenix. I'll probably just chit-chat for a minute and pause the timer during that. He was arguing with her in a low, attractive voice. I quickly picked up the gist of the argument. He was trying to trade from 6th-hour biology to another time. Any other time. I just couldn't believe this was about me. It had to be something else, something that happened before I entered the biology room. It was impossible that this stranger could take such a sudden, intense dislike to me. The door opened again, and the cold wind suddenly gusted through the room, rustling the papers on the desk, swirling my hair around my face. The girl who came in merely stepped to the desk, placed a note in the wire basket, and walked out again, but Edward Cullen's back stiffened, and he turned slowly to glare at me. His face was absurdly handsome, with piercing, hate-filled eyes. For an instant, I felt a thrill of genuine fear, raising the hair on my arms. The look only lasted a second, but it chilled me more than the freezing wind. He turned back to the receptionist. "Never mind, then," he said hastily in a voice like velvet. "I can see that's impossible. Thank you so much for your help." And he turned on his heel without another look at me and disappeared out the door. I went meekly to the desk, my face, for once, white instead of red. "No, yes!" And handed her the signed slip. Wow, great timing. Oh my god. Yeah, so chapter 1 is nearly finished. There's like 3 sentences left, but we are in ads, but I will just show you. I made this last night. Isn't he beautiful? He's got the skin of a killer. Hold on. You can't tell, but he does have glitter all over him. It's just very hard to sort of see. It's probably because of the intense lighting. Sorry, Phoenix. Should be good now. But isn't it so funny? That is the skin of a killer, chat. Look at it. He's even got the eyes, too. He's got those golden, bronzy eyes. I know. I drew this last night, and then I glued him to, like, some cardboard, and yeah. So every time he speaks, I'm gonna be like this. It's gonna be perfect. Perfect, I tell you. Oh my god. How hard were you laughing when you made that? Oh, girl. I was dying. Well, it was late last night, and I was like, I have to prep for a thing tomorrow. Like, I literally, I need to do something funny for when Edward speaks. And then I was like, I don't have a printer. I can't print out his face. How about I just draw it? And then I went to my craft drawer, and I was like, okay, I do have glitter, so I can put glitter on his face. That'll be fun. Yeah. Yeah. Don't mind me having just made a clip called Edward Cullen Jump Scare. Oh my god. I know, it's great, isn't it? It's so funny. Wow, that's pretty good. Okay, so it took 20 minutes, half an hour to read the first chapter. That's good to know. And then let me see how many chapters we have. I think it's 24 chapters. It is 24 chapters times 30 minutes. Wait, that can't be right. Is it? I don't know. Maybe I'll try to read faster. It doesn't really matter. We don't have to get through the whole book today. It's really just about how much you guys want to listen. But the ad break should be done in about 30 seconds, so that'll be good. And then, you know what we'll do, I think, is we shall continue reading, finish the chapter off, and then I might do my first little, like, well, I guess this is already kind of a break, but I do need to go to the bathroom, and I didn't go just now because I'm a silly goose. But then we can do our chat decides my TikTok. So start brainstorming about what you'd like to have me say or do in the TikTok. Welcome back from ads. Thank you for sitting through those. I really do appreciate it. They help support the channel. Okay, let's finish off quickly this chapter, and then we can get into our chat decides my TikTok. There's like literally a paragraph left. Here we go. He turned on his heel without another look at me, and disappeared out the door. I went meekly to the desk, my face white for once instead of red, and handed her the signed slip. How did your first day go, dear? The receptionist asked maternally. Fine, I lied, my voice weak. She didn't look convinced. When I got to the truck, it was almost the last car in the lot. It seemed like a haven, already the closest thing to home I had in this damp green hole. I sat inside for a while. Oh, that's true, but it's fine. I'm just gonna finish off this thing and then we're pausing it back anyway, so. Okay, or Phoenix can do that. It was almost oh yeah. I sat inside for a while, just staring out the windshield blankly. I sat in, hello? But soon I was cold enough to need the heater, so I turned the car, Jesus Christ, I can't read anymore. So I turned the key and the engine roared to life. I headed back to Charlie's house, fighting tears the whole way there. And that is the end of chapter 1. So now we're going to stop the timer and do my TikTok that you guys want me to do. So you want me to include Edward in it. Oh, let me get my phone. My phone is on my couch. Just give me a sec. I've died every day waiting for you. Darling, don't be afraid. What is even playing right now? I can't even tell. All right, let me go to my Snappy TikTok account, and then we will make something for you guys. So what do you want me to say? Do you want me to like role play something with him? Like, this is the skin of a killer, Bella. And then I'd be like, and so the lion fell in love with the lamb, you know, like that scene or something. That'd be kind of fun. I need to allow them access to my microphone and camera and everything. This is so fun. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Permissions. Yes, you can have my camera. Yes, you can have my microphone. Okay. All right, let's go. Okay, do you want me to do a 15-second TikTok, a 60-second TikTok? What do you think? I'm curious. We could also just have a little bit of a think on that if we wanted to. Oh, hello? Great, my mom sent me a TikTok. You have no idea? That's fine. Oh. Just gotta talk to my mom. 30 seconds. Yeah, I can do a 30-second TikTok. And then, do you want me to do like the, I'm trying to think of a theme. I mean, if I'm talking to Edward, I can do like, you're impossibly fast and strong. Or I could do, and so the lion fell in love with the lamb. What a stupid lamb. What a sick, masochistic lion, you know? Or I could do, I know what you are. yeah, I think I'll do that one. Say it. Out loud. Say it. Vampire. Okay, perfect. Let's do it. I'll film it right now. You wish you could do polls? It's fine. It's whatever. Okay. Let me turn my camera around. It's gonna look silly because it's just my green screen or whatever, but like whatever. Okay. I know what you are. Say it. Out loud. Say it. Vampire. Now tell me one thing. What do we eat? I'm not afraid of you. As if you could outrun me! Okay, that's from memory. I don't know what the actual thing is, but that was 27 seconds, so I hope that's good. Let's see what it looks like. I know what you are. Say it. Out loud. Say it. Vampire. Now tell me one thing. What do we eat? I'm not afraid of you. As if you could outrun me! Okay, that's perfect. Okay, let's post it now then with no context. Absolutely none whatsoever. Beautiful. Post. Yep, everyone can see it. Everyone can comment on it. Everyone can do whatever. It's perfect. There we go. Kermit, welcome on in. Thank you for sewing your daily button and for contributing to the Nightmare Build Challenge. Oh my goodness. Okay. That should be posted now. Oh my god, it's uploading. It's posted, it's posted. You can go check out my TikTok if you want and go like it. It's there. Thank you so much for passing the first milestone of 10 subs. And Pluto, thank you for contributing as well to the Nightmare Build Challenge. Our first milestone was 10 subs. That's Chat Decides my TikTok. We just did that. The next one is going to be the Twilight tier list. We'll do that later, maybe after chapter 2 or something. You know nothing about Twilight, but you're here to have fun. Yay! Yay, I'm so excited. I hope you enjoy my dramatic rereading. And Phoenix, thank you for contributing to the Nightmare Build Challenge as well. What are we at with that? 55%. That's pretty good. And Ellie as well. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, here we go. Now, you always, guys, just let me know. There are 3 people who have cashed in the read a page in ASMR. So just let me know when you want me to do that, and I will be checking chat. And then I will read that page. And I think that's it, though, for all the incentives and everything. Maybe. Okay. Cool. Let's go. Chapter 2. It's called Open Book. Wait. Actually, pause. I do have to go to the bathroom. I will just do that for like 2 seconds. The first page of chapter 2 in ASMR. Okay, well, remember how like the pages are like a half page for chapter opening? So how about I do like a page and a half? Like I'll do the first page and a half for you because that's fine. Also, Sal, thank you for contributing as well. Okay, let's do see, I was gonna do words on stream, but I'd like to leave this up. So what I'll do is I'm gonna mute my mic and then I'm just gonna quickly run to the bathroom and be back in like a minute. Don't do anything crazy while I'm gone. So I am back. Hello? Phoenix. Oh my god, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Larry Big Bird. Wait, what? Oh my god, that is so funny. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. We've just added another 5 minutes onto the timer. We're also over halfway to the cooking stream, which is crazy. I know it's random, but it's really funny. Larry Big Bird is just like a fantastic name. Also, I have a new drink. So we have, oh, you can't even see it because it's matcha, because obviously it's green. But I have matcha here. It is called Suntory Craft Boss Matcha. So we're going to drink that. Oh my gosh, you guys. This is so crazy. Thank you so much for 27 subs today. That is like an unhinged amount. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, if we get to, this is a stretch, obviously, like this is crazy. However, our next emote unlocks at, oh, I don't even have it on here. I have it here. No, I don't. No, I don't. Yes, I do. There we go. If we get to 150 overall, we get to unlock a new emote. One of these 6 here. Although that is crazy far away. The gravy, I know. Ignore that. Oh my god. Okay, let me open up my there we go. My matcha. I love this song. It's Paramore. How do we get here? Amazing. BRB, you're gonna go make coffee. Oh my gosh, no worries at all, Ellie. No worries. But yes, thank you so much, Phoenix. We are not gonna have another hype train. I think it might even be too early to have another hype train, so like don't even worry about it. You do not see a darn thing. But thank you for another gifted sub. Yeah, I can't tell when the last one ended, but it's probably within the last hour. Okay. It is time to redeem a page of ASMR reading. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn down the music even further. Oh yes, no worries at all, Jen. No worries at all. Okay, I have this. Now I'm going to bring the mic closer to my face here. Okay. Chapter 2. Open book. The next day was better and worse. It was better because it wasn't raining yet, though the clouds were dense and opaque. It was easier because I knew what to expect of the day. Mike came to sit by me in English and walked me to my next class, with Chess Club Eric glaring at him all the while. That was flattering. People didn't look at me quite as much as they had yesterday. I sat with a big group at lunch that included Mike, Eric, Jessica, and several other people whose names and faces I now remembered. I began to feel like I was treading water instead of drowning in it. It was worse because I was tired. I still couldn't sleep with the wind echoing around the house. It was worse because Mr. Varner called on me in trig when my hand wasn't raised, and I had the wrong answer. It was miserable because I had to play volleyball, and the one time I didn't cringe out of the way of the ball, I hit my teammate in the head with it. And it was worse because Edward Cullen wasn't in school at all. All morning I was dreading lunch, fearing his bizarre glares. Part of me wanted to confront him and demand to know what his problem was. While I was lying sleepless in my bed, I even imagined what I would say. But I knew myself too well to think I would really have the guts to do it. I made the cowardly lion look like the Terminator. But when I walked into the cafeteria with Jessica, trying to keep my eyes from sweeping the place for him and failing entirely, I saw that his 4 siblings of sorts were sitting together at the same table, and he was not with them. Okay, hold on. We're moving back to normal. Hold on. Turn down your volume. Cleo, thank you for contributing to the Nightmare Build Challenge. Thank you, thank you. I don't know how much closer we are to that now, but it's gotta be pretty crazy. All right, beautiful. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your page in ASMR. That was tricky, actually. I'm kind of shook. Oh, my goodness. All right. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome into the Twilight Subathon. You were digging it? I know, isn't it fun? Late Bloom, how are you doing? very much so. Also, I forgot to start the timer again, so oops, let me start that now. I'm doing pretty good. We're having fun today. There we go. Now it should be going. All right. Mike intercepted us and steered us to his table. Jessica seemed elated by the attention, and her friends quickly joined us. But as I tried to listen to their easy chatter, I was terribly uncomfortable, waiting nervously for the moment he would arrive. I hoped that he would simply ignore me when he came, and prove my suspicions false. He didn't come, and as time passed, I grew more and more tense. We do need a cooking stream. We have to get 30-something more subs. Looking for a cozy stream for my morning. Oh my goodness. Well, this should be pretty cozy for you. And thank you for sewing your first ever daily button as well. What the heck? Yes, Cleo, we're 50 subs is the cooking stream. We're at 27 right now. And also Twitch is rude and didn't let me do my 35% off 5+ gifted subs. So I don't expect anyone to gift anything just because I know that that's significantly more expensive. But it's because apparently there's some other promotion going on, which is annoying. So, but you might be able to get Twitch Nitro for free for 3 months. So there you go. Okay. Here we go. I walked to biology with more confidence when by the end of lunch, he still hadn't showed. Mike, who was taking on the qualities of a golden retriever, walked faithfully by my side to class. I held my breath at the door, but Edward Cullen wasn't there either. I exhaled and went to my seat. Mike followed, talking about an upcoming trip to the beach. He lingered by my desk till the bell rang. Then he smiled at me wistfully and went to sit by a girl with braces and a bad perm. Not Bella just bullying other girls in the class. Oh my god. Not the bad perm. It looked like I was going to have to do something about Mike, and it wouldn't be easy. In a small town like this, where everyone lived on top of everyone else, diplomacy was essential. I'd never been enormously tactful. I had no practice dealing with overly friendly boys. Really so, I know. I was relieved that I had the desk to myself, that Edward was absent. I told myself that repeatedly, but I couldn't get rid of the nagging suspicion that I was the reason he wasn't there. It was ridiculous and egotistical to think that I could affect anyone that strongly. It was impossible, and yet I couldn't stop worrying that it was true. When the school day was finally done and the blush was fading out of one of my cheeks from the volleyball incident, I changed quickly back into my jeans and navy blue sweater. I hurried from the girls' locker room, pleased to find that I had successfully evaded my retriever friend for a moment. I walked swiftly out of the parking lot. It was crowded now with fleeing students. I got in my truck and dug through my bag to make sure I had what I needed. Last night, I discovered that Charlie couldn't cook much besides fried eggs and bacon. So I requested that I be assigned kitchen detail for the duration of my stay. He was willing enough to hand over the keys to the banquet hall. I also found out that he had no food in the house, so I had my shopping list and the cash from the jar in the cupboard labeled food money, and I was on my way to the thriftway. I gunned my deafening engine to life, ignoring the heads that turned in my direction, and backed carefully into a place in the line of cars that were waiting to exit the parking lot. As I waited, trying to pretend that the ear-splitting rumble was coming from someone else's car, I saw the two Cullens and the Hale twins getting into their car. It was the shiny new Volvo, of course. I hadn't noticed their clothes before. I'd been too mesmerized by their faces. Now, oh, sorry. I forgot to turn back up the Spotify a little bit here. Hopefully you guys can hear that again. Now that I looked down, it was obvious that they were all dressed exceptionally well. Simply, but in clothes that subtly hinted at designer origins. With their remarkable good looks, the style with which they carried themselves, they could have worn dish rags and pulled it off. It seemed excessive for them to have both looks and money. But as far as I could tell, life worked that way most of the time. It didn't look as it... Wait, what? It didn't look as if it bought them any acceptance here. No, I didn't fully believe that. The isolation must be their desire. I couldn't imagine any door that wouldn't be opened by that degree of beauty. They looked at my noisy truck as I passed them, just like everyone else. I kept my eyes straight forward and was relieved when I finally was free of the school grounds. The thriftway was not far from the school, just a few streets south of the highway. It was nice to be inside the supermarket. It felt normal. I did the shopping at home, and I fell into the pattern of the familiar task gladly. The store was big enough inside that I couldn't hear the tapping of the rain on the roof to remind me where I was. When I got home, I unloaded all the groceries, stuffing them in wherever I could find an open space. I hoped Charlie wouldn't mind. I wrapped potatoes in foil and stuck them in the oven to bake, covering a steak in marinade and balancing it on top of a carton of eggs in the fridge. When I was finished with that, I took my book bag upstairs. Before starting my homework, I changed into a pair of dry sweats, pulled my damp hair up into a ponytail, and checked my email for the first time. I had 3 messages. Bella, my mom wrote. Write me as soon as you get in. Tell me how your flight was. Is it raining? I miss you already. I'm almost finished packing for Florida, but I can't find my pink blouse. You know where I put it? Phil says hi. Mom. I sighed and went on to the next. It was sent 8 hours after the first. Bella, she wrote, why haven't you emailed me yet? What are you waiting for? Mom. The last was from this morning. Isabella, if I haven't heard anything from you by 5:30 p.m. today, I'm calling Charlie. I checked the clock. I still had an hour, but my mom was well known for jumping the gun. Mom, calm down. I'm writing right now. Don't do anything rash. Bella. I sent that and began again. Mom, everything is great. Of course it's raining. I was waiting for something to write about. School isn't bad, just a little repetitive. I met some nice kids who sit by me at lunch. Your blouse is at the dry cleaners. You were supposed to pick it up Friday. Charlie bought me a truck. Can you believe it? I love it. It's old but really sturdy, which is good, for me. I miss you too. I'll write again soon, but I'm not going to check my email every 5 minutes. Relax, breathe. I love you. Bella. I had decided to read Wuthering Heights, the novel we were currently studying in English, yet again, for the fun of it. And that was what I was doing when Charlie came home. I'd lost track of the time, and I hurried downstairs to take the potatoes out and put the steak in to broil. Bella? My father called out when he heard me on the stairs. Who else? I thought to myself. Hey, Dad. Welcome home. Thanks. He hung up his gun belt and stepped out of his boots as I bustled about the kitchen. As far as I was aware, he'd never shot the gun on the job, but he kept it ready. When I came here as a child, he would always remove the bullets as soon as he walked in the door. I guess he considered me old enough now not to shoot myself by accident, and not depressed enough to shoot myself on purpose. What? Excuse me? Stephanie. No, please. Not her saying not depressed enough to shoot myself on purpose. Just you wait, girl, until new moon. There's a possibility. Is it me, Jesus? Oh, anyway. What's for dinner? He asked warily. My mother was an imaginative cook, and her experiments weren't always edible. I was surprised and sad that he seemed to remember that far back. Steak and potatoes, I answered, and he looked relieved. He seemed to feel awkward standing in the kitchen doing nothing. He lumbered into the living room to watch TV while I worked. We were both more comfortable that way. I made a salad while the steaks cooked and set the table. I called him in when dinner was ready, and he sniffed appreciatively as he walked into the room. Smells good, Belle. Thanks. We ate in silence for a few minutes. It wasn't uncomfortable. Neither of us was bothered by the quiet. In some ways, we were well suited for living together. So, how did you like school? Have you made any friends? He asked as he was taking seconds. Well, I have a few classes with this girl named Jessica. I sit with her friends at lunch, and there's this boy, Mike. He's very friendly. Everybody seems pretty nice, with one outstanding exception. That's not what she said. That's what she said in her head. Oh, that must be Mike Newton. Nice kid, nice family. Dad owns a sporting goods store just outside of town. Makes a good living off all the backpackers who come through here. Do you know the Cullen family? I asked hesitantly. Dr. Cullen's family? Sure. Dr. Cullen's a great man. The kids, are all a little different. They don't seem to fit in very well at school. Charlie surprised me by looking angry. People in this town, he muttered. Dr. Cullen is a brilliant surgeon who could probably work in any hospital in the world, make 10 times the salary he gets here. He continued, getting louder. We're lucky to have him. Lucky that his wife wanted to live in a small town. He's an asset to this community, and all those kids are well-behaved and polite. I had my doubts when they first moved in. With all these adopted teenagers, I thought we might have some problems with them, but they're all very mature. I haven't had one speck of trouble from any of them. That's more than I can say for the children of some folks who've lived in this town for generations. And they stick together the way a family should. Camping trips every other weekend. Just because they're newcomers, people have to talk. It was the longest speech I'd ever heard Charlie make. He must feel strongly about whatever people were saying. I backpedaled. They seemed nice enough to me. I just noticed that they kept to themselves. They're all very attractive, I added, trying to be more complimentary. You should see the doctor, Charlie said, laughing. It's a good thing he's happily married. A lot of the nurses at the hospital have a hard time concentrating on their work with him around. I'm sorry, Charlie. Are you saying how hot Dr. Cullen is? You got a thing for Carlisle, Charlie? What would their ship name be? Charlisle? I don't know. I love that. Yes, gay. No, literally. Oh, that's so funny. We lapsed back into silence as we finished eating. He cleared the table while I stared at the dishes. Carly. Yeah, that's a good one. He went back to the TV, and after I finished washing the dishes by hand, no dishwasher, I went upstairs unwillingly to work on my math homework. I could feel a tradition in the making. I do like Carly. Sweet Pea, welcome on in. Thank you for swinging your delete button. How are you doing today? That night, it was finally quiet. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted. The rest of the week was uneventful. I got used to the routine of my classes. By Friday, I was able to recognize, if not name, almost all the students in school. No, Twitch betrayed you. I'm so sorry. It's okay. You haven't missed much. You've just missed the first chapter. We've only been live for about an hour and a half. Oh my god! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What is happening on here on this day? Thank you so much. Wait, is there a hype train again? How is there a hype train? Oh my god, we gotta stop the timer. Aces! Thank you for the 50 biddies. Let's go. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Sweet Pea. I so appreciate that. And now we have another freaking hype train. And Late Bloom got a sub. That's awesome. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. We're 32. That means we're, I don't know how many away from the cooking stream. Gunna Wife, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. Purple Rain with another 100 bits. That's another ASMR page if you want it. We can put that in the to-do list, or hopefully we're keeping track of that. And Soupy, thank you for contributing to the Nightmare Build Challenge as well. Oh my goodness. Is that a combo thing? I'm so confused by this now. Is all of the bits going towards combos now, or vice versa? I'm so confused, but thank you for that. That's very, very kind of you. Also, we must be so close to 500 followers on here. If you're not already followed, I would love to have you be a follower here. By Friday, she knows almost all the names in the school. Yeah, no, literally. Sweet Pea with the 100 bits. Thank you. That's another page in ASMR if you would like it. Thank you, thank you. 500 bits will also add to the timer, I believe. But it also makes me read a page as Jennifer Coolidge. So that'll be fun. And 1,000 bits in one go is reading a chapter of Midnight Sun. So yeah. I'm close to 500. I am, yes. So if you are not followed already and you would like to be, I would love to have you here. I don't know how close we are now, but I feel like we're super close. You can't stay and we're, oh my gosh, no worries at all, Aces. Thank you for popping by and for the 50 biddies. It's very, very kind of you. I think everyone here is already followed, but yeah, just in case. Also 33 out of 100. Pluto with the 500 bits. We've got a Jennifer Coolidge page. Oh no. Yes, thank you so much for doing that. I will definitely read a page as Jennifer Coolidge. And Sweet Pea with another 100 biddies. That is another page in ASMR. Oh my goodness. Thank you so, so much. I don't think the 500 added the timer. Oh shoot. Yeah, it's because I probably already started stream. I added that as an option like afterwards. Before, like after I'd already started stream, so it might not be working. Although it's at 34 now, and I feel like it wasn't at that before. So maybe it is working. It's adding to the thingy up here. But I don't know if I can probably add time manually, but I forget what I did. I'm 7 away. From what? From the cooking stream? It looks like I'm 6 away now. But thank you so much for that, everybody. That's so, so kind of you all. Yeah, it added to this thing, but I don't know if it added to the timer itself. We'll have to pay attention and see if I can add manually. Let me check how I do that. But thank you for this level 2 hype train. We're nearly at it. Let's get our girl to 500. Oh, 500 followers. Oh, yes, 7 away from 500 followers, you guys. That's wild. If you want to share my live posts or anything like that, I do have... oh, hello. I did post about it on my socials and everything, on my Blue Sky and my Twitter, so you guys can repost my subathon for today. Maybe we can get some more people in here. Aces with the 5 stream streak. Thank you so much. That is so very kind. That's awesome. Also, 34 subs is wild. Thank you so much for that. Let me see. Let me make sure. So it says with goal settings, tier 1 sub value 1, tier 3 sub value 3. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm so dumb. 500 bits is gonna add 5 minutes, and I'm just gonna save. But then how do I update? Okay, well. See you later. No, you're so good. Thank you so much. Oh, Cleo was gifted a sub. That's great. Enjoy the rest of your day, Aces. Thanks for popping on by. And thank you for this level 2 hype train. I know I'm new, but you're not dumb. Oh, thank you, Late Bloom. That's very kind of you. I know I'm not dumb, but also this is not working. So I think what we'll do is we'll add at least 5 minutes to that timer for the 500 bits that Pluto added in there. Because it should have added it. Kermit, are you actually joking me right now? What on earth is going on in the House of Commons? We're at a level 5 hype train. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I'm gonna throw you in the bin. Are you serious? Thank you so much. That is so very kind of you. Have a prorated apartment. Merry early Christmas. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. That's gonna help so much. You know which journalist that was? Yeah. It's something I quote all the time up in here. A level 5 hype train again. We're at 44 out of 100. Wow. We're only, how many away? 6 away from a cooking stream. And we haven't even done the Twilight tier list yet. That is wild. Thank you so much for that crazy giant gift donation. That's very, very kind. Let's get it to, let's do it. 6 more subs to the cooking stream. It is. I'm so sorry that the subs aren't on sale. Twitch is being a dinky donut. Also, if you upgrade your own sub to a tier 2 or tier 3, that adds minutes as well. So tier 2 subs are 10 minutes each. Tier 3s are 20 minutes each. So if you're currently at a tier 1 and you were like, man, I don't really want to gift anything, but you wanted to upgrade yours and get some more emotes and everything, you can do that too. And the different tiers also add. But thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Cooking stream. Cooking stream. It'd probably be more like a baking stream, because I'd really like to make a cake. But you guys could probably decide what I have to cook or bake, and that'll be really fun. I can't believe we just jumped all the way to level 5 hype train. I thought it was going to be over. Thank you so much. That'll be immensely helpful for my move to the new apartment, because we have to pay the deposit, and we are poor, so yeah, we did. You assumed it was baking. Yay! Oh, croissant. As long as it's not morning glory muffins. How doth one upgrade their tier if they're already subbed? So if you're on your desktop, Sweet Pea, and you go down to manage sub, you can there should be a button that says like manage your sub, upgrade your sub, and then I don't think the phone gives you the option, unfortunately. It's only if you're on your desktop. Which totally sucks. I'm so sorry. Cleo, thank you for sewing your daily button as well, by the way. If I make morning glory muffins, I feel like that'd be so funny. Also, yes, Twitch mobile app is homophobic. I'm telling you right now, it just is. Silk, your genie, welcome on in. How are you doing today? You came in at a great time. We're doing a hype train, and every gifted sub or every sub, raw sub, whatever, is more time on the timer for me to read Twilight to you all. So, all the phobics. It literally is. It is, yeah, it's evil. It's diabolical. You got a new laptop? Ooh. I think, here, let me send you a link. How to upgrade sub Twitch. It looks like you can do it on the mobile app. You just have to go to manage sub. I'll send you the link. I'll send it in chat for anyone who wants to know. You can't? Okay, here we go. Oh, okay, that's... Shout out to the Nightmare Bell. No, literally. That's a very long link. I'm so sorry, but that's how you figure out how to do it. I'm sorry, I didn't know why it's that long. But anyway, hopefully that actually gets you to the place it needs. No. That doesn't even, that's not even, what? Wait, that might not even be the right link. Let me try that again. Yeah, that's the one. What was I doing? Ignore me. Maybe I'll just delete my own message. No, I can't even delete my own message. Okay. Well, there's 30 seconds left in this hype train, so it's not going to happen now. But if you have extra time, or I can't speak. We can do another hype train in an hour. It's really not that big of a deal. It is all good, but thank you so much. You love it here. I'm glad you love it here, Late Bloom. Wait, that's not the link either? Yeah, no, I know. It's the second one that I just sent in chat. I'm an idiot. Don't worry about me. There's no time left in the hype train anyway. It's fine. The Twitch app is garbage. Levi! Levi with the daily button as well. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 6 months. Oh man, you literally missed the hype train by 3 seconds. I'm so sorry, but thank you for that. That is so very kind of you. And you've added another 5 minutes to the timer there with those subs, or with that sub. So thank you. And also that oh my gosh, Purple Rain's Choo Choo emote is so funny. I love all of those. Those are amazing. Thank you for the 6 months, Levi. I appreciate you so much. We're gonna get back into it. You know what? We're doing well. We've read 2 chapters so far, so there we go. Kermit, I cannot believe you. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. That was really kind of you. And everyone else who gifted bits and subs as well. Phoenix, thank you so much again also just for taking care of like writing things down and making sure we know who has redeemed what. But yeah, this is amazing. So now we're only 5 away from a cooking stream. And then we'll be 50% done, the whole subathon milestone thing. That's crazy. Levi, you also missed it, but Levi has just gifted 5 subs and is now unlocked a cooking stream. We're halfway there to the giant subathon goal. Thank you so much. Edward says thank you. This is the skin of a killer, Levi. Thank you so much. Cleo, that button. What is that button? Thank you so much. We have so much time left on the timer. All right, you know what? Let's go ahead and restart the timer. We can continue reading. You're so welcome. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Thank you. That's so cute and kind of you. What the heck? Also, Late Bloom, I love your emotes. The cows are so adorable. Oh, Silk Your Genie also got a sub. That's awesome. This is amazing, you guys. I can't believe it. I simply cannot believe it. We have to do the Twilight tier list as well sometime today, but I think I'll continue reading for now. But this has been so fun. Thank you guys all so much. Ah! I dropped my croissant. No, I dropped my amiibo card that I'm using as a hello, as a bookmark. Jesus Christ. Also, Sweet Pea, I forgot to show you. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you. Look at all the beautiful packages that came in the mail. Look at them. Aren't they gorgeous? I haven't opened a single one yet because I know you went to bed yesterday, but these are all the amiibo cards that you got me that came in the mail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's like 8 packages or something crazy. I know, it's so exciting. It is very fun. I'm also using the only amiibo card that I'm using as a bookmark right now is because it's my first ever repeat. So I do have a repeat here that I'm using as a card. So don't mind me. My island is gonna be busy. It is. All right, let's go ahead and start that timer again, and then we can continue reading. Okay, so we just had Charlie say that the Cullens are nice people. Okay. Yes, okay. The night, it was finally quiet. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted. The rest of the week was uneventful. I got used to the routine of my classes. By Friday, I was able to recognize, if not name, almost all the students in school. So yes, you were right when you said that earlier, by the way. She just knows all 200 people. In gym, the kids on my team learned not to pass the ball and to step quickly in front of me if the other team tried to take advantage of my weakness. I happily stayed out of their way. Edward Cullen didn't come back to school. Every day, I watched anxiously until the rest of the Cullens entered the cafeteria without him. Then I could relax and join in the lunchtime conversation. Mostly it centered around a trip to the La Push Ocean Park in 2 weeks that Mike was putting together. I was invited, and I had agreed to go, more out of politeness than desire. Beaches should be hot and dry. By Friday, I was perfectly comfortable entering my biology class, no longer worried that Edward would be there. For all I knew, he dropped out of school. It's La Push, baby. I tried not to think about him, but I couldn't totally suppress the worry that I was responsible for his continued absence, ridiculous as it seemed. My first weekend in Forks passed without incident. Charlie, unused to spending time in the unusually empty house, worked most of the weekend. I cleaned the house, got ahead on my homework, and wrote my mom more bogusly cheerful emails. I did drive to the library Saturday, but it was so poorly stocked that I didn't bother to get a card. I would have to make a date to visit Olympia or Seattle soon and find a good bookstore. I wondered idly what kind of gas mileage the truck got and shuddered at the thought. The rain stayed soft over the weekend, quiet, so I was able to sleep well. People greeted me in the parking lot Monday morning. I didn't know all their names, but I waved back and smiled at everyone. It was colder this morning, but happily not raining. In English, Mike took his accustomed seat by my side. We had a pop quiz in Wuthering Heights. It was straightforward, very easy. All in all, I was feeling a lot more comfortable than I had thought I would feel by this point. More comfortable than I had ever expected to feel here. When we walked out of class, the air was full of swirling bits of white. I could hear people shouting excitedly to each other. The wind bit at my cheeks, my nose. "Wow, it's snowing," Mike said. I looked at the little cotton fluffs that were building up along the sidewalk and swirling erratically past my face. Ew. Snow. There went my good day. He looked surprised. "Don't you like snow?" "No, that means it's too cold for rain." "Obviously. Besides, I thought it was supposed to come down in flakes, each one unique and all that. These just look like the end of Q-tips." "Haven't you ever seen snowfall before?" he asked incredulously. "Sure I have. On TV." Mike laughed, and then a big squishy ball of dripping snow smacked into the back of my head. His head. We both turned to see where it came from. I had my suspicions about Eric, who was walking away, his back towards us in the wrong direction of his next class. Mike apparently had the same notion. He bent over and began scraping together a pile of the white mush. "I'll see you at lunch, okay?" I kept walking as I spoke. Once people start throwing stuff wet, I go inside. "Oh, thanks, Levi." Just you wait until I do an ASMR page. Speaking of, if you gifted 100 bits during the hype train or at any point, you can just let me know in chat when you'd like me to read a full page in ASMR for you. And then let me know also when you want me to do the Jennifer Coolidge page. That'll be... again, that can happen at any time, but who did that again? Oh, Pluto, yes. Just let me know and I'll do it, okay? You ready whenever for the ASMR? Okay, I'll do the next page in ASMR then. Once people start throwing wet stuff, I go inside. He just nodded, his eyes on Eric's retreating figure. Throughout the morning, everyone chattered excitedly about the snow. Apparently, it was the... Sawa, I love you. Thank you for the 50 bits. I'm crying. That is so funny. Ha, 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 ha. Beautiful. Stunning. Never been done before. You know nothing about Twilight? Somebody who knows the good parts of Twilight, pick for me, please. Oh, that's true, actually. We'll have to see. Ashman, welcome on in. Thank you for sewing your dilly button as well. I kept my mouth shut. Sure, it was drier than the rain, until it melted in your socks. I walked alertly to the cafeteria with Jessica after Spanish. Mush balls were flying everywhere. I kept a binder in my hands, ready to use it as a shield if necessary. Jessica thought I was hilarious, but something in my expression kept her from lobbing a snowball at me herself. Mike caught up to us as we walked in the doors, laughing, with ice melting the spikes in his hair. He and Jessica were talking animatedly about the snow fight as we got in line to buy food. I glanced towards that table in the corner out of habit, and then I froze where I stood. There were 5 people at the table. Okay, this is the perfect time to start the ASMR. Okay. Okay, bear with me. I gotta, pull my mic out. All right, turn up your volume and take care. Oh, jeez, hold on. Hold on. I gotta turn down the music. Are you ready? Getting close. I hope you can hear me okay. Do a nail tap first. Okay, I will. It's hard to hold the mic at the same time, but let me just see. Your brain is fizzing. Can you hear me tapping on the mic? Your brain go burr. Yes, perfect. So if you don't know this about me, I really love ASMR. I listen to it every single night to go to sleep, and I've always thought that it'd be fun to do ASMR. For real. Yeah, you know what, Ellie? I think that'd be really fun. Maybe if we get to... How about if we get to 85 or 90 subs, we can do an ASMR stream entirely. So somewhere in between the Date Everything stream, the Pit Beast cosplay, we can do that. Thank you, Cleo, for the nails. Okay, let's go. Jessica pulled on my arm. Hello, Bella, what do you want? I looked down. My ears were hot. I had no reason to feel self-conscious. I reminded myself I hadn't done anything wrong. What's with Bella? Mike asked Jessica. Nothing, I answered. I'll just get a soda today. I caught up the end of the line. Oh my gosh, yeah, that'd be so fun. Sweepy, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That is so very kind of you. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. You are a treasured part of this community, and I appreciate you so much. Aren't you hungry? Jessica asked. Actually, I feel a little sick, I said, my eyes still on the floor. I waited for them to get their food and then followed them to the table, my eyes on my feet. I sipped my soda slowly, my stomach churning. Twice Mike asked with unnecessary concern how I was feeling. I told him it was nothing, but I wondered if I should play it up and escape to the nurse's office for the next hour. Ridiculous. I shouldn't have to run away. I decided to permit myself one glance at the Cullens family table. If he was glaring at me, I would skip biology, like the coward I was. I kept my head down and glanced up under my lashes. None of them were looking this way. I lifted my head a little. They were all laughing. Edward, Jasper, and Emmett all had their hair entirely saturated with melting snow. Alice and Rosalie were leaning away as Emmett shook his dripping hair toward them. They were enjoying the snowy day just like everyone else, only they looked more like a scene from a movie than the rest of us. But aside from the laughter and the playfulness, there was something different, and I couldn't quite pinpoint what that difference was. I examined Edward most carefully. His skin was less pale. I decided, flushed from the snow fight, maybe. The circles, hold on. The circles under his eyes much less noticeable. All right, turn your volume down. I'm going back to normal mode, okay? Thank you for redeeming an ASMR page. Lots of people did that. Ooh, gotta get my mic back without blasting everyone's eardrums out. And turn the Spotify back up. There we go. How did we get here? All right, hopefully you guys are in a suitable place auditorially. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, Sweepy. I hope I didn't blast your eardrums out. I hope you enjoyed the little bit of ASMR there. That was really fun. Also, Sweepy having gifted 69 subs in this channel is absolutely crazy, by the way. So thank you so much for doing that. Also, yes, I could have dropped my croissant. Somehow I hear you less clearly in the normal talking mode. That's so fair. Date Everything stream. That's at 75 subs. If we get to 75, it's going to be an 18 plus Date Everything stream, full smut, full swearing, full mode. And I think I said 85 or 90, we'll do a full ASMR stream. No, that's so real. That's so real, Sweepy. Never again. You can't do it again. Maybe you're meant to be an ASMR streamer. Oh, I would love that. That'd be fun. I would need like I need a better mic setup. It's a need. Listen. It can happen. It could happen. We're at 55. We're over halfway in terms of the entire subathon, so that's a bit of fun. Okay, his eyes were much less noticeable, but there was something more. I pondered, staring, trying to isolate the change. Can you guys hear me okay? Sounds like you can. Looks like you can. Bella, what are you staring at? Jessica intruded, her eyes following my stare. At that precise moment, his eyes flashed over to meet mine. I dropped my head, letting my hair fall to conceal my face. I was sure, though, in the instant our eyes met, that he didn't look harsh or unfriendly as he had the last time I'd seen him. He looked merely curious again, unsatisfied in some way. Edward Cullen is staring at you, Jessica giggled in my ear. He doesn't look angry, does he? I couldn't help asking. No, she said, sounding confused by my question. Should he be? I don't think he likes me, I confided. I still felt queasy. I put my head down on my arm. The Cullens don't like anybody. Well, they don't notice anybody enough to like them, but he's still staring at you. Stop looking at him, I hissed. She snickered but looked away. I raised my head enough to make sure that she did, contemplating violence if she resisted. Mike interrupted us then. He was playing an epic battle of the blizzard in the parking lot after school and wanted us to join. Jessica agreed enthusiastically. The way she looked at Mike left little doubt that she'd be up for anything he suggested. I kept silent. I'd have to hide in the gym until the parking lot cleared. For the rest of the lunch hour, I carefully kept my eyes at my own table. Sorry. Hello? Oh, there we go. I decided to honor the bargain I'd made with myself. Since he didn't look angry, I would go to biology. My stomach did frightened little flips at the thought of sitting next to him again. I didn't really want to walk to class with Mike as usual. He seemed to be a popular target for the snowball snipers, but when he went to the door, everyone besides me groaned in unison. It was raining, washing all traces of the snow away in clear icy ribbons down the side of the walkway. I pulled my hood up, secretly pleased. I'd be free to go straight home after gym. Mike kept up a string of complaints on the way to Building 4. Once inside the classroom, I saw with relief that my table was still empty. Mr. Banner was walking around the room, distributing one microscope and a box of slides to each table. Class didn't start for a few minutes, and the room buzzed with conversation. I kept my eyes away from the door. No worries at all, Ellie. Enjoy a little lurk. Doodling idly on the cover of my notebook. I heard very clearly when the chair next to me moved, but my eyes stayed carefully focused on the pattern I was drawing. Hello? Said a quiet musical voice. I looked up, stunned that he was speaking to me. He was sitting as far away from me as the desk allowed, but his chair was angled towards me. His hair was dripping wet, disheveled. Even so, he looked like he'd finished shooting a commercial for hair gel. His dazzling face was friendly, open, a slight smile on his flawless lips. But his eyes were careful. You love it. Yes, thank you, Sweepy. Here we go. My name is Edward Cullen, he continued. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself last week. You must be Bella Swan. My mind was spinning with confusion. Had I made up the whole thing? He was perfectly polite now. I had to speak. He was waiting, but I couldn't think of anything conventional to say. How do you know my name? He laughed a soft, enchanting laugh. I think everyone knows your name. The whole town's been waiting for you to arrive. I grimaced. I knew it was something like that. No, I persisted stupidly. I meant, why did you call me Bella? He seemed confused. Do you prefer Isabella? No, I like Bella, I said, but I think Charlie, my dad, must call me Isabella behind my back. That's what everyone here seems to know me as. I tried to explain, feeling like an utter moron. Oh. He let it drop. I looked away awkwardly. Thankfully, Mr. Banner started class at that moment. I tried to concentrate as he explained the lab he'd be doing today. No, it's ad time. Okay, hold on. Let me take a little break. Take a little break, because it's ad time. Also, I want to update the thingy to maybe add another incentive for the ASMR stream if you guys actually want to see that. I was like, there's no way anyone's going to want me to do that, but if you guys actually enjoyed that, maybe I'll do a full stream like that. Oh yes, thank you so much, Phoenix, for stopping the timer as well. Let me go in and see if I can change. Not the commands. Settings, maybe? Nope, okay. Oh, go milestones, here we go. I'm gonna do another one. So if we go over here, I think we'll do 90. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Oh, are you okay? No, it's okay. Everything's fine. Okay. ASMR stream. Nope. There we go. And then if we do 90. Oh, like that. Now save it. Okay, there we go. See, now we have another goal up there. I live off of that. It's the only way I can switch my brain off enough to sleep. No, literally same. I listen to ASMR to go to bed like every single night. My favorite is someone called Atmosphere ASMR. She does a lot of like different like fun role plays and things like that. Anyway, the ads will be going on for another like minute and a half, so I'm going to mute my mic and just go to the bathroom and stuff. Be back soon. Hey, Lore. Okay, I should be back now. Welcome back from the ads. Thank you so much for sitting through those. Yeah, sorry. I was muted on purpose, so don't worry. Safe Space or Daja ASMR is who I watch. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was just talking with my partner about, like, just random stuff, so I just figured that wasn't necessary for you guys to hear. But anyways, Yes, and I did get food as well. So I have, if you haven't seen yet, it looks ugly because my green screen, but I have this beautiful matcha that I'm drinking right now. And then I have some food for lunch that's kind of ready to go because it's already 12, which is crazy. So I think what we'll do is right now, I would like to do the Twilight tier list while I'm having a bit of a lunch break from reading. And the timer will remain paused for that just because I'm not reading at the current moment. But let's see if I can get a little tier list going. Tier list Twilight characters. Perfect. Oh, there's already a beautiful tier list for this. It's so good. This is so good. All right. Copy this. Put this in. Nard, welcome on in. How are you doing? Soul. How are you doing today? This is a very strange and unusual stream, but we're doing my first ever subathon, and it is Twilight themed, so yeah. The food is a multitude of things that I'll tell you about in a moment. I need to add a browser source here so you guys can see what I'm doing. Sure, that'll do. But how are you doing today? 1920 by 1080. Saw the friend villain streaming, thought I'd stop in. Yes, thank you so much. Oh, okay, well, it's very large. Pluto! Thank you for the gifted sub to Nard Villain. What the heck? Thank you so much. That is so very kind of you. Actually, I'm gonna make this bigger and then make it smaller again, if that makes sense. Wait, maybe like this? Thank you so much. That added another 5 minutes to our thingy. Thank you so much. Here we go. I think this should be good. Wait, is this as far as I can go down? I think it is. Oh, yeah. All right. All right, now bear with me. Hopefully that looks okay. Maybe I'll put it up here somewhere. Merry Subathon from the payment I got from Amazon yesterday. Slay. Oh my gosh, and sweet pea is 59% spicy. That is crazy. All right, so if I move over to my just chatting screen maybe. No, that seems silly. We'll stay here. I'll just move my face cam for a minute. Webcam, you can go down here. Oh, that's so cute, me in the corner. And then we can put this up here. So you won't get to see the little incentives, but I feel like that's fine for now. It is pretty low, but it's fine. Okay, so for the tier list, the first one we have, I think is, wait, what is his name? It's that evil boy. I can't remember. 88% spicy is crazy. Okay, let me open up this food here. Just start eating a little bit. Riley? Is that what his name is? This guy? No, because he's like, okay, so isn't he the brother? He's part of the, what are they called? The Volturi. He's one of the young Volturi guys, right? It's the, am I dumb? That evil boy. I'm actually bald right now. Like, I don't remember at all. So for my meal, I have teriyaki chicken, mac and cheese, and then roasted vegetables. What in the world? Am I actually crazy? Like, I completely forget his name all of a sudden off the top of my head. Well, either way, he's evil, so I'm probably going to put him near the bottom. Ashton, I got a gifted sub. That's awesome. All right, you're going to go in D. Evil. Alec. Oh. Caius? It might be. Alec? Okay. Alec, and then... What the frick is the girl's name who does the evil things where she, like, uses Cruciatus curse on them? I cannot even. Why have I literally forgotten? Jane! Jane and Alec. No, it is. It is Jane and Alec, I think. Yeah, that's the one. No, I just, like, I don't know. My mind is gone. We've done so many other things here. All right, so he's going to the bottom. Alice, S tier. I will take no notes on this. Also, I think, though, what's interesting, they use the picture from Breaking Dawn. And, oh, wait, hold on. She looks her worst in Breaking Dawn, I fear. This is not her best look, but Alice is in the S tier because, first of all, she's a good friend to both Edward and Bella. If you don't know her backstory, she went to Basically she was institutionalized back in the 1920s because when she was a human, she could still see the future. And the doctors and stuff were like, "You're a witch." Yeah. And so they put her in a mental institution, tortured her, shaved her head, and put the nodes on her head like Eleven from Stranger Things. If you don't know about this lore, it's from the expanded lore book that Stephanie Meyer put out. Anyway, so the reason her hair is short is because her hair was growing back from that traumatic time in the mental institution. And she had run away and was found dying in the forest by the person who turned her, who then obviously turned her into a vampire. But then once she was turned into a vampire, she actually lost all of her memory from her life before, from her human life. And all she saw in her mind was the vision of her meeting Jasper in the 1950s at a diner. So she waited for him for 30 years, and then finally they came across each other's paths. And then they found Carlisle and everyone. So Alice, number one, she's amazing. She's a great friend. Never wanted to leave her or anything like that. This guy, I don't know who he is. I think he's one of the people who fought in Breaking Dawn Part 2. And he's just like an excess vampire that they recruited or whatever. He's like negligible to me. Low tier for that, because I mean, I don't know who you are. Alistair. Oh, it's Alistair? Oh wait, that's even worse then. Well, then he also goes in the bottom because he's evil. She's a real babby. She is. She's amazing. I'm just gonna bite of food here. We got a mukbang going on. Okay. Next, we have Angela. Okay, Angela, fantastic friend. She's going in A tier. Angela is the one who always invited Bella everywhere. In the book so far, you can already tell, like, her and Jessica are really trying to include Bella, being really kind to her. Like, she's got a cool sense of style. She's funky. In the books, like we're gonna see, she's pretty close. And she also is really close during New Moon. So yeah, I love her. She's fantastic. She's lovely. Putting her in A tier because she's pretty cool. Now, hold on. Let me look something up real quick. Because I don't want to get it wrong. So this is Arrow. And Arrow is the leader of the Volturi. Now, you might think, Sarah, you're obviously going to put him in D tier because he's evil. You'd be wrong. I'm putting him in A tier. And now hear me out. He's going in the A tier because he knows what he wants, okay? He wants an army of bad bee vampires. He's like, I see you, you have a gift, you're cool, I want you. He saw little baby Jane and Alec, who were gifted as humans and who were about to be burned at the stake for being witches, and he saved their life by turning them into vampires. And he was going to wait until they were adults, but they were only 14. Michael Sheen, I know, literally. Also, he was standing on business, okay? Bella was not being turned as fast as they promised she would be turned. And it's bad. You can't have a human knowing the secret. So I understand why the Volturi were like, girl, the Cullens, figure it out, right? Like, you genuinely need to turn her or else we're gonna come beat your ass. So, like, fair enough. Also, the way the Volturi got tourist groups to come in and tour their castle and then trap them there to feast on them, iconic. What an iconic way of slaughtering humans. So for that, I feel like I have to give him A tier. And also his hair. Look at his hair. He's so cool. He can touch you and read your mind. And he was obsessed with Bella and Edward because he couldn't read Bella's mind either. Anyway. Bella, I wish I could put you in S tier, my love, but I cannot. I'm torn between A and B. Can I be so for real? I think I need to put her at A because that feels rude to put her at B. But Bella is not a very good protagonist. She's kind of the worst. Yeah, B for bimbo. B for Bella? Okay. Yeah, see, that's what my gut was, but I felt bad. Bella is going in B tier, and I'll tell you as to why. Miss Girl is 17 years old, and she is like, I'm gonna throw my entire life away to die, basically, to become undead. For a boy! For a man! Oh. Hold on. Well, that was horrifying. I just bit into my chicken and there was a crunch, so that was weird. But anyways, she's B tier because she's throwing her whole life away for a boy she just met. And if you actually do the math, yeah, I know, I don't know what it was. I don't want to think about it. They were only in a relationship for like a year, like not even. They met, she's currently in school in like February or something. Like this is like March, February. It's the middle of the second semester of their grade 11 year. And then she does all the things in this book by the end of, you know, whatever, the school year for prom. Then he leaves her in September. And then we have October, November, December when she's Big Depresso and New Moon. And then she's hanging out with Jacob in the spring. And then she goes off to the Volturi and everything in like the spring of her grade 12 year. They get back together, yada, yada, yada. And then they get married as soon as she graduates in grade 12. Not literally, Phoenix. So she's an idiot. Yeah, she's 17 and she's stupid. But like, that's what I'm so frustrated about is because like Edward was like, you know what? You shouldn't throw your life away. And she was like, I don't care. And he was like, no, girl, like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to throw your life away. And he actually protected her in that sense. And like, yes, when we were reading the books, we were all like, Edward, like, you should turn her, blah, blah, blah. You're meant to be. And he was like, no, girl, I'm 100 years old. Like, I know better than you. And don't do this. So he stuck by his guns. And I actually do respect him for that. But Bella was like, I don't care. I don't care how bad this is going to affect Charlie, Renee, all her friends. She was like so selfish with regards to how much Charlie loved her. He did everything for her. And this boy, from Charlie's perspective, this is like a horror movie. Her whole life, like this short series of events, it's almost like she's in an abusive relationship because she nearly dies in the first book and like goes on one date with him and then comes back and is like, I'm broken up. I'm running away to Phoenix again, blah, 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 blah. Runs away to Italy for this boy. Multiple times is suicidal and like doing sus behavior, and Charlie's trying to grieve his friend. Anyway, so she's kind of mid. I'm putting her in B tier for those reasons. I feel like the sharks or something where it's like, for that reason, I'm out. But anyway, all right, that's why Bella's B tier. This guy, who I also forget the name of, is Rami Malek. I love his character. He's kind of cool. I feel like he's also B tier though. He is another friend vampire who's like from Egypt or something. And he's kind of slay. His powers are fun, you know, he's interesting. I think he's got like electricity powers or something. Yeah, Mr. iRobot, exactly. Okay. Then we have Jacob's dad, Billy Black. Dare I say S tier? I know, right? Billy Black is like an OG. As soon as Bella comes to town, provides her with his own truck so that she can go to high school, okay? Then, when he raises Jacob basically, like, you know, really well and essentially on his own, because we don't even hear about a mom, like a Mrs. Black or anything. So Billy's doing great there. As soon as the Cullens start becoming involved in Bella's life, he sincerely says, I'm really worried about this relationship. And he sends, you know, Jacob to go and send that message. And as it progresses, he continues to say, I am really concerned, you know, like, I can't tell you why because of the treaty, but, you know, I don't think this is a very safe or supportive or good relationship. Then, when Edward does leave her, he's like, Val, welcome on in. Thank you for starting Daily Button. Then he's like, yeah, well, you know, it's okay. I'll let you grieve and I'll do your things, but we'll welcome you back with open arms onto the reservation. If you want to hang out with Jacob, if you want us, we can be your community. The Quaalude tribe is like here for you, blah, blah, blah. And then, yeah, so he like welcomes her into his home multiple times. Like she spends months with Jacob and everything. I love how you've spelled it as son as in like a child. That's so funny. But yeah, so that's Billy. I think Billy's S tier for those reasons. Next we have Bree Tanner. Bree is a B level. You're right. But also, yeah, this series is very old, so to be fair. So Bree Tanner, if you don't know the short second life of Bree Tanner is in the Eclipse movie / books, and her story has its own standalone book that you can buy. Basically, she runs away from home or something and is like a homeless teenager. I know. And then she gets forcibly turned by Victoria and the other guy, and is only a vampire for 2 weeks, and then has to go to battle against these seasoned vampires, and she's terrified for her life, and she just wants to be normal again. She just wants to be loved and have a home and have a stable family life. And the Cullens forgive her. Holly, thank you for your lurk, and thank you for sewing your daily button. I hope you're doing well today. And then the Volturi are like, actually, we don't care. Actually, is it the Volturi? Yeah, the Volturi are like, we don't actually care that she's a baby vampire and she's just learning. She's still guilty. And then kill her. And I think that's really sad, so I'm going to put her at B tier. Oh yeah, it was Jane, right? Yeah, because it was the Volturi on their behalf or whatever. They sent Jane and Alec and whatever. Okay, next we have, is it Caius or is it Marcus? It's Caius, sorry. So this is Caius. He is D tier. He's the most useless Volturi member of all. He just stands there looking pretty, and I rest my case. Moving on. Carlisle. You're gonna hate me for this one. I actually feel like he's B tier. Nope, you know what, I'll go A. But I'm gonna tell you why he isn't getting an S tier. Carlisle, even though he has good intentions of only turning people on their deathbed, he still does so without their consent. So 17-year-old Edward was dying of the Spanish influenza, couldn't consent, and Carlisle was like, well, I've been lonely and needing a companion for 300 years, so I'm just going to turn this child, even though he can't say yes or no. And he's dying, so I must be doing something really good. And what's really frustrating about it is that, like, everyone's like, yes, but Carlisle only turns people when they're dying, blah, blah, blah. His wife tried to die by suicide. She jumped off a cliff, like Esme, and she was heartbroken because her child died. And then he was like, well, while you're in a coma, recovering from your suicide attempt, I'm just going to go ahead and turn you into a vampire so you don't have a choice to be with your son again. Weird thing to do. Edward's mom asked Carlisle to save him. Okay, that's true. I think that is true, yes. But she also died, so her dying wish was to, like, save the son, and then he took that as, oh, save him? Sure, I can turn him into a vampire. Don't want to live, just clock out. So those are the only things bringing me off of putting him at S tier, because he's also a fantastic doctor, a fantastic father, and supported Bella's decision to become a vampire. Even though, you know, she probably shouldn't have been able to make that decision. Now we have Esme. At least I think that's Esme. It's really small. S tier. Wanted to be a mom her whole life. Got to be a mother of many foster children. And welcomed Bella with open arms as soon as Edward brought her home. Never a mean thing to say about her. She's a darling. I love her. She's very sweet, very kind. Charlie, S tier. Boom. Easy. If you have any arguments, argue with the wall. Charlie is the best father and best parent that Bella ever had. Renee, useless, absolutely useless. Charlie, daddy. No, I'm just kidding. But literally though, like, Charlie is chief of local police, but he's like the only good one. Also, hydrate's a great idea. Let me do that. He's like that classic local sheriff who will turn a blind eye to little things to keep the community together, and takes things seriously when crimes are committed against his community. He's like a good cop, which is shocking. But, you know, I mean, it is fiction. Charlie was so confused with Bella Turner. I love him for that. Charlie saw his daughter go through what he believed was an abusive relationship, and then saw her die, basically, because when he goes to visit her and visit his granddaughter that he doesn't know is his granddaughter, he's like, something is wrong here. You know, he holds her and he feels that she feels like a corpse, because he's felt a corpse before because he's a cop. And she is completely freezing cold, hard and weird and different, and he knows that his daughter is different, and his heart is broken. This man has gone through too much. Leave him alone. Jacob literally stripped in front of him. That's also kind of traumatic. Like, why would he do that? Criminal behavior. And he still showed up for their wedding, still showed up for her graduation, still did everything, got her a car, did everything for her. And what did Bella get him in return? Nothing. Nothing but sadness and fear. He deserves so much better. He does. And Renee leaving him, I mean, thank God for one thing. And thank God he's with Lily, what was her name? Something Clearwater. The mother. It's not because he has held a corpse before, it's because he used to be married to a No, literally. Renee is the energy vampire. No, yeah, he gave him PTSD. Leah and Seth's mom, yes. I forget what her name is. Is it? No, it's not Lily Clearwater. What's her name? I'm so confused. Anyway, but she's great. Bella sat there talking crap about how he still clearly loved Renee. I know, it's criminal. This guy's also part of the Volturi, I believe. I'm gonna put him in D tier, boo. Sue Clearwater, that's what it is, my bad. Edward. S tier. Edward is also S tier, and I'll tell you as to why. Stood on business. Said, Bella, you're too young to make a decision about becoming a vampire. Don't do it. I know you're 17, and I'm technically 17, but I'm also 100, and I know better than you. And even though I'm obsessed with you and in love with you, I'm not gonna let you throw your life away. And another thing, when Carlisle first turned him, he was like, screw this, I don't want to be a vegetarian vampire, blah, blah, blah. So what he did instead, he did kill people, sure. But guess what he did? He sought out murderers, cheaters, and rapists and killed them specifically, and no other humans were harmed. He went after the worst dregs of society and was like, that'll be my penance. That'll be what I'm here on this earth to do, is to get rid of these terrible people. And then finally it weighed on his conscience too much, because even those people deserve to have some kind of redemption, and he didn't give them that redemption. So he was like, you know what? I'm not God. I'm not going to play God anymore. I'm going to go back and be... Why are my fingers green? What is going on? Wait, where did this come from? What? What is happening? In events of Edward being lower, he broke into Bella's home without consent and stalked her. That's true. Justin, welcome on in. Thank you for sewing your daily button. Ha 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 ha. Jurassic Shark, thank you for sewing your daily button as well. That's why the movie's all blue. How are you doing today? We're doing a Twilight tier list at this moment. And thank you for contributing to the Nightmare Build Challenge. Oh my gosh, no, please don't ask why. I promise it was relevant at the time. I'm so sorry. I should have maybe done a little trigger warning, but anyways, we're moving on. Okay, so Recharge, I will say, Bella was like, I want to be a vampire, and Edward specifically was like, I'm not going to turn you, I refuse to turn you. And it wasn't until she was literally dead after giving birth to Chuck Esme that Carlisle turned her, and then Edward helped. Because she was dead, and he was like, I can't live with her being dead, so at least this time, you know, whatever. You woke up not long ago, chilling. Nice. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it is. So it's like, for me, he's either A or S, but I'm team Edward, so I'm gonna put him in S tier, because he's a complicated man. Also, once you read Midnight Sun, you'll know. You'll get it. Thank you for all contributing to the Nightmare Build Challenge, by the way. Val, you too. Okay, here we go. This guy, I don't know who you are. Another one of those stupid Volturi people. Goodbye. Negligible. Breaking Dawn people. Is this? Who is this? I can't even see. It's so small. Can I make this bigger? What am I looking at here? Carlisle turned Bella. I thought Edward had syringes filled with venom. So basically what happened was they had it ready. So Carlisle was... Who is that? Is that Seth? Let me make... Is there Seth somewhere else? No, that's Seth here. Down at the... Sorry, you can't even see. Any fun plans after stream? Relax, I guess. I've still got so many hours left on the timer. 100 years older and still copulated with her. A or S tier? Like ASS tier. Yeah, so basically, Edward had filled up syringes with his venom. Carlisle and him started syringing her and then using his teeth on her as well once it didn't work. I don't know who this is. It looks like it might be Seth, but also I thought that was Seth down there at the end. Either way. Oh, Quill. Yeah, this is Quill. Either way, Seth and Quill are both great, so we're going to put them in A tier. This is one of the... Oh, shoot. What's her name? It's not one of the Clearwaters. This is the woman who's dating the leader of the pack. What is her name? It's the one where Leah was with him. Emily. Yes, Emily. Emily's fantastic. A tier Emily. Because Emily was also willing to welcome her with open arms, despite her being the vampire girl. And she baked muffins for her. Yeah, no worries. Emmett is also A tier. Sorry. Emmett is supportive husband. Good guy. Jasmine, thank you for your lurk as well. Yeah. He's a good guy. Muffins looked bomb, by the way. I know, right? Eric. B tier. Eric is okay. Actually, you know what? I'm moving him down. Emmett's B tier. You're still at work? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, but I hope your work is going okay. He's just meh. Eric is a nice friend, but he's just kind of meh. And so is Emmett. Wait, am I bald? This is not... Oh, this was not Esme. Who is this then? I don't know who you are. Goodbye. Sorry, I meant to put... I thought this was Esme. I'm putting her up here. Oopsie doopsie. Eric pissed you off for no reason. That's so fair. He was a bit annoying, but he's also just a teenage boy. Okay. Another Volturi. This is Marcus, I believe. Yeah, stupid. L. Oh, Felix? Well, whatever. L. Same with you. Who are you? This guy looks like a... You know what? That's rude to say. I'm not gonna say that. I don't like him. Okay. Another win. So this is Harry Clearwater. Harry Clearwater died while trying to find Victoria. Yeah, it was one of the Denali people. Yeah, but he's like weird. I mean, you know what? Fine, I'll put him up here, but like weird. Whatever. But Harry Clearwater, S tier for some of the similar reasons as Billy, but because he also really cared for his kids, his wife, Charlie, Bella, community, a really good community member, just a good guy. Yeah, no, literally. The list included so many of the excess vampires. I'm shocked. Yeah, I know. Then we have another Denali sister. I'm going to put her in C tier. Jacob. B tier or C tier is the question. Can we talk about how he raised, imprinted, and dated the same child? Jacob? Yeah, that's why he's in C tier. So Jacob. The first book and most of New Moon, S tier. The remainder of all of the movies and books, C tier. He groomed a child. He imprinted on a baby and groomed a child. And I blame Stephenie Meyer. And he also kissed Bella without her consent. Yeah, but Edward's the same age as Bella, so it's a bit different. I understand that he's 100. It's vampire logistics. Just play with me. It's fine. So yeah, putting him in C tier. I love the first book version of Jacob. I love even the second book version of Jacob. He was there for Bella. But having an unrequited crush? Stop it. I mean, yes. Remember when she was born and and Jacob looks Bella in the eye and says, "It was never, you know how I loved you all those years? It was never you. It was always her. It was always Nessie." You mean the egg in Bella's ovaries? What? Criminal. Not the baby. I know. It's so bad. And then he raised her, and then in like the epilogue, it's like she's 25 and then he's the same age as her. So then it's like, oh, now they're dating. It's like, okay, well, criminal. I know it's Stephenie Meyer's fault, but whatever. We should have the first book Jacob in here so we can rank him higher. No, literally. You nicknamed my daughter after the Loch Ness Monster. All right. I can't lie. We have Victoria James. Learning about Twilight when my first exposure to Stephenie Meyer's writing as the host is wild. Yeah, so James, in terms of being a character, I think is A tier. Not as a person, but as a character. Because he is a hunter, he has a special ability as a vampire, he was interesting to read about, he is scary to read about, very well written, very scary character. I don't know how to explain why I'm putting him at A, but it feels the same way as when I put Arrow up here. Like, obviously Arrow's a bad guy. Like, he's the Volturi, but like, it just feels right. He only liked Bella for her egg. Which is, I feel like it's a lie, too. Yes! Literally. Like, oh, it's so bad. Anyways. The actor that played James, Chef's Kiss. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Jane. Arguably also A tier, only for the fear factor. The way she's written, her abilities, the fact that she can cause others pain is like crazy. But I loved her because she's only 14 years old. She again didn't ask for this life and is now being groomed and abused by the Volturi to do their bidding. And she's like, fine, then I'm gonna have fun with it. And then she hurts people. And I'm like, you know what, go off, sis, I guess. This must be Seth, right? Seth is also A tier. One of these is Seth and one of these is Quill, but they're both A tier in my opinion. Seth just wanted to be friends with everybody. He's like a puppy. He's a sweetie. A good guy. Just a kid. Deserve better. I don't think I should have to explain this, but Jasper is going in D tier. He's a Confederate soldier. He literally fought in the Civil War in America for the side who were pro-slavery. You're done. Oh my gosh, Cat's Fiddle. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. The way that you've come in just when I'm saying this is crazy. But yeah, anyway, D tier, you're done. You're literally done. You're irredeemable nearly. Like, he also struggles being a vegetarian. Like, he does not want to eat animals. He's like, I only want to eat people. No, he was happy being a Confederate army. He wasn't even just a soldier. He was like a captain or something. He knows what he wants, yeah. D tier. Yeah. Jessica, B tier. A decent friend, deserved better, but also could have been a nicer person. But she's a teen girl, so, you know, it's the middle. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, literally, please don't ask why. Literally. Princess Weeks is a great video about the Confederate vampire trope. Yeah. This is another Denali. I'm gonna put them in C tier because I don't really care about them. This is Laurent. Laurent is a B tier, I think. BRB. No worries at all, Kermit. Enjoy your little BRB. Yeah, Anna Kendrick is so funny. Laurent is a good, you know, he's a neutral person. Yeah, rip Laurent. Rip the only black vampire because Stephenie Meyer specifically wrote it so that vampires could only be Caucasian and white. And then the directors were like, Stephenie, that's racist. We have to let other races become vampires. And she was like, no! So anyway, Laurent, he killed it in that role. Personally, I think he did a fantastic job. I love how he was true neutral. I love that he stuck to his guns. He was with Victoria and James, and then when they went off haywire, he's like, I don't really want to be with them anymore. Peace out. I'm going to warn you about them. And then I'm going to go do my own thing. But then when they weren't involved, he like went back and was like, you know, no one's protecting you now, Bella. What you going to do about it? And then he died. And you know what? I think all in all, medium, mid character. No, I don't want to stop being racist. I think she's grown a lot, but like she grew up Mormon, so it doesn't help. Leah Clearwater. Leah, I fear you are so mean to everybody, but I'm going to put you in B tier. No, literally. Leah Clearwater, I feel bad for. But the things she's done and the things she's said to harm other people because of her own hurt are pretty bad. Like the way that she would be really mean to a lot of different people just 'cause. don't do that. Oh. You know? Figure it out. I know you're grieving. I know you had a breakup, but stop being rude. This is Marcus from the Volturi. Well, he's also going to the bottom because screw him. This lady here? Is this the... Wait, who is this? Who is this? I have no idea who this is. To the pit. Brother, I'm just gonna put her in the bottom. I don't know who that is. That feels like one of them Victorian vampires or something that we just saw in passing. I don't know why she's even here. Mike Newton. B tier. Medium friend. I don't think so, because they're all blonde. Oh, the lady who turned Jasper. Yeah, well then she's definitely down at the bottom. This is one of the werewolves. I don't know who that is. This is another young, oh, this is Quill, I think. This is another young werewolf. I'm gonna put him in B tier. He was kind of mean. Paul. Yeah, this is Paul. Yeah, right. Okay, well, yeah, mid. Renee, when I catch you. Renee is the worst mother. No, not a vampire. Paul's a werewolf. Anyway, Renee is going in the bottom. Renee is the worst mother ever. She does not care about Bella. She never did. She constantly neglected her. Bella literally raised herself when Renee had her in custody. Terrible. Stupid. Renesmee. It's not her fault for being who she is. I'm gonna put her in A tier. It's not her fault. You know, she was she was born that way. She's kind of fun. This person, another random vampire, putting it down in D tier. I don't know who you are. You know, you can go down here. The way that Bella's description of her mom was like, I don't know how my mom will manage without me. She'll probably get lost. No, literally, that's what I'm trying to say. Hello? I can't even get to the other ones now. Am I bald? Wait. I can't even scroll now. I can't even get to the rest of them. Hello? Oh, sweet Jesus. That's Riley? Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah! Well, oh, right! So Riley's the one in Eclipse where he, like, turned a bunch of people with Victoria. Anyway, D tier for that reason. Okay, I can't physically put more people down here because it'll just, like, I'll just lose. You know what I'm saying? Oh, but we're on the last row. Okay, well, I'll put these two in C tier just because. Rosalie, S tier. I'll tell you why. Was she a bully? Maybe. But guess what? It was the 1940s, and this little girl grew up wanting nothing more than to have a happy life, a husband, a white picket fence, and some kids. Okay? Super cute. She gets to courting a young man. And then one night, this young man, with all his friends, decide to see her on a walk. Yeah, trigger warning. I'm not going to say it in detail. But they basically gang up on her with like 6 of them and do some really horrific, messed up things to her. And leave her for dead in the street after they're done with her. If you catch my drift. And then she's literally like dying because of how bad this experience was. And Carlisle finds her bleeding out and turns into a vampire without her consent again. And she lives her whole life wishing she wasn't a vampire and wishing she had died that night. But once she's turned, she goes back, she kills all the guys who did that to her, thank God. And then she stays with Carlisle until she finds Emmett. Heartbreaking story. All she wants to be is a mother. All she wants to do is age and see gray hair and, you know, not be just seen as a piece of meat, seen for her beauty, blah, 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 blah. She supports Bella in not getting an abortion for Chuck Esme. She's dramatic. I love her for that, yes. She just wanted a baby, not Renez. No, literally, she just wanted to be a mother. She wanted to support people, and she was willing to do anything and support, you know, Bella's decision with that. So S tier. This guy I hate, I fear. I would put him in D tier, but I don't have the room, so I'm gonna put him in C tier. This lady, I don't know who you is. We're gonna put you down here. This looks like another one of the young vampires. I'm gonna put him in B tier real quick. You, I don't recognize at all. Is this Stephanie? This is Stephanie Meyer herself. Okay, you know what? We're not. we gotta wait a little bit to do Stephanie, I fear. Wait, no. Let me put her back down here. No! I don't want to rank her. Stop. You feel bad for Rosalie. I love that she went feral, Undead Bride, and the Terrible Men. She did. Was that not Seth? Yeah, Seth is going in. Oh, well then who are you? Maybe he'll go down here. He's A tier then. It's really hard for me to see. I can't lie. We have this idiot. I hate him. He's going down at the bottom as well. Wait, the last people. Hold on. I can't even see who the last people are. So this isn't even the real Victoria. This Victoria is going in C tier because she's the bad Victoria. But if it wasn't, oh, actually the rest of these people don't really matter. But like, if it was the original Victoria, she'd be S tier. And if it wasn't, it's a great point. Well, I don't look as much like Bella if I have my glasses on. Also, I'm not kidding. I have this zoomed in, but like, it doesn't matter. I have a giant screen and everything. So yeah, this Victoria is going down in D tier, I fear. So now that everyone's done, I'm gonna do my real ranking. You guys can all go down here because like, even are you all? These two can maybe go down here. I think that's my final look. Bella, where the Belle have you been, Loca? You give me Bella with glasses. OG Victoria was amazing. She really was. All right, well, thanks for having lunch with me. Jacob's a little too high, but otherwise you agree. He's C tier, that's the second bottom. How much lower can he go? I don't think he's D tier. He was still so good in the first books. I'm gonna put this back in the fridge. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Enjoy looking at my little ranking. All right, boom. F tier. F tier. Yeah, no, literally. Okay, well, that was very fun. Thank you so much for hitting 25 subs so we could do our Twilight tier list. Let me close this out. I don't need this anymore. And then we'll move my camera back to the center. Perfect. Freaking Z. I had to give him something. All right, let's get back to reading and I will start the timer again. There we go. Jake could be like, if she doesn't kiss me, I'll let her die. Kinda. And in the end, it didn't matter anyway because it was all for Renesmee, of course. All right, here we go. Back to whatever chapter we're on. All right. What was the last sentence we had? Oh yeah, I tried to explain. Feeling like an utter moron. Oh. He let it drop. I looked away awkwardly. Thankfully, Mr. Banner started class at that moment. I tried to concentrate as he explained the lab we would be doing today. The slides in the box were out of order. 1,000 subs? Excuse me? That would be crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, someone dropped 200 subs right now. No, I'm kidding. That is so funny. I love that for you. I tried to concentrate as he explained the lab we would be doing today. The slides in the box were out of order. Working as lab partners, we had to separate the slides of onion root tip cells into the phases of mitosis that represented the label them accordingly. We weren't supposed to use our books. In 20 minutes, he'd be coming around to see who had it right. Get started, he commanded. Ladies first, partner? Edward asked. I looked up to him to see him smiling a crooked smile so beautiful that I could only stare at him like an idiot. Or I could start if you wish. The smile faded. He was obviously wondering if I was mentally competent. No, I'll go ahead. I was showing off just a little. I'd already done this lab, and I knew what I was looking for. It should be easy. I snapped the first slide into place under the microscope and adjusted it quickly to the 40x objective. I studied the slide briefly. My assessment was confident. Prophase. Do you mind if I look? He asked as I began to remove the slide. His hand caught mine. To stop me, as he asked. His fingers were ice cold, like he'd been holding them in a snowdrift before class. But that wasn't why I jerked my hand away so quickly. When we touched, it stung my hand as if an electric current had passed through us. I'm sorry, he muttered, pulling his hand back immediately. However, he continued to reach for the microscope. I watched him, still staggered, as he examined the slide for an even shorter time than I had. Prophase, he agreed, writing it neatly in the first space in our worksheet. He swiftly switched out the first slide for the second, and then glanced at it cursorily. No, he was literally playing in the rain. How you liking the rain, girl? No, literally. Anaphase, he murmured, writing it down as he spoke. I kept my voice indifferent. May I? Girl experienced the Hotel Transylvania blend. Yo, literally. Oh my god, it was the, what was that called? The love zing? The zing! Yeah. He smirked and pushed the microscope to me. I looked through the eyepiece eagerly, only to be disappointed. Dang, he was right. Slide 3. I held out my hand without looking at him. He handed it to me. It seemed like he was being careful not to touch my skin again. I took the most fleeting look I could manage. Oops, sorry. Interface. I passed him the microscope before he could ask for it. He took a swift peek, and then wrote it down. I would have written it while he looked, but his clear, elegant script intimidated me. I didn't want to spoil the page with my clumsy scrawl. We were finished before anyone else was close. I could see Mike and his partner comparing 2 slides again and again, and another group had their book open under the table, which left me with nothing to do but try not to look at him. Unsuccessfully. I glanced up and he was staring at me, the same inexplicable look of frustration in his eyes. Suddenly I identified the subtle difference in his face. Did you get contacts? I blurted out unthinkingly. He seemed puzzled by my unexpected question. No. Oh, I mumbled. I thought there was something different about your eyes. He shrugged and looked away. First of all, this is where in the movie he goes, it's the fluorescence. But they don't have that in the book, so sorry. In fact, I was sure there was something different. I vividly remembered the flat black color of his eyes the last time he'd glared at me. The color was striking against the background of his pale skin and his auburn hair. Today, his eyes were a completely different color. A strange ochre, darker than butterscotch but with the same golden tone. I didn't understand how that could be. Unless he was lying for some reason about the contacts. Ochre! O-C-H-R-E. It's a color. Yeah, literally. Oh my god. Or maybe Forks was making me crazy in the literal sense of the word. I looked down. His hands were clenched into hard fists again. Mr. Banner came to our table then to see why we weren't working. He looked over our shoulders to glance at the completed lab and then stared more intently to check the answers. So, Edward, didn't you think Isabella should get a chance with the microscope? Mr. Banner asked. Bella, Edward corrected automatically. Actually, she identified 3 of the 5. Mr. Banner looked at me now. His expression was skeptical. I smiled Have you done this lab before? He asked. I smiled sheepishly. Not with onion root. Whitefish blastula? Yeah. Mr. Banner nodded. Were you in an advanced placement program in Phoenix? Yes. Well, he said after a moment, I guess it's good you 2 are lab partners. He mumbled something else as he walked away. After he left, I began doodling on my notebook again. It's too bad about the snow, isn't it? Edward asked. I had the feeling he was forcing himself to make small talk with me. Paranoia swept over me again. It was like he had heard my conversation with Jessica at lunch and was trying to prove me wrong. Not really, I answered honestly, instead of pretending to be normal like everyone else. Shut up! I was still trying to dislodge the stupid feeling of suspicion, and I couldn't concentrate. You don't like the cold. It wasn't a question. Or the wet. Forks must be a difficult place for you to live, he mused. You have no idea. I muttered darkly. I might not be able to hold him up every time because I don't have enough hands. Ropat Burtonson is criminal, by the way. He looked fascinated by what I said. For some reason, I couldn't imagine. His face was such a distraction that I tried not to look at it any more than courtesy absolutely demanded. Why did you come here then? Thank you for your lurk, Jen. I hope you enjoy it. No one had asked me that, not straight out like he did, demanding. It's It's complicated. I think I can keep up, he pressed. I paused for a moment and then made the mistake of meeting his gaze. His dark gold eyes confused me, and I answered without thinking. My mother got remarried. That doesn't sound so complex, he disagreed. But he was suddenly sympathetic. When did that happen? Yeah, interesting. Oh, my Jesus. Last September. My voice sounded sad even to me. And you don't like him? Edward surmised, his tone still kind. No, Phil is fine. Too young maybe, but nice enough. Why didn't you stay with them? I couldn't fathom his interest, but he continued to stare at me with penetrating eyes, as if my dull life story was somehow vitally important. Well, Phil travels a lot. He plays ball for a living. I half smiled. Have I heard of him? He asked, smiling in response. Probably not. He doesn't play well. Strictly minor league. He moves around a lot. And your mother sent you here so she could travel with him. He said it he said it as an assumption again, not a question. My chin raised a fraction. No, she did not send me here. I sent myself. His eyebrows knit together. I don't understand, he admitted, and he seemed unnecessarily frustrated by that fact. I sighed. Why was I explaining this to him? He continued to stare at me with obvious curiosity. She stayed with me at first, but she missed him. It made her unhappy, so I decided it was time to spend some quality time with Charlie. My voice was glum by the time I finished. And now you're unhappy, he pointed out. And? I challenged. That doesn't seem fair. He shrugged, but his eyes were still intense. I laughed without humor. Hasn't anyone ever told you life isn't fair? I believe I have heard that somewhere before, he agreed dryly. So that's all, I insisted, wondering why he was still staring at me that way. His gaze became appraising. You put on a good show, he said slowly, but I'd be willing to bet that you're suffering more than you let anyone see. I grimaced at him, resisting the impulse to stick out my tongue like a 5-year-old, and looked away. Am I wrong? I tried to ignore him. Ah! Ah! Stop it! I'm bending the page by accident. I'm trying not to. Ah. I didn't think so, he murmured smugly. Why does it matter to you? I asked, irritated. I kept my eyes away, watching the teacher make his rounds. It's a very good question, he muttered, so quietly that I wondered if he was talking to himself. However, after a few seconds of silence, I decided that was the only answer I was going to get. I sighed, scowling at the blackboard. Am I annoying you? He asked. He sounded amused. I glanced at him without thinking and told the truth again. Not exactly. I'm more annoyed at myself. My face is so easy to read. My mother always says that I'm her open book. I frowned. On the contrary, I find you very difficult to read. Despite everything that I'd said and he'd guessed, he sounded like he meant it. You must be a very good reader then. Okay, well, that is weird. Sorry. Just got a weird chat message there that I had to get rid of. Where was I? Oh yeah. You must be a good reader then, I replied. Usually. He smiled widely, flashing a set of perfect ultra-white teeth. Mr. Banner called the class to order then, and I turned with relief to listen. I was in disbelief that I just explained my dreary life to this bizarre, beautiful boy who may or may not despise me. He'd seemed engrossed in our conversation, but now I could see from the corner of my eye that he was leaning away from me again, his hands gripping the edge of the table with unmistakable tension. I tried to appear attentive as Mr. Banner illustrated with transparencies on the overhead projector, but what I had seen without difficulty through the microscope, but my thoughts were unmanageable. When the bell finally rang, Edward swiftly... oh, thank you so much for your lurk, Sawa. Thank you. Edward rushed as swiftly and as gracefully from the room as he had last Monday, and like last Monday, I stared after him in amazement. Mike skipped quickly to my side and picked up my books for me. I imagined him with a wagging tail. Ugh, that was awful, he groaned. They all look the same. You're lucky you had the Cullen for a partner. I didn't have any trouble with it. Yeah, I know, literally. I didn't have any trouble with it, I said, stung by his assumption. I regretted the snub instantly. I've done the lab before, though, I added before he could get his feelings hurt. Cullen seemed friendly enough today, he commented as we shrugged into our raincoats. He didn't seem pleased about it. I tried to sound indifferent. I wonder what was with him last Monday. I couldn't concentrate on Mike's chatter as we walked to gym, and PE didn't do much to hold my attention either. Mike was on my team today. He chivalrously covered my position as well as his own. So my wool gathering was only interrupted when it was my turn to serve. My team ducked warily out of the way every time I was up. The rain was just as a mist as I walked to the parking lot, but I was happier when I was in a dry cab. I got the heater running, for once not caring about the mind-numbing roar of the engine. I unzipped my jacket, put the hood down, and fluffed my damp hair out so the heater could dry it on the way home. I looked around me to make sure it was clear. That's when I noticed the still, white figure. Edward Cullen was leaning against the front door of the Volvo, 3 cars down from me, and staring intently in my direction. I swiftly looked away and threw the truck into reverse, almost hitting a rusty Toyota Corolla in my haste. Luckily for the Toyota, I stomped on the brake in time. It was just the sort of car that my truck would make a scrap metal of. I took a deep breath, still looking out the other side of the car, and cautiously pulled out again with greater success. I stared straight ahead as I passed the Volvo, but from a peripheral peek, I would swear I saw him laughing. All right, it is ads, so I'm gonna be right back. Don't do anything crazy while I'm gone, and yeah, 2 more minutes. Okay, bye. Okay, all right, I'm just gonna do a little more sippy-sippying while we're here. Thank you so much, Ellie. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I was just about to ask how people are holding up, or if everyone's fallen asleep to the sound of my voice. Oh my goodness. Also, is Phoenix, if you're still here, do you still have a list of the people who have done the Jennifer Coolidge redeem and all that sort of stuff, so that I know what to look for? Oh, good. You're loving this? Yay! I'm so glad to hear it. Yippee! Okay, perfect. So traumatized, I'm not even ready to sleep at 9 p.m. Oh, wait, why are you traumatized? By the book? I'm so sorry. You're finally off now. You can enjoy streaming. Yay, Jasmine, welcome in. And also, thank you so much for sitting through those ads, everybody. I appreciate it. I'm very excited to continue going. We'll start the timer again shortly. Just as a reminder, we are at 56 subs right now. If we get to 75, I'm going to be doing a Date Everything 18 plus stream. If we get to 90, I'll do an ASMR stream. 100 is the Pit Beast cosplay. Every sub is 5 minutes added, and different tiers get you different amounts of time. 500 bits should also add to the timer as well. And there are some other things as well. Oh yes, no worries at all, Sandy. Enjoy your little lurk. You love this, your first time reading or listening to Twilight. Yay! I'm glad you like it. The book is just giving, he stared at me, I stared at him. He's weird. And that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Hopefully my funny little dramatic reading is still enjoyable though. You ready for the cooking stream? I know. I'm so excited for that. We'll have to plan it and see what we can do. Maybe I should do like a gingerbread house or something. Would that be fun? And or like try to make some like cookies and decorate them, like sugar cookies for Christmas. Life is a little stressful right now. I might have to wait until the new year, but if I'm able to do it in December, I would love to do that. I feel like it'd be a lot of fun. So, yeah, that'd be fun. All right, are we ready to do a Jennifer Coolidge page, by the way? Do you want to do that right now? We're on chapter 3. Look how far we are into the book already. It's so fun. Do it? Okay, perfect. Here we go. Oh, I gotta start the timer again. There we go. Chapter 3, Phenomenon. When I opened my eyes in the morning, something was different. It was the light. It was still the gray-green light of a cloudy day in the forest, but it was clear somehow. I can't do this for a whole page. This is so stupid. I realized there was no fog veiling my window. I jumped up to look outside, and then groaned in horror. A fine layer of snow covered the yard. Dusted the top of my truck, and whitened the road. But that wasn't the worst part. All the rain from yesterday had frozen solid. Yeah. Oh my God. Coating the needles on the trees in fantastic, gorgeous patterns. Making the driveway a deadly ice slick. I had enough trouble not falling down when the ground was dry. It might be safer for me to go back to bed now. This is so bad. I lost the plot a little bit. I don't know if I can finish this. Let's keep going. Charlie had left for work before I got downstairs. In a lot of ways, living with Charlie was like having my own place. And I found myself reveling in the aloneness instead of being lonely. I threw down a quick bowl of cereal and some orange juice from the carton. I felt excited to go to school, and that scared me. I knew it wasn't the stimulating, learning environment I was anticipating, or seeing my new set of friends. If I was being honest with myself, I knew I was eager to get to school because I could see Edward Cullen, and it was very, very stupid. All right, well, that's your page in Jennifer Coolidge. That was horrifically hard. I'm so sorry. That was like the worst impression ever, but I hope you still enjoyed it. Thank you for your 500 bits. Oh my God. I don't know. Oh, it was awesome. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. Midnight Sun movie where Jennifer Coolidge plays Bella. Oh my God, that'd be so good. It was 10 out of 10. Thank you. Amazing. I should be avoiding him entirely after my brainless and embarrassing babbling yesterday. And I was suspicious of him. Why should he lie about his eyes? Back to your lurk now. Perfect. Get Coolidge in Twilight. No, literally. Wait, can Jennifer Coolidge play Rosalie, maybe? That'd be fun. I was still frightened of the hostility I sometimes felt emanating from him, and I was still tongue-tied whenever I pictured his perfect face. No, literally. I was well aware that my league and his league were spheres that did not touch, so I shouldn't be at all anxious to see him today. It took every ounce of my concentration to make it down the icy brick driveway alive. I almost lost my balance when I finally... Oh my God, Ellie has just posted in the Clips channel. Thank you. Where am I? Hello? Where'd I go? Oh, yes. It took every ounce of my concentration to make it down the icy brick driveway alive. I almost lost my balance when I finally got to the truck, but I managed to cling to the side mirror and save myself. Clearly, today was going to be nightmarish. Driving to school, I distracted myself from my fear of falling and my unwanted speculations about Edward Cullen by thinking about Mike and Eric and the obvious difference in how teenage boys responded to me here. I was sure I looked exactly the same as I had in Phoenix. Maybe it was just that the boys back home had watched me pass slowly through all the awkward phases of adolescence and still thought of me that way. Perhaps it was because I was a novelty here, where novelties were few and far between. Possibly my crippling clumsiness was seen as endearing rather than pathetic, casting me as a damsel in distress. Whatever the reason, Mike's puppy dog behavior and Eric's apparent rivalry with him were disconcerting. I wasn't sure if I didn't prefer being ignored. Guys, what is going on? Sorry, I just can hear so many sirens right now. It's really annoying. My apologies. My truck seemed to have no problem with the black ice that covered the roads. I drove very slowly, though, not wanting to carve a path of destruction through Main Street. When I got out of my truck at school, I saw why it had so little trouble. Something silver caught my eye, and I walked to the back of the truck, carefully holding the side for support to examine my tires. There were thin chains crisscrossed in diamond shapes around them. Charlie had gotten up who knows how early to put snow chains on my truck. My throat suddenly felt tight. I wasn't used to being taken care of, and Charlie's unspoken concern caught me by surprise. It's almost like Renee is the worst mother ever, Bella, and Charlie is doing what a parent should do. Anyway, I was standing by the back corner of my truck, struggling to fight back, and the sudden wave of emotion the snow chains had brought on when I heard an odd sound. No, just like care in general. It was a high-pitched screech, and it was fast becoming painfully loud. I looked up, startled. I saw several things simultaneously. Nothing was moving in slow motion the way it does in the movies. Instead, the adrenaline rush seemed to make my brain work much faster, and I was able to absorb in clear detail several things at once. Edward Cullen was standing 4 cars down from me, staring at me in horror. His face stood out from a sea of faces, all frozen in the same mask of shock. But of more immediate importance was the dark blue van that was skidding, tires locked and squealing against the brakes, spinning wildly across the ice of the parking lot. It was going to hit the back corner of my truck, and I was standing between them. I didn't even have time to close my eyes. Just before I heard the shattering crunch of the van folding around the truck bed, something hit me. Hard, but not from the direction I was expecting. My head cracked against the icy blacktop, and I felt something solid and cold pinning me to the ground. I was lying on the pavement behind the tan car I'd parked next to, but I didn't have a chance to notice anything else, because the van was still coming. It had curled gratingly around the end of the truck, and still spinning and sliding, was about to collide with me again. A low oath made me aware that someone was with me, and the voice was impossible not to recognize. 2 long, white hands shot out protectively in front of me, and the van shuddered to stop a foot from my face, the large hands fitting providentially into a deep dent in the side of the van's body. Then his hands moved so fast they blurred. One was suddenly gripping under the body of the van, and something was dragging me, swinging my legs around like a rag doll's till they hit the tire of the tan car. A groaning metallic thud hurt my ears, and the van settled, glass popping onto the asphalt, exactly where a second ago my legs had been. It was absolutely silent for 1 long second before the screaming began. In the abrupt bedlam, I could hear more than one person shouting my name. But more clearly than all the yelling, I could hear Edward Cullen's low, frantic voice in my ear. "Bella, are you all right?" Fine." My voice sounded strange. I tried to sit up, and realized he was holding me against the side of his body in an iron grasp. "Be careful," he warned as I struggled. "I think you hit your head pretty hard." I became aware of the throbbing ache centered above my left ear. "Ow," I said. I was surprised. That's what I thought. His voice amazingly sounded like he was suppressing laughter. "How in the..." I trailed off, trying to clear my head, get my bearings. "How did you get over here so fast?" "I was standing right next to you, Bella." Really Angry Hedgehog, thank you for your first time chat. That's a cute name and a very cute emote. Welcome on in. Here's some waves to say hello. We're reading Twilight right now. "I was standing right next to you, Bella," he said, his tone serious again. I turned to sit up, and this time he let me, releasing his hold around my waist and sliding as far as he could in the limited space. Thank you for waving at our new friend, by the way. I looked at his concerned, innocent expression and was disoriented again by the force of his gold-colored eyes. What was I asking him? Hedgehog! Thank you for the 10 biddies and for gigantifying an emote. So you'll go by Hedgehog? That's good for me to know. Thank you so much. What was I asking him? And then they found us, a crowd of people with tears streaming down their faces, shouting at each other, shouting at us. "Don't move," someone instructed. "Get Tyler out of the van," someone else shouted. There was a flurry of activity around us. I tried to get up, but Edward's cold hand pushed my shoulder down. "Just stay put for now." "But it's cold," I complained. It surprised me when he chuckled under his breath. There was an edge to the sound. "Oh, what the heck? Thank you for the 50 biddies." "You were over there," I suddenly remembered, and his chuckle stopped short. "You were by your car." His expression turned hard. "No, I wasn't." "I saw you." All around us was chaos. I could hear the gruffer voices of adults arriving on the scene, but I obstinately held on to our argument. I was right, and he was going to admit it. Bella, I was standing with you, and I pulled you out of the way. He unleashed the full devastating power of his eyes on me as if trying to communicate something crucial. No. I set my jaw. His gold in his eyes blazed. Please, Bella. Why? I demanded. Trust me. He pleaded, his soft voice overwhelming. I could hear the sirens now. Will you promise me to explain everything later? Fine, he snapped, abruptly exasperated. Fine, I repeated angrily. It took 6 EMTs and 2 teachers, Mr. Varner and Coach Clapp, to shift the van far enough away from us to bring the stretchers in. Edward vehemently refused his, and I tried to do the same. But the traitor told them I'd hit my head and probably had a concussion. I almost died of humiliation when they put on the neck brace. It looked like the entire school was there, watching soberly as they loaded me into the back of the ambulance. Edward got to ride in the front. It was maddening. Hello? Oh, yeah. To make matters worse, Chief Swan arrived before they could get me safely away. Bella? He yelled in a panic when he recognized me on the stretcher. I'm completely fine, Dad, I sighed. There's nothing wrong with me. He turned to the closest EMT for a second opinion. I tuned him out to consider the jumble of inexplicable images churning chaotically in my head. When they lifted me away from the car, I had seen the deep dent in the tan car's bumper, a very distinct dent that fit the contours of Edward's shoulders, as if he'd braced himself against the car with enough force to damage the metal frame. And then there was his family, looking on from the distance with expressions that ranged from disapproval to fury, but held no hint of concern for their brother's safety. I tried to think of a logical solution that could explain what I had just seen, a solution that excluded the assumption that I was insane. Naturally, the ambulance got a police escort to the county hospital. I felt ridiculous the whole time they were unloading me. What made it worse was that Edward simply glided through the hospital doors under his own power. I ground my teeth together. They put me in the emergency room, a long room with a line of beds separated by pastel patterned curtains. A nurse put a pressure cuff on my arm and a thermometer under my tongue. Since no one bothered pulling the curtain around to give me some privacy, I decided I wasn't obligated to wear the stupid-looking neck brace anymore. When the nurse walked away, I quickly unfastened the Velcro and threw it onto the bed. Also, thank you so much for everyone who's new here today and who's joined us for the first time. I'm really close to 500 followers, and today's my first ever subathon, and we're reading Twilight, so that's the tea. If you want to join in on the fun, some of the incentives are on the screen, but just being here is more than enough. Thank you so much. There was another flurry of hospital personnel, another stretcher brought to the bed next to me. I recognized Tyler Crowley from my government class beneath the blood-stained bandages wrapped tightly around his head. Tyler looked 100 times worse than I felt, but he was staring anxiously at me. Bella, I'm so sorry. I'm fine, Tyler. You look awful. Are you all right? As we spoke, nurses began unwinding his soiled bandages, exposing a myriad of shallow slices all over his forehead and left cheek. He ignored me. I thought I was going to kill you. I'm going too fast and I hit the ice wrong. He winced as one nurse started dabbing at his face. Don't worry about it. You missed me. How did you get out of the way so fast? You were there and then you were gone. Edward pulled me out of the way. He looked confused. Who? Edward Cullen. He was standing next to me. I'd always been a terrible liar. I didn't sound convincing at all. Cullen? I didn't see him. Wow, it was all so fast, I guess. Is he okay? I think so. He's here somewhere, but they didn't make him use a stretcher. I knew I wasn't crazy. What had happened? There was no way to explain away what I'd seen. They wheeled me away then to x-ray my head. I told them there was nothing wrong, and I was right. Not even a concussion. I asked if I could leave, but the nurse said I had to talk to a doctor first. So I was trapped in the ER, waiting, harassed by Tyler's constant apologies and promises to make it up to me. No matter how many times I tried to convince him I was fine, he continued to torment himself. Finally, I closed my eyes and ignored him. He kept up a remorseful mumbling. Is she sleeping? A musical voice asked. My eyes flew open. Edward was standing at the foot of my bed, smirking. I glared at him. It wasn't easy. It would have been more natural to ogle. Hey, Edward, I'm really sorry, Tyler began. Edward lifted a hand to stop him. No blood, no foul, he said, flashing his brilliant teeth. He moved to sit on the edge of Tyler's bed, facing me. He smirked again. So what's the verdict? He asked me. There's nothing wrong with me at all, but they won't let me go, I complained. How come you aren't strapped to a gurney like the rest of us?
It's all about who you know, he answered. But don't worry, I came to spring you. Then a doctor walked around the corner and my mouth fell open. Here comes Carlisle! Everyone is excited to see Carlisle Cullen, Mr. Dr. Carlisle Cullen, come in the scene. Here we go. He was young, he was blonde, and he was handsomer than any movie star I'd ever seen. He was very pale, though, and tired-looking, with circles under his eyes. From Charlie's description, this had to be Edward's father. So, Miss Swan, Dr. Cullen said in a remarkably appealing voice. Yeah, no, literally. How are you feeling? I'm fine, I said for the last time, I hoped. He walked to the light board on the wall over my head and turned it on. Your x-rays look good, he said. Does your head hurt? Edward said you hit it pretty hard. It's fine, I repeated with a sigh, throwing a quick scowl towards Edward. The doctor's cool fingers probed lightly along my skull. He noticed when I winced. Tender? He asked. Not really. I'd had worse. I heard a chuckle and looked over to see Edward's patronizing smile. My eyes narrowed. Well, your father's in the waiting room. You can go home with him now, but come back if you feel dizzy or have trouble with your eyesight at all. Can't I go back to school? I asked, imagining Charlie trying to be attentive. Maybe you should take it easy today. I glanced at Edward. Does he get to go to school? Someone has to spread the good news that we survived, Edward said smugly. Actually, Dr. Cullen corrected, most of the school seems to be in the waiting room. Oh no, I moaned, covering my face with my hands. Dr. Cullen raised his eyebrows. Do you want to stay? No, I insisted, throwing my legs over the side of the bed and hopping down quickly. Too quickly, I staggered, and Dr. Cullen caught me. He looked concerned. I'm fine, I assured him again. No need to tell him my balance problems had nothing to do with hitting my head. Take some Tylenol for the pain, he suggested as he steadied me. Thank you, Phoenix. It doesn't hurt that bad, I insisted. It sounds like you were extremely lucky, Dr. Cullen said, smiling as he signed my chart with a flourish. Lucky Edward happened to be standing next to me, I amended with a hard glance at the subject of my statement. Oh, well, yes, Dr. Cullen agreed, suddenly occupied with the papers in front of him. Then he looked away at Tyler and walked to the next bed. My intuition flickered. The doctor was in on it. I'm afraid that you'll have to stay with us just a little bit longer, he said to Tyler and began checking his cuts. As soon as the doctor's back was turned, I moved to Edward's side. Can I talk to you for a minute? I hissed under my breath. He took a step back from me, his jaw suddenly clenched. Your father is waiting for you, he said through his teeth. I glanced at Dr. Cullen and Tyler. I'd like to speak with you alone, if you don't mind, I pressed. He glared and then turned his back and strode down the long room. I nearly had to run to keep up. As soon as we turned the corner in a short hallway, he spun around to face me. What do you want? He asked, sounding annoyed. His eyes were cold. His unfriendliness intimidated me. My words came out with less severity than I'd intended. You owe me an explanation, I reminded him. I saved your life. I don't owe you anything. I flinched back from the resentment in his voice. You promised. Bella, you hit your head, and you don't know what you're talking about. His tone was cutting. My temper flared now, and I glared defiantly at him. There's nothing wrong with my head. He glared back. What do you want from me, Bella? I want to know the truth, I said. I want to know why I'm lying for you. What do you think happened? He snapped. It came out in a rush. All I know is that you weren't anywhere near me. Tyler didn't see you either, so don't tell me I hit my head too hard. That van was going to crush us both, and it didn't. And your hand left dents in the side of it, and you left a dent in the other car, and you're not hurt at all, and the van should have been smashed in my legs, but you were holding it up. I could hear how crazy it sounded, and I couldn't continue. I was so mad, I could feel the tears coming. I tried to force them back by grinding my teeth together. He stared at me incredulously, but his face was tense, defensive. You think I lifted a van off you? His tone questioned my sanity, but it only made me more suspicious. It was like a perfectly delivered line by a skilled actor. I merely nodded once, jaw tight. Well, nobody will ever believe you, you know. His voice held an edge of derision now. I wasn't going to tell anybody. I said each word slowly, carefully controlling my anger. Surprise flitted across his face. Then why does it matter? It matters to me, I insisted. I don't like to lie, so there better be a good reason why I'm doing it. No, literally the gaslighting. Yellow Flower, welcome on in. I'm so sorry you can't be here for too long, but I hope you're having a good time, and I hope you enjoy my dramatic rereading. And thank you for sewing your daily button as well. Can't you just thank me and get over it? Thank you. I waited, fuming and expectant. You're not gonna let this go, are you? No. In that case, I hope you enjoy disappointment. 33% chaotic and spicy. T, I love that for you. We scowled at each other in silence. I was the first to speak, trying to keep myself focused. I was in danger of being distracted by his livid, glorious face. It was like trying to stare down a destroying angel. Why did you even bother? I asked frigidly. He paused, and for a brief moment, his stunning face was unexpectedly vulnerable. I don't know. Dwayne the Shrock Johnson? Jesus Christ. I love that. And then he turned his back on me and walked away. In the 80s for please. Oh my gosh. I was so angry it took me a few minutes until I could move. When I could walk, I made my way slowly to the exit at the end of the hallway. And Yellow Flower for the 3-stream streak. Thank you so much. The waiting room was more unpleasant than I'd feared. It seemed like every place I knew in Forks was there, staring at me. Charlie rushed to my side. I put up my hands. There's nothing wrong with me, I assured him sullenly. I was still aggravated, not in the mood for chit-chat. What did the doctor say? Sorry, what did the doctor say? Dr. Cullen saw me, and he said I was fine and I could go home. I sighed. Mike and Jessica and Eric were all there, beginning to converge on us. Let's go, I urged. You've never read or seen Twilight? Oh my gosh. Well, I hope you enjoy it. It's a bit of fun. Bella just got nearly hit by a car, but Edward saved her, and she's trying to figure out an explanation as to why that could have happened. Charlie put one arm behind my back, not quite touching me, and led me to the glass doors of the exit. I waved sheepishly at my friends, hoping to convey that they didn't need to worry anymore. It was a huge relief, the first time I'd ever felt that way, to get into the cruiser. We drove in silence. I was so wrapped up in my thoughts that I barely knew Charlie was there. I was positive that Edward's defensive behavior in the hall was a confirmation of the bizarre things I still could hardly believe I'd witnessed. When we got to the house, Charlie finally spoke. You'll need to call Renee. He hung his head, guilty. I was appalled. You told Mom? Sorry. I slammed the cruiser's door a little harder than necessary on my way out. My mom was in hysterics, of course. I had to tell her I felt fine at least 30 times before she would calm down. She begged me to come home, forgetting the fact that home was empty at the moment, but her pleas were easier to resist than I would have thought. It was consumed by the mystery Edward presented, and more than a little obsessed with Edward himself. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I wasn't as eager to escape Forks as I should be, as any normal, sane person would be. I decided I might as well go to bed early that night. Charlie continued to watch me anxiously, and I was getting on my nerves. I stopped on my way to grab 3 Tylenol from the bathroom. They did help, and as the pain eased, I drifted to sleep. That was the first night I dreamt of Edward Cullen. Yes! And that is the end of that chapter. Let me just put the little bookmark in while I take a little drinky drink. How are we doing this weekend, everybody? How is it going? We are at 56 subs. The next thing unlocks in... I don't know. What is 75 minus 56? That's when the next milestone is. But we're pretty close, which is amazing. Thank you so much. Okay. You're back with breakfast? Yay! What'd you get for breakfast? I hope it's good. It's a little late for breakfast. I hope you're enjoying it though. Should be fun. Also, I got this from the thrift store last night so that I could cosplay as Bella properly. It's very fun. We're tweens. 18, you don't know math? That's probably correct. Let me see. 75 minus 56. 75 minus 56. 19. We're 19 away from the next goal, which is the Date Everything 18 Plus stream. So if you want to see that, there's got to be a few more subs on that board. I think it's 500 bits, we'll also then contribute to that, potentially. Yeah, calculator says 19, T. Well, there you go. Okay, all right, let's continue then. We've got chapter number 4 called Invitations. Also, who's left for the ASMR redeems, by the way? I think there's 2 left, maybe? 3, maybe? I don't know if the people are still here to redeem it. I know Jen and Sawa had to go, and Sandy's lurking and stuff, so I'm not sure who was who in the zoo. Oh, nice. Oh gosh, no worries at all. Hummus toast sounds delightful. Yellowflower, thank you for contributing to the Nightmare Build Challenge as well. In my dream, it was very dark, and what dim light there was seemed to be radiating from Edward's skin. I couldn't see his face, just his back as he walked away from me, leaving me in the blackness. No matter how fast I ran, I couldn't catch up with him. No matter how loud I called, he never turned. Troubled, I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't sleep again for what seemed like a very long time. Oh, okay, sounds good. Sorry. After that, he was in my dreams nearly every night, but always in the periphery, never within reach. The month that followed the accident was uneasy, tense, and at first embarrassing. To my dismay, I found myself the center of attention for the rest of the week. Tyler Crowley was impossible, following me around, obsessed with making amends to me somehow. I tried to convince him that what I wanted more than anything was for him to forget all about it, especially since nothing had actually happened to me. But he remained insistent. He followed me between classes and sat on our now crowded lunch table. Mike and Eric were even less friendly towards him than they were to each other, which made me worry that I'd gained another unwelcome fan. No one seemed concerned about Edward, though I explained over and over that he was the hero, how he'd managed to pull me out of the way and had nearly been crushed too. I tried to be convincing. Jessica, Mike, Eric, and everyone else always commented that they hadn't even seen him there till the van was pulled away. I wondered to myself why no one else had seen him standing so far away before he was suddenly impossibly saving my life. With chagrin, I realized the probable cause. No one else was as aware of Edward as I always was. No one else watched him the way that I did. How pitiful. Edward was never surrounded by crowds of curious bystanders eager for his first-hand account. People avoided him as usual. The Cullens and the Hales sat at the same table as always, not eating, talking only among themselves. None of them, especially Edward, glanced my way anymore. When he sat next to me in class as far from me as the table would allow, he seemed totally unaware of my presence. Only now and then, when his fists would suddenly ball up, skin stretched even whiter over the bones, did I wonder if he wasn't quite as oblivious as he had appeared. He wished he hadn't pulled me from the path in Tyler's van. There was no other conclusion I could come to. I wanted very much to talk to him, and the day after the accident I tried. The last time I'd seen him outside the ER, we'd both been so furious. I still was angry that he wouldn't trust me with the truth, even though I was keeping my part of the bargain flawlessly. But he had in fact saved my life, no matter how he'd done it, and overnight the heat of my anger faded into odd gratitude. He was already seated when I got to biology, looking straight ahead. I sat down, expecting him to turn toward me. He showed no sign that he realized I was there. "Hello, Edward," I said pleasantly to show him I was going to behave myself. He turned his head a fraction towards me without meeting my gaze, nodded once, and then looked the other way. And that was the last contact I'd had with him, though he was there, a foot away from me, every day. I watched him sometimes, unable to stop myself, from a distance, though in the cafeteria or parking lot. I watched his golden eyes grow perceptibly darker day by day, but in class I gave no more notice that he existed than he showed towards me. I was miserable, and the dreams continued. Despite my outright lies, the tenor of my emails alerted Renee to my depression, and she called a few times, worried. I tried to convince her it was just the weather that had me down. Mike at least was pleased by the obvious coolness between me and my lab partner. I could see he'd been worried that Edward's daring rescue might have impressed me, and he was relieved that it seemed to have the opposite effect. He grew more confident, sitting on the edge of my table to talk more before biology class started, ignoring Edward as completely as he ignored me. Sorry. Hello? There we go. The snow washed away for good after that one dangerously icy day. Mike was disappointed he'd never gotten to stage his snowball fight, but pleased that the beach trip would soon be possible. The rain continued heavily, though, and the weeks passed. Jessica made me more aware of another event looming on the horizon. She called the first Tuesday of March to ask my permission to invite Mike to the Girls' Choice Spring Dance in 2 weeks. "Are you, sure you don't mind? You weren't planning to ask him?" she persisted when I told her I didn't mind in the least. "No, Jess, I'm not going," I assured her. Dancing was glaringly outside my range of abilities. "It'll be really fun." Her attempt to convince me was half-hearted. I suspected that Jessica enjoyed my inexplicable popularity more than my actual company. "You have fun with Mike," I encouraged. The next day, I was surprised that Jessica wasn't her usual gushing self-intrigue in Spanish. She was silent as she walked by my side between classes, and I was afraid to ask her why. If Mike had turned her down, I was the last person she would want to tell. My fears were strengthened during lunch when Jessica sat as far from Mike as possible, chatting animatedly with Eric. Mike was unusually quiet. Mike, how freaking dare you? Jessica is so sweet. And clearly, Bella doesn't like you back, so figure it out. Mike was still quiet as he walked me to class, the uncomfortable look on his face a bad sign, but he didn't broach the subject until I was in my seat and he was perched on my desk. As always, I was electrically aware of Edward sitting close enough to touch, as distant as if he were merely an invention of my imagination. "So," Mike said, looking at the floor, "Jessica asked me to the spring dance." "That's great." I made my voice bright and enthusiastic. "You'll have a lot of fun with Jessica." "Well," he floundered as he examined my smile, clearly not happy with my response. I told her I had to think about it." "Why would you do that?" I let disapproval color my tone, though I was relieved he hadn't given her an absolute no. His face was bright red as he looked down again. Pity shook my resolve. "Well, I was wondering if you might be planning to ask me." I paused for a moment, hating the wave of guilt that swept through me, but I saw from the corner of my eye Edward's head tilt reflexively in my direction. "Mike, I think you should tell her yes," I said. "Did you already ask someone?" Did Edward notice how Mike's eyes flickered in his direction? "No," I assured him. "I'm not going to the dance at all." "Why not?" Mike demanded. I didn't want to get into the safety hazards that dancing presented, so I quickly made new plans. "I'm going to Seattle that Saturday," I explained. I needed to get out of town anyway. It was suddenly the perfect time to go. "Can't you go some other weekend?" "Sorry, no," I said. "So you shouldn't make Jess wait any longer. It's rude." "Yeah, you're right," he mumbled, and returned dejected to walk back to his seat. I closed my eyes and pressed my fingers to my temples, trying to push the guilt and sympathy out of my head. Mr. Banner began talking. I sighed and opened my eyes. And Edward was staring at me curiously, that same familiar edge of frustration even more distinct now in his black eyes. I stared back, surprised, expecting him to look quickly away, but instead he continued to gaze with probing intensity into my eyes. There was no question of me looking away. My hands started to shake. "Mr. Cullen?" the teacher called, seeking the answer to a question that I hadn't heard. "The Krebs cycle," Edward answered, seeming reluctant as he turned to look at Mr. Banner. I looked down at my book as soon as his eyes released me, trying to find my place. Cowardly as ever, I shifted my hair over my right shoulder to hide my face. I couldn't believe the rush of emotion pulsing through me, just because he'd happened to look at me for the first time in half a dozen weeks. I couldn't allow him to have this level of influence over me. It was pathetic. More than pathetic, it was unhealthy. I tried very hard not to be aware of him for the rest of the hour, and since that was impossible, at least not to let him know that I was aware of him. When the bell rang at last, I turned my back to him to gather my things, expecting him to leave immediately as usual. Bella. His voice shouldn't have been so familiar to me, as if I'd known the sound of it all my life rather than just for a few short weeks. I turned slowly, unwillingly. I didn't want to feel what I knew I would feel when I looked into his too perfect face. My expression was wary when I finally turned to him. His expression was unreadable. He didn't say anything. "What, are you speaking to me again?" I finally asked, an unintentional note of petulance in my voice. His lips twitched, fighting a smile. "No, not really," he admitted. I closed my eyes and inhaled slowly through my nose, aware that I was gritting my teeth. He waited. "Then what do you want, Edward?" I asked, keeping my eyes closed. It was easier to talk to him coherently that way. "I'm sorry." He sounded sincere. Imagine being cast as someone who's described as having a too perfect face. No, literally. I'm being very rude, I know. Sorry. But it's better this way, really. I opened my eyes. His face was very serious. "I don't know what you mean," I said, my voice guarded. "It's better if we're not friends," he explained. "Trust me." Isn't it so good? I made it last night. He sparkles, but you can't tell. He's like You can barely tell that there's glitter on his face, but it's whatever. My eyes narrowed. I'd heard that before. It's too bad you didn't figure that out earlier, I hissed through my teeth. You could have saved yourself all this regret. Regret? The word and my tone obviously caught him off guard. Regret for what? For just not letting that stupid van squish me. He was astonished. He stared at me in disbelief. When he finally spoke, he almost sounded mad. You think I regret saving your life? I know you do, I snapped. You don't know anything. He was definitely mad. I turned my head sharply away from him, clenching my jaw against all the wild accusations I wanted to hurl at him. I gathered my books together, then stood and walked to the door. I meant to sweep dramatically out of the room, but of course, I caught the toe of my boot on the door jamb and dropped my books. I stood there for a moment, thinking about leaving them. Then I sighed and bent to pick them up. He was there. He'd already stacked them into a pile. He handed them to me, his face hard. Oh my god. Thank you, I said icily. His eyes narrowed. You're welcome, he retorted. I straightened up swiftly, turned away from him again, and stalked off to the gym without looking back. Sorry. Gym was brutal. We'd moved on to basketball. My team never passed me the ball, so that was good, but I fell down a lot. Sometimes I took people with me. Today I was worse than usual because my head was so filled with Edward. I tried to concentrate on my feet, but he kept creeping back into my thoughts just when I really needed my balance. It was a relief as always to leave. I almost ran to my truck. There were just so many people I wanted to avoid. The truck had suffered only minimal damage on the accident. I'd had to replace the taillights, and if I'd had a real paint job, I would have touched that up, but Tyler's parents had to sell their van for parts. I almost had a stroke when I rounded the corner and saw a tall, dark figure leaning against my side of the truck. Then I realized it was just Eric. I started walking again. Hey, Eric, I called. Hi, Bella. What's up, I said as I unlocked the door. I wasn't paying attention to the uncomfortable edge in his voice, so his next words took me by surprise. I was just wondering, if you'd go to the spring dance with me? His voice broke in the last word. I thought it was a girl's choice, I said, too startled to be diplomatic. Well, yeah, he admitted, shamefaced. I recovered my composure and tried to make my smile warm. Thank you for asking me, but I'm going to be in Seattle that day. Oh, he said. Well, maybe next time. Sure, I agreed and then bit my lip. I wouldn't want him to take that too literally. He slouched off, back toward the school. I heard a low chuckle. Edward was walking past the front of my truck, looking straight forward, his lips pressed together. I yanked the door open and jumped inside, slamming it loudly behind me. I revved the engine deafeningly and reversed out into the aisle. Edward was in his car already, 2 spaces down, sliding out smoothly in front of me, cutting me off. He stopped there to wait for his family. I could see the 4 of them walking this way, but still by the cafeteria. I considered taking out the rear of his shiny Volvo, but there were too many witnesses. I looked in my rearview mirror. A line was beginning to form. Directly behind me, Tyler Crowley was in his recently acquired used Sentra, waving. I was too aggravated to acknowledge him. While I was sitting there, looking everywhere but at the car in front of me, I heard a knock on my passenger side window. I looked over. It was Tyler. I glanced back in my rearview mirror, confused. His car was still running, the door left open. I leaned across the cab to crank the window down. It was stiff. I got halfway down and then gave up. I'm sorry, Tyler. I'm stuck behind Cullen. I was annoyed. Obviously, the holdup wasn't my fault. Oh, I know. I just wanted to ask you something while you're trapped here, he grinned. This could not be happening. Will you ask me to the spring dance? He continued. I'm not gonna be in town, Tyler. My voice sounded a little sharp. I had to remember it wasn't his fault that Mike and Eric already used up my quota of patience for the day. Yeah, Mike said that, he admitted. Then why? He shrugged. I was hoping you were just letting them down easy. Okay, it was completely his fault. Sorry, Tyler, I said, working to hide my irritation. I really am going out of town. That's cool. We still have prom. And before I could respond, he was walking back to his car. I could feel the shock on my face, and I looked forward to see Alice, Rosalie, Emmett, and Jasper all sliding into the Volvo. In his rearview mirror, Edward's eyes were on me. He was unquestionably shaking with laughter, as if he'd heard every word Tyler had said. No, literally, Yellowflower. And she's like, no one likes me. I'm just a girl. No, I'm literally bullied. Shut up. It's so hilarious. My foot itched towards the gas pedal. One little bump wouldn't hurt any of them. Just that glossy silver paint job. I revved my engine. But they were all in, and Edward was speeding away. I drove home slowly, carefully, muttering to myself the whole way. When I got home, I decided to make chicken enchiladas for dinner. It was a long process, but it would keep me busy. While I was simmering the onions and chilies, the phone rang. Yeah, no, I know, right? I was almost afraid to answer it, but it might just be Charlie or my mom. It was Jessica, and she was jubilant. Mike had caught her after school to accept her invitation. I celebrated with her briefly while I stirred. She had to go as she wanted to call Angela and Lauren to tell them. I suggested, with casual innocence, that maybe Angela, the shy girl who had biology with me, could ask Eric. And Lauren, a standoffish girl who had always ignored me at the lunch table, could ask Tyler. I'd heard he was still available. Jess thought that was a great idea. Now that she was sure of Mike, she actually sounded sincere when she said I wished I would go to the dance. I gave her my Seattle excuse. After I hung up, I tried to concentrate on dinner, dicing the chicken especially. I didn't want to take another trip to the emergency room. Yeah, well, that's true, Yellowflower. She could have said that, but I think it's like she's too embarrassed to admit it, and she also doesn't think she likes Edward yet. It's so funny. My head was spinning, trying to analyze every word Edward had spoken that day. What did he mean, it was better if we weren't friends? My stomach twisted as I realized what he must have meant. He must see how absorbed I was by him. He must not want to lead me on. So we couldn't even be friends because he wasn't interested in me at all? Yeah, I know, right? Whatever. Of course he wasn't interested in me, I thought angrily, my eyes stinging, a delayed reaction to the onions. I wasn't interesting. And he was. Interesting and brilliant and mysterious and perfect and beautiful and possibly able to lift fully sized vans with one hand. Well, that was fine. I could leave him alone. I would leave him alone. I'd get through my self-imposed sentence here in purgatory, and then hopefully some school in the Southwest or possibly Hawaii would offer me a scholarship. I focused my thoughts on sunny beaches and palm trees as I finished the enchiladas and put them in the oven. Charlie seemed suspicious when he came home and smelled the green peppers. I couldn't blame him. The closest edible Mexican food was probably in Southern California. But he was a cop, even if just a small-town cop, so he was brave enough to take the first bite. He seemed to like it. It was fun to watch as he slowly began trusting me in the kitchen. Dad? I asked when he was almost done. Yeah, Bella? I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to Seattle for the day a week from Saturday, if that's okay. I didn't want to ask permission. It set a bad precedent. But I felt rude, so I tacked it on at the end. Why? He sounded surprised, as if he were unable to imagine something that Forks couldn't offer. Well, I wanted to get a few books. The library here is pretty limited. And maybe look at some clothes? Oh, geez, the Spotify is all of a sudden very loud. Let me turn that down. I had more money than I was used to having, since, thanks to Charlie, I hadn't had to pay for a car. Not that the truck didn't cost me quite a bit in the gas department. That truck probably doesn't get very good gas mileage, he said, echoing my thoughts. That line, can you say the thing about the fork again? Yeah. Why? He sounded surprised, as if he were unable to imagine something that Forks couldn't offer. Like the small town, specifically. That's so funny. I've heard that before about my small town. Yeah. Forks, Washington, that's where she is living. I know. I'll stop in Montesano and Olympia and Tacoma if I have to. No. Are you going all by yourself? He asked, and I couldn't tell if he was suspicious I had a secret boyfriend or was just worried about car trouble. Yes. Seattle's a big city. You could get lost. He fretted. Dad, Phoenix is 5 times the size of Seattle, and I can read a map. Don't worry about it. Do you want me to come with you? I tried to be crafty as I hid my horror. That's all right, Dad. I'll probably just be in dressing rooms all day. Very boring. Oh, okay. The thought of sitting in women's clothing stores for any period of time immediately put him off. Thanks. I smiled at him. Will you be back in time for the dance? Grr. Only in a town this small would a father know when the high school dances were. No, I don't dance, Dad. He of all people should understand that. I didn't get my balance problems from my mother. He did understand. Oh, that's right. He realized. Yeah, no, literally. You're so funny, Phoenix. The next morning, when I pulled into the parking lot, I deliberately parked as far as possible from the silver Volvo. I didn't want to put myself in the path of too much temptation and end up owing him a new car. Getting out of the cab, I fumbled with my key and it fell into the puddle at my feet. As I bent to get it, a white hand flashed out and grabbed it before I could. I jerked upright. Edward Cullen was right next to me, leaning casually against my truck. "How do you do that?" I asked in amazed irritation. "Do what?" He held my key out as he spoke. As I reached for it, he dropped it into my palm. Appear out of thin air. "Belle, it's not my fault. You're exceptionally unobservant." His voice was quiet as usual, velvet, muted. I scowled at his perfect face. His eyes were light again today, a deep golden honey color. Then I had to look down to reassemble my now tangled thoughts. "Why the traffic jam last night?" I demanded, still looking away. "I thought you were supposed to be pretending I don't exist, not irritating me to death." "That was for Tyler's sake, not mine. I had to give him his chance." He snickered. "You—" I gasped. I couldn't think of a bad enough word. It felt like the heat of my anger could physically burn him, but he only seemed more amused. "And I'm not pretending that you don't exist," he continued. "So you are trying to irritate me to death, since Tyler's van didn't do the job?" Anger flashed in his tawny eyes. His lips pressed into a hard line, all signs of humor gone. "Bella, you are utterly absurd," he said in a low voice, cold. My palms tingled. I wanted so badly to hit something. I was surprised at myself. I was usually a very non-violent person. I turned my back and started to walk away. "Wait," he called. I kept walking, sloshing angrily through the rain, but he was next to me, easily keeping pace. "I'm sorry, that was rude," he said as we walked. I ignored him. "I'm not saying it isn't true," he continued, "but it was rude to say it anyway." "Why won't you leave me alone?" I grumbled. "I wanted to ask you something, but you sidetracked me," he chuckled. He seemed to have recovered his good humor. "Do you have multiple personality disorder?" I asked severely. "You're doing it again." I sighed. "Fine then. What did you want to ask?" "I was wondering if a week from Saturday, the day of the spring dance." "Are you trying to be funny?" I interrupted him, wheeling towards him. My face got drenched as I looked up at his expression. His eyes were wickedly amused. "Will you please allow me to finish?" I bit my lip and clasped my hands together, interlocking my fingers so I couldn't do anything rash. "I heard you say you were going to Seattle that day, and I was wondering if you wanted a ride." That was unexpected. "What?" I wasn't sure what he was getting at. "Do you want a ride to Seattle?" "With who?" I asked, mystified. "Myself, obviously." He enunciated every syllable as if he were talking to someone mentally handicapped. "Oh, Stephanie, that's not it, sis." "Ooh, anyway." I was still stunned. "Why?" Yeah, I know. I tried not to sound like Snape there, but every time I say obviously, I can't help but do it. Rest in peace, Alan Rickman. "Well, I was planning to go to Seattle in a few weeks, and to be honest, I'm not sure if your truck can make it." "My truck works just fine, thank you very much for your concern." I started to walk again, but I was too surprised to maintain the same level of anger. "But can your truck make it there on one tank of gas?" He matched my pace again. "I don't see how that's any of your business. Stupid, shiny Volvo owner." "The wasting of finite resources is everyone's business." "Honestly, Edward," I felt a thrill go through me as I said his name, and I hated it. "I can't keep up with you. I thought you didn't want to be my friend." "I said it would be better if we weren't friends, not that I didn't want to be." "Oh, thanks. Now that's all cleared up." Heavy sarcasm. I realized I'd stopped walking again. We were under the shelter of the cafeteria roof now, so I could more easily look at his face, which certainly didn't help my clarity of thought. "It would be more prudent for you not to be my friend," he explained. "But I'm tired of trying to stay away from you, Bella." His eyes were gloriously intense as he uttered that last sentence, his voice smoldering. I couldn't remember how to breathe. "Will you go with me to Seattle?" he asked, still intense. I couldn't speak yet, so I just nodded. He smiled briefly, and then his face became serious. "You really should stay away from me," he warned. "I'll see you in class." He turned abruptly and walked back the way he'd come. Whoa, that's the end of that chapter. Hey, yo. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good for time here. Whew, okay. Take another little sip and then we'll go on to the next chapter, I suppose. Obviously. Hold on. Obviously. Turn to page 394. Just one sec. I wanted to go to lurk in some people's streams because it looks like a couple people are live. Yeah. Who shall we go? Yes, lots of people are live right now. I want to lurk in everybody's streams. What's the story, Wishbone? What's this you're dreaming of? Such big imagination on such a little pap. Boop beep boop beep boop. Sorry, just like going into some places. I wanna be a cowboy, baby. I wanna be a cowboy, baby. Sorry, I'm just like ranting for no reason. You should stay away from me. Okay, but you're stalking her, Edward. No, literally, Pluto. How y'all doing? How are you doing through all this? Your voice and all that? I'm actually doing pretty good. I feel like it's going really well so far. We're 4 hours in. And we're like 5 chapters in or 6 chapters in or something out of 24. It's not bad. 2 hours left on the timer, so we'll see how far we get in the book. Hopefully we get to some good parts where she finds out he's a vampire and stuff. Let me just take another little drink, and then we'll get back into it. You're smashing it. You love this stream. Yay! I'm glad you like it. I'm sad that more people couldn't. There's some people obviously who couldn't be here today, which is a shame. So I hope they're able to watch the VOD. Hello to anyone watching the VOD. I hope you're enjoying this. Okay. All right, next chapter. Let's go. Start the timer again. This chapter is chapter 5. It's called Blood Type. I made my way to English in a daze. I didn't even realize when I first walked in that class had already started. Chapter 5 of 24. But an hour was me doing lunch, to be fair. And I had the timer paused. Thank you for joining us, Miss Swan, Mr. Mason said in disparaging tone. I flushed and hurried to my seat. It wasn't until class ended that I realized Mike wasn't sitting in his usual seat next to me. I felt a twinge of guilt. But he and Eric both met me at the door as usual, so I figured I wasn't totally unforgiven. Mike seemed to become more himself as we walked, gaining enthusiasm as he talked about the weather report for this weekend. The rain was supposed to take a... Morgan! Thank you for the oh my gosh, 3 months. That's another 5 minutes on our timer. Thank you so, so much for being here. Thank you. That is very, very kind. We're reading chapter 5 of Twilight right now. I know, how's it been that long anyways? That is crazy. I tried to sound eager to make up for disappointing him yesterday. It was hard. Rain or no rain, it would still only be in the high 40s if we were lucky. The rest of the morning passed in a blur. It was difficult to believe that I hadn't just imagined what Edward had said, and the way his eyes had looked. Yes, I am! Also, thank you for sewing your daily button. Maybe it was just a very convincing dream that I'd confused with reality. They seemed more probable than that I really appealed to him on any level. Okay, hold on. I'm going to pause the timer again for just a second, because I forgot to remind everybody where we're at. So we're now 18 subs away from unlocking a Date Everything 18 Plus stream. And as a reminder of our incentives, 100 bits means I'll read a page in ASMR. 500 bits also adds to the timer, and I'll read a page as Jennifer Coolidge. 1,000 bits, I'll read a chapter of Midnight Sun. And that's how the tiers work for the timers as well. So we're at 57 subs today, which is absolutely bonkers. Like, I can't even believe it. But thank you so, so much for everyone who's contributed to this my first ever subathon. It's been very fun. Not you being in Forks, Washington. I know, right? I made this little slideshow myself. And Morgan, I even bought a Bella outfit. So I'm wearing like what she usually wears, which is her dad's like thing and then like a little knit situation. And the headband, yes. I'm so Bella coded. Thank you. See, I grew up in the Pacific Northwest as well, and I used to dress like this in high school every day. I'm doing incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anyway, have you read Twilight before? I sure have. I've read it many, many, many times. It's my comfort movie and my comfort books. I haven't read it in a long time though, to be fair. It's been like a couple years. Just wait till you see Edward. Violet, welcome on in. How are you? You're excited to listen. You never read the books but saw the movies. Oh, thank you for being here so much. Here, let me snooze the ads for a second. It's a guilty pleasure. Same. I watch the movie like on a monthly basis practically. Also, yes, this is Edward. Edward's here to read out his lines. He does sparkle, although it's hard to tell. I did cover his skin in glitter paint. His eyes also kind of shimmer with gold. He's here. What? No, I'm just kidding. Doing good. Hope everyone is having a great Saturday. I'm having a really good day today so far. I hope your Saturday is going well too. He's stunning, isn't he? I made him last night. He's so cute. He's got this stare. He's staring at us. Yeah, he's so perfect. So yeah, that's the tea, is that if, subs contribute to the timer so we can read more. You've watched the movies but haven't read the books. Lots of people are like that, so it's fun to read the books because there are quite a few differences from the books to the movies. So, yeah. I've already pointed out a couple of differences. First of all, she never takes a trip to Seattle with Edward in the movies. He just shows up there. So, and it's also not Seattle. It's not. I think it's Portland actually, or something. No, not Portland. Port Angeles. That's where she goes. Anyway, all right. Let's restart the timer then. We're at 57. 57 out of 100. Isn't that so crazy? It's well over halfway. All right, here we go. So far, we've had 2 hype trains, both beyond level 5, which is absolutely wild behavior. So thank you so much. Is that 57 subs? It was, yeah. Actually, I think one of them or 2 of them have been the 500 bits, which I think also adds to it, but I don't know if it's adding to the timer properly. So yeah, 57 subs just in today's stream. Yeah, I know. If we get to 75 subs, it'll be a date everything 18 plus stream. If we get to 90, I'll do a full stream in ASMR, and 100 is a Pit Beast cosplay. So that's the biggest milestone. It takes approximately, I think, 96 subs to get to 8 hours, which is how long it takes to do the audiobook of this. So I was estimating. I've never done or watched a subathon, so this will be cool to see. Oh, thanks, Morgan. It's been really fun. I've just paused it for now because you guys came in, and I don't think that's fair. Because the point is that the timer only runs when I'm reading the book. But yeah, if someone gives 1,000 bits, I have to read Midnight Sun though, and we haven't had to do that yet. But reading the books from Edward's perspective is so hilarious because he's so weird. But yeah. Anyway, all right. Let's go ahead and continue on. Just open up my book, and then we'll get going. All right. There it goes. I was impatient and frightened as Jessica and I entered the cafeteria. I wanted to see his face, to see if he'd gone back to the cold and different person I'd known for the last several weeks. Really? Oh, I finished it in like one day. I loved it so much. The self-loathing is so funny. Or if by some miracle I'd really heard what I thought I'd heard this morning. Jessica babbled on and on about her dance plans. Lauren and Angela had asked the other boys, and they were all going together, completely unaware of my inattention. Disappointment flooded through me as my eyes unerringly focused on his table. The other 4 were there, but he was absent. Had he gone home? I followed the still babbling Jessica through the line, crushed. I'd lost my appetite. I bought nothing but a bottle of lemonade. I just wanted to go sit down and sulk. Edward Cullen is staring at you again, Jessica said, finally breaking through my abstraction with his name. I wonder why he's sitting alone today. Richard, please. No, but like, Edward is not self-aggrandizing. He genuinely is like, I'm going to hell, I'm evil, blah, blah, blah. It's so hilarious. My head snapped up. I followed her gaze to see Edward, smiling crookedly, staring at me from an empty table across the cafeteria from where he usually sat. Once he'd caught my eye, he raised one hand and motioned with his index finger for me to join him. As I stared in disbelief, he winked. Does he mean you? Jessica asked with insulting astonishment in her voice. Maybe he needs help with his biology homework, I muttered for her benefit. I'd better go see what he wants. I could feel her staring after me as I walked away. When I reached his table, I stood behind the chair across from him, unsure. Yeah, no, literally. Why don't you sit with me today? He asked, smiling. I sat down automatically, watching him with caution. He was still smiling. It was hard to believe that someone so beautiful could be real. I was afraid that he might disappear in a sudden puff of smoke and I would wake up. He seemed to be waiting for me to say something. This is different, I finally managed. Well, he paused, and then the rest of the words followed in a rush. I decided as long as I was going to hell, I might as well do it thoroughly. I waited for him to say something that made sense. The seconds ticked by. You know, I don't have any idea what you mean, I eventually pointed out. I know. He smiled again, and he changed the subject. I think your friends are angry with me for stealing you. No, she doesn't yet. She doesn't. This is pretty early on. They'll survive. I could feel their stares boring into my back. I may not give you back, though, he said with a wicked glint in his eyes. I gulped. He laughed. You look worried. No, I said, but ridiculously my voice broke. Surprised, actually. What brought all this on? I told you I got tired of trying to stay away from you. So I'm giving up. He was still smiling, but his ochre eyes were serious. I know, he can hear their minds. Isn't that crazy? All right, it is ad time. So we're not going to read through the ads just in case people can't hear. But yes, so all his friends and everything are like, all of Bella's friends are like, oh my god, like, I can't believe Edward Cullen asked her to sit with him. Yeah, Jessica's thoughts are so funny. Oh yeah, thank you for stopping the timer as well. I appreciate that. It's actually so hilarious. Also, can we just talk about how my fingers are increasingly getting blue? I think it's just from me touching the book. Because I took off the sleeve, like the little, this thing. Isn't this the most beautiful cover, by the way? It's gorgeous. But I've been touching it, and so now my fingers are all blue and everything. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Wait, the sides of the pages aren't painted, are they? No. It must be from the book, but like what? Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom though. Don't do any chaos while I'm gone. I'm looking at you. I'm watching you. It's not gonna happen. Excuse me. I see. Oh no. I see. Sorry, I'm putting Vaseline on my lips. Pluto with the 500 biddies. What the heck? You're gonna kick off a hype train if you're not careful. Thank you so much. What the heck is going on? Also, welcome back from the ads. You should be back now. Thank you so much for sitting through them. I really do appreciate it. Yes, this emote it shows off what I do with my nails. So my nails are basically short on this hand and long on this hand and they're always, one is only painted and one isn't painted. Because I can't be bothered to grow this hand out. So it's supposed to be a reflection of me. Also, what is happening on here on this day? I missed stuff. Violet. What did Violet say? Oh, the fingers, yeah. The chaos is mod approved. No, it's not. Thank you, Pluto, though. Are you doing another Jennifer Coolidge one? Since you said Jennifer is hard, can I request 5 ASMR pages instead? Oh, absolutely, I can do that. Only if you want to, though. I'm happy to do Jennifer again if you'd like. It's just tough. I figured I had spicy connotations. I mean, I never said that I was straight. The P can be a lesbian. I always thought if the little P guy is a little guy, but that's okay. He can be a little lesbian. I don't know. we don't know. He's a he, him lesbian. Yeah, I can do 5 ASMR pages. I can do, you know what, let's do that right now. We'll switch gears and we'll do some of that. I'm just gonna close the door here because they might have outside sounds and everything. Yes. Rad. Yes, perfect. Okay, let me close this. All right, let's try it. Not me getting automated. Yeah, I know. They were like, how dare you call someone a him lesbian? Yeah, I know, right? Like, what does that even mean? It's so funny. Okay, so the ASMR is a little tricky, so let me just get up here and get this ready. So 5 pages. Okay, we gotta start. I gotta make sure I count the pages ahead of time. So 1, 2. Wait, what? Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so page 75. Someone say page 75 is when I can stop the ASMR stuff. Do I have cats? I wish, Morgan. I grew up with lots of cats, but we don't have one right now. I cannot afford a cat yet, but soon enough. Okay, so I'm gonna get you guys to bring up the volume of the stream and put your headphones on, and then I'm gonna get quieter and quieter and closer and closer. Okay, here we are. A cat charity stream would be so fun. Honestly, if we get to 100 subs here, it might be enough for me to get a cat. I don't know. If we can consistently get some subs every month, then I might be able to afford to have a cat. It takes about $3,000 a year for a cat to take care of them for all their vet bills and their food and their litter and things like that. But I don't have that kind of money because I'm a full-time student and my internship is unpaid. I'll give you my kitten and it's, oh, that's so sweet of you. It's your cat. It's okay. It's okay. Let's do a little tippy tapping, okay? You have 9 cats. I'll take one of your cats. Okay, so I've done a little bit of tippy tapping. Hopefully there's no other sounds going on in the background to bother you. Let's get into the book, okay? Phoenix, can you please start the timer? That would be great if you could start the timer, because I can't type. I'm glad your brain is going burr. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Phoenix. And thank you, Pluto, for the 500 biddies. That is very, very kind of you. And guess what? It also added to the stream total, and now it's at 58 points, which is awesome. I may not give you back, though, he said with a wicked glint in his eyes. I gulped. He laughed. You look worried. No, I said, but ridiculously my voice broke. Surprised, actually. What brought all this on? I told you I got tired of trying to stay away from you, so I'm giving up. He was still smiling, but his ochre eyes were serious. Giving up, I repeated in confusion. Yes, giving up trying to be good. I'm just going to do what I want now, let the chips fall where they may. His smile faded as he explained, and a hard edge crept into his voice. You lost me again. The breathtaking crooked smile reappeared. I always say too much when I'm talking to you, and that's one of the problems. Don't worry, I don't understand any of it, I said wryly. I'm counting on that. So, in plain English, are we friends now? Friends, he mused, dubious. Or not, I muttered. He grinned. Well, we can try, I suppose, but I'm warning you now that I'm not a good friend for you. Behind his smile, the warning was real. You say that a lot, I
because you're not listening to me. I'm still waiting for you to believe it. If you're smart, you'll avoid me. I think you've made your opinion on the subject of my intellect clear too. My eyes narrowed. He smiled apologetically. So as long as I'm being not smart, we'll try to be friends. I struggled to sum up the confusing exchange. That sounds about right. I looked down at my hands wrapped around the lemonade bottle, not sure what to do now. What are you thinking? He asked curiously. I looked into his deep gold eyes, became befuddled, and as usual, blurted out the truth. I'm just trying to figure out what you are. His jaw tightened, but he kept his smile in place with some effort. Are you having any luck with that? He asked in an offhand tone. Not too much, I admitted. He chuckled. What are your theories? I blushed. I'd been vacillating during the last month between Bruce Wayne and Peter Parker. Peter Parker, Peter Parker. That's fun to say in ASMR. Peter Parker. There was no way I was going to own up to that. Won't you tell me? He asked, tilting his head to one side with a shockingly tempting smile. I shook my head, too embarrassing. That's really frustrating, you know, he complained. No, I disagreed quickly, my eyes narrowing. I can't imagine why that would be frustrating at all, just because someone refuses to tell you what they're thinking, even if all the while they're making cryptic little remarks specifically designed to keep up with you at night, wondering what they could possibly mean. Now, why would that be frustrating? He grimaced. Or better, I continued, the pent-up annoyance flowing freely now. Say that person also did a wide range of bizarre things, from saving your life under impossible circumstances one day to treating you like a pariah the next. And he never complained or explained any of that either, even after he promised to. That would also be very, very non-frustrating. You've got a bit of a temper, don't you? I don't like double standards. We stared at each other, unsmiling. He glanced over my shoulder, and then unexpectedly he snickered. What? Your boyfriend seems to think I'm being unpleasant to you. He's debating whether or not to come break up our fight. He snickered again. I don't know who you're talking about, I said frostily, but I'm sure you're wrong anyway. I'm not, I told you. Most people are easy to read. Except me, of course. Yes, except for you. His mood shifted suddenly. His eyes turned brooding. I wonder why that is. I had to look away from the intensity of his stare. I concentrated on unscrewing the lid of my lemonade. I took a swig, staring at the table without seeing it. Aren't you hungry? He asked, distracted. No. I didn't feel like mentioning that my stomach was already full of butterflies. You. I looked at the empty table in front of him. No, I'm not hungry. I didn't understand his expression. It looked like he was enjoying some private joke. Can you do me a favor? I asked after a second of hesitation. He was suddenly wary. That depends on what you want. It's not much, I assured him. He waited, guarded but curious. I wondered if you could warn me beforehand the next time you decide to ignore me for my own good. Just so I'm prepared. He looked at the lemonade bottle as I spoke, tracing the circle of the opening with my pinky finger. That sounds fair. He was pressing his lips together to keep from laughing when I looked up. Thanks. Then can I have one in return? He demanded. One. Tell me one theory. Whoops, not that one. You didn't qualify, you just promised one answer, he reminded me. And you've broken promises yourself, I reminded him back. Just one theory, I won't laugh. Yes, you will. I was positive about that. He looked down, and then glanced up at me through his long black lashes, his ochre eyes scorching. Please, please, he breathed, leaning towards me. I blinked, my mind going blank. and it's ochre like OCHRE. Aaron, on the crystal clod, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. Sorry for you coming in at ASMR time. I'm nearly finished. Please just tell me one little theory. His eyes smoldered at me. Bitten by a radioactive spider. Was he a hypnotist too, or was I just a hopeless pushover? That's not very creative, he scoffed. I'm sorry, that's all I've got, I said, miffed. You're not even close, he teased. Okay, it is now time for you to turn up your volume, or turn down your volume again, because I'm going to go back to normal speaking in a second, okay?
This is your warning. I'm gonna get louder as we go here. Bring the volume of the music back up a little bit as well. All right, now we're out of our little ASMR reading. Yes, ochre is an earthy pigment. And Aaron the Crystal Clod, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the pod, you're now a treasured member. Yeah, ogre eyes is killing me. It's so hilarious. Oh, okay, the Spotify's a little loud. Let me turn that down just a touch. Also, Aaron the Crystal Clod, is your name from or inspired by Steven Universe? Because I love Steven Universe, so if that's the case, that'd be fun. Okay, Pluto, thank you for the 500 bits. I hope you enjoyed your 5 pages of ASMR. You pictured Shrek. Oh my god. All right, let's keep going then. You're not even close, he teased. No spiders? Nope. And no radioactivity? None. Dang, I sighed. Kryptonite doesn't bother me either, he chuckled. Yes, yellow ochre. Also, Aaron, thank you for your first time chat. Welcome in. I love Bob Ross. I used to watch Bob Ross all the time in high school, just his old reruns and everything, because of how much I just adored him and his calming energy. But thank you for your first time chat. Welcome on in, Aaron. I appreciate you being here. You're not supposed to laugh, remember? He struggled to compose his face. I'll figure it out eventually, I warned him. I wish you wouldn't try. He was serious again. Because what if I'm not a superhero? What if I'm the bad guy? He smiled playfully, but his eyes were impenetrable. Oh, I said, as several things he hinted fell suddenly into place. I see. Do you? His face was abruptly severe, as if he were afraid that he'd accidentally said too much. Oh, okay, that's cute. Yeah, I mean, listen, I enjoyed Steven Universe at the time. He's hinting that he's gay. No, he's not gay. He's a supervillain, but he's not actually. He's just self-loathing. That makes you the supervillain, no, literally. Oh my god. No, we love the gays. Yes, gay people can be supervillains too. That's why we love Megamind and Lex Luthor and all the other cuties. Yeah. Just so we can be clear, we're making silly jokes, tee ha ha's, but I'm part of the queer community, so don't even worry about it. Megamind is in love with the main news reporter. Yes, so he's still fruity. He's still a little, you know. Anyway. You're dangerous. No, Fruit of the Loom does. You're dangerous, I guess, my pulse quickening as I intuitively realized the truth of my own words. He was dangerous. Also, welcome back, Ellie. He'd been trying to tell me that all along. He just looked at me, and eyes full of some emotion I couldn't comprehend. But not bad, I whispered, shaking my head. No, I don't believe that you're bad. You're wrong. His voice... Phoenix, please! No, because it's literally, like, watching Smallville makes me cry because Lex is so petulant. You're wrong. His voice was almost inaudible. He looked down, stealing my bottle lid and then spinning it on its side between his fingers. I stared at him, wondering why I didn't feel afraid. He meant what he was saying, that was obvious, but I just felt anxious, on edge, and more than anything else, fascinated. The same way I always felt when I was near him. The silence lasted until I noticed that the cafeteria was almost empty. I jumped to my feet. We're gonna be late. I'm not going to class today, he said, twirling the lid so fast it was just a blur. Why not? It's healthy to ditch class now and then. He smiled up at me, but his eyes were still troubled. Well, I'm going, I told him. I was far too big a coward to risk getting caught. He turned his attention back to his makeshift top. I'll see you later then. I hesitated, torn, but then the first bell sent me hurrying out the door, with a last glance confirming that he hadn't moved a centimeter. As I half ran to class, my head was spinning faster than the bottle cap. So few questions had been answered in comparison to how many new questions had been raised. At least the rain had stopped. I was lucky. Mr. Banner wasn't in the room yet when I arrived. I settled quickly into my seat, aware that both Mike and Angela were staring at me. Mike looked resentful. Angela looked surprised and slightly odd. Mr. Banner came in the room then, calling the class to order. He was juggling a few small cardboard boxes in his arms. He put them down on Mike's table, telling him to start passing them around the class. Okay, guys, I want you to all take one piece from each box, he said as he produced a pair of rubber gloves from the pocket of his lab jacket and put them on. The sharp sound as the gloves snapped into place against his wrist seemed ominous to me. Jacob has not shown up yet, Violet. Jacob doesn't show up until the middle of the book, or near the end, actually, in the first one. In the movie, he shows up briefly at the beginning with Billy and the truck and everything. But unfortunately, yeah, in the first book, we don't really actually meet him until a bit later. So we'll see if we get there. I mean, we have to add more time to the timer if that's going to be the case. But we got 2 hours and 5 minutes, so hopefully we can get to meeting him. The sharp sound of the gloves snapped into place against his wrist seemed ominous to me. The first should be an indicator card, he went on, grabbing a white card with 4 squares marked on it and displaying it. The second is a 4-pronged applicator. He held up something that looked like a nearly toothless hair pick. And the third is a stero micro-lancet. He held up a small piece of blue plastic and split it open. The barb was invisible from a distance, but my stomach flipped. I'll be coming around with a dropper of water to prepare your cards, so please don't get started until I get to you. He began at Mike's table again, carefully putting 1 drop of water in each of the 4 squares. Then I want you to carefully prick your finger with the lancet. He grabbed Mike's hand and jabbed the spike into the tip of Mike's middle finger. Oh no. Clammy moisture broke out across my forehead. Put a small drop of blood on each of the prongs. He demonstrated, squeezing Mike's finger till the blood flowed. I swallowed convulsively, my stomach heaving. And then apply it to the card, he finished, holding the dripping red card for us to see. I closed my eyes, trying to hear through the ringing in my ears. Yeah, I know, right, Morgan? It's so funny. The Red Cross is having a blood drive in Port Angeles next weekend, so I thought you should all know your blood type. I know, right? I always forget about this scene. He sounded proud of himself. Those of you who aren't 18 yet will need a parent's permission. I have slips in my desk. He continued through the room with his water drops. I put my cheek against the cool black tabletop and tried to hold on to my consciousness. All around me, I could hear squeals, complaints, and giggles, and my classmates skewered their fingers. I breathed slowly in and out through my mouth. Bella, are you all right? Mr. Banner asked. His voice was close to my head, and it sounded alarmed. I already know my blood type, Mr. Banner, I said in a weak voice. I was afraid to raise my head. Are you feeling faint? Yes, sir, I muttered, internally kicking myself for not ditching when I had the chance. Can someone take Bella to the nurse, please? He called. I didn't have to look up to know that it'd be Mike who volunteered. Can you walk? Mr. Banner asked. Yes, I whispered. Just let me get out of here, I thought. I'll crawl. Mike seemed eager as he put his arm around my waist and pulled my arm over his shoulder. I leaned against him heavily on the way out of the classroom. Mike towed me slowly across campus. When we were around the edge of the cafeteria, out of sight, building 4 out of building 4, in case Mr. Banner was watching, I stopped. Just let me sit for a minute, please, I begged. He helped me sit on the edge of the walk. And whatever you do, keep your hand in your pocket, I warned. I was still so dizzy. I slumped over on my side, putting my cheek against the freezing, damp cement of the sidewalk, closing my eyes. That seemed to help a little. Wow, you're green, Bella. Bella, a different voice called from the distance. Oh, sorry. I thought it was Alice. It's not. Bella, a different voice called from the distance. No, please let me be imagining that horribly familiar voice. What's wrong? Is she hurt? His voice was closer now, and he sounded upset. I wasn't imagining it. I squeezed my eyes shut. hoping to die, or at least not throw up. Mike seemed stressed. I think she's fainted. I don't know what happened. She didn't even stick her finger. Yeah. For some reason, I thought it was like Jessica or something. I don't know. Bella? Edward's voice was right beside me, relieved now. Can you hear me? No, I groaned. Go away. He chuckled. I was taking her to the nurse, Mike explained in a defensive tone, but she wouldn't go any further. I'll take her, Edward said. I could hear the smile still in his voice. You can go back to class. No, Mike protested. I'm supposed to do it. Suddenly, the sidewalk disappeared from beneath me. My eyes flew open in shock. Edward had scooped me up in his arms, as easily as if I weighed 10 pounds instead of 110. Oh, gag me with a spoon, Stephanie. 110 pounds? Shut up. Yeah, 17-year-old girl's weighing that much, she should see a doctor, I fear. Oh my god. She's like, I'm Bella Hadid. I'm gonna whisk away in the wind. I swear to God. Yeah, she's 5'4", 5'5" or something, is what she said earlier. That still feels very tiny. And I just feel like that was put in there just to be like, look, she's so tiny. She's like a waif. Little thin little thing. Shut up. So much body talk in this book. Anyway. Okay. I don't think there's any way, like, there's any particular weight that anyone should be. All I'm saying is that's such a 2006 thing to write of like, oh, I'm 110 pounds, I've got brown hair and white skin, and I'm so perfect. I don't know. Okay, yeah, but you're 5'2". It's relevant because he's lifting her up. I know, but it's like, whatever. It's just that culture back then. The whole thing just seems silly. Okay, where was I? Put me down. Please let me not vomit on him. He was walking before I finished talking. Hey, Mike called, already 10 paces behind us. Oh yeah, listen, there's no such thing as a bad body. Everyone's body is good the way it is. And their weight. Edward ignored him. You look awful, he told me, grinning. Put me back on the sidewalk, I moaned. The rocking movement of his walk was not helping. He held me away from his body gingerly, supporting all my weight with just his arms. It didn't seem to bother him. So you faint at the sight of blood? He asked. This seemed to entertain him. I didn't answer. No, literally, Kermit. Like, it's very subtle, but it's like, it's a weird thing for her to care that much about as the author, right? Like, it could have just been like, oh, as if I had only weighed 10 pounds. Because it's like, obviously she doesn't weigh 10 pounds, so they could have just been like, he picked me up like it was nothing, like I was only 10 pounds. You know? Like, we get it, he's strong. Anyway. I didn't answer. I closed my eyes again and fought the nausea with all my strength, clamping my lips together. And not even your own blood, he continued, enjoying himself. I don't know how he opened the door while carrying me, but it was suddenly warm, so I knew we were inside. Oh my, I heard a female voice gasp. She fainted in biology, Edward explained. I opened my eyes. I was in the office, and Edward was striding past the front counter towards the nurse's door. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is, Morgan. It all kind of, contributes. Miss Cope, the red-headed front office receptionist, ran ahead of him to hold it open. The grandmotherly nurse looked up from a novel, astonished, as Edward swung me into the room and placed me gently on the crackly paper that covered the brown vinyl mattress on the one cot. Then he moved to stand against the wall as far from the narrow room as possible. His eyes were bright, excited. She's just a little faint, he reassured the startled nurse. They're blood typing in biology. The nurse nodded sagely. There's always one. He muffled a snicker. Just lie down for a minute, honey. It'll pass. I know, I sighed. The nausea was already fading. Does this happen a lot? She asked. Sometimes, I admitted. Edward coughed to hide another laugh. You can go back to class now, she told him. I'm supposed to stay with her. He said this with such assured authority, even though she pursed her lips. The nurse didn't argue it further. That's crazy, Kermit. That's crazy. Ooh. Yikes. I'll go get you some ice for your forehead, dear, she said to me, and then bustled out of the room. You're right, I moaned, letting my eyes closed. I usually am, but about what in particular this time? Ditching is healthy. I practiced breathing evenly. You scared me for a minute there. he admitted after a pause. His tone made it sound like he was confessing a humiliating weakness. I thought Newton was dragging your dead body off to bury it in the woods. Ha ha. I still had my eyes closed, but I was feeling more normal every minute. Honestly, I've seen corpses with better color. I was concerned that I might have to avenge your murder. Poor Mike. I'll bet he'll be mad. No, literally. That's so funny. A lot of those things pass over your head when, when we don't get the social cues as much. Oh, he absolutely loathes me, Edward said cheerfully. You can't know that, I argued, but then I wondered suddenly if he could. I saw his face. I could tell. How did you see me? I thought you were ditching. I was almost fine now, though the queasiness would probably pass faster if I had eaten something for lunch. Lauren, welcome on in. Thank you for sewing your daily button. How are you doing today? On the other hand, maybe it was lucky that my stomach was empty. I was in my car listening to a CD. Such a normal response. It surprised me. I heard the door and opened my eyes to see the nurse with a cold compress in her hands. I think I'm fine, I said, sitting up. Just a little ringing in my ears, no spinning. The mint green walls stayed where they should. I could see that she was about to make me lie back down, but the door opened just then and Miss Cope stuck her head in. We've got another one. I hopped down to free up the cot for the next invalid. Oh, Stephanie, you can't say that. Oh, I handed the compress back to the nurse. Here, I don't need this. And then Mike staggered through the door, now supporting a sallow-looking Lee Stevens, another boy in our biology class. Edward and I drew back against the wall to give them room. Oh no. Go out to the office, Bella. I looked up at him, bewildered. Trust me. Go. I spun and caught the door before it closed, darting out of the infirmary. I could hear or feel Edward right behind me. You actually listened to me? He was stunned. I smelled the blood, I said, wrinkling my nose. Lee wasn't sick from watching other people like me. People can't smell blood, he contradicted. Well, I can. That's what makes me sick. It smells like rust and salt. He was staring at me with an unfathomable expression. What? I asked. It's nothing. Mike came through the door then, glancing from me to Edward. The look he gave Edward confirmed what Edward had said about loathing. He looked back at me, his eyes glum. I feel like that too, Morgan, but for some reason they made it seem like we were crazy for that. You look better, he accused. Just keep your hand in your pocket, I warned him again. It's not bleeding anymore, he muttered. Are you gonna go back to class? Are you kidding? I'd have to just turn around and come back. Yeah, I guess. So are you gonna go this weekend? To the beach? While he spoke, he flashed another glare towards Edward, who was standing against the cluttered counter, motionless as a sculpture, staring off into space. I tried to sound as friendly as possible. Sure, I said I was in. We're meeting at my dad's store at 10. His eyes flickered to Edward again, wondering if he was giving out too much information. No worries at all. Please don't ask why. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening and a good sleep. Yeah, I know. Why would you go back to class? Yes, thank you for the holy water. You gotta send it to Edward. I don't think that would work on these vampires, but it's fine. We're just gonna ignore that. Okay. His body language made it clear that it wasn't an open invitation. I'll be there, I promised. I'll see you in gym then, he said, moving uncertainly towards the door. See ya, I replied. He looked at me once more, his round face slightly pouting, and then as he walked slowly through the door, his shoulders slumped. A swell of sympathy washed over me. I pondered seeing his disappointed face again in gym. Jim, I groaned. I can take care of that. I hadn't noticed Edward moving to my side, but he spoke now in my ear. Go sit down and look pale, he muttered. That wasn't a challenge. I was always pale, and my recent swoon had left a slight sheen of sweat on my face. Yeah, that's true. I sat in one of the creaky folding chairs and rested my head against the wall with my eyes closed. Fainting spells always exhausted me. Enjoy your lurk, Lauren. Enjoy. I heard Edward speaking softly at the counter. Miss Cope? Yes? I hadn't heard her return to her desk. Bella has gym next hour, and I don't think she feels well enough. Actually, I was thinking I should take her home now. Do you think you could excuse her from class? His voice was like melting honey. I could imagine how much more overwhelming his eyes would be. Do you need to be excused too, Edward? Miss Cope fluttered. Why couldn't I do that? No, I have Mrs. Goff. She won't mind. I know, isn't that crazy? Okay, it's all taken care of. You feel better, Bella, she called to me. I nodded weakly, hamming it up just a little bit. Can you walk, or do you want me to carry you again? With his back to the receptionist, his expression became sarcastic. I'll walk. I stood carefully, and I was still fine. He held the door for me, his smile polite but his eyes mocking. I walked out into the cold, fine mist that had just begun to fall. It felt nice, the first time I'd enjoyed the constant moisture falling out of the sky, as it washed my face clean of the sticky perspiration. Thanks, I said, as he followed me out. It's almost worth getting sick to miss Jim. Anytime. He was staring straight forward, squinting into the rain. So, are you going? This Saturday, I mean? I was hoping he would, though it seemed unlikely. I couldn't picture him loading up to the carpool with the rest of the kids from school. He didn't belong in the same world. But just hoping that he might gave me the first twinge of enthusiasm I'd felt for the outing. Where are you all going exactly? He was still looking ahead, expressionless. Down to La Push at First Beach. I studied his face, trying to read it. His eyes seemed to narrow infinitesimally. He glanced down at me from the corner of his eye, smiling wryly. I really don't think I was invited. I sighed. I just invited you. Let's you and I not push poor Mike any further this week. We don't want him to snap. His eyes danced, and he was enjoying the idea more than he should. Yeah, the Cullens don't... I can't wait for that. Mike Schmike, I muttered, preoccupied by the way he said you and I. I liked it more than I should. We were nearing the parking lot now. I veered left towards my truck. Something caught my jacket, yanking me back. Where do you think you're going? He asked, outraged. He was grabbing a fistful of my jacket in one hand. I was confused. I'm going home? Didn't you hear me promise to take you home safely? Do you think I'm going to let you drive in your condition? His voice was still indignant. What condition? And what about my truck? I complained. I'll have Alice drop it off after school. He was towing me towards his car now, pulling me by my jacket. It was all I could do to keep from falling backward. He'd probably just drag me along if I did. Let go, I insisted. He ignored me. I staggered along sideways across the wet sidewalk until we reached the Volvo. Then he finally freed me. I stumbled against the passenger door. You're so pushy, I grumbled. It's open, is all he responded. He got on the driver's side. I am perfectly capable of driving myself home. I stood by the car, fuming. It was raining harder now. I'd never put my hood up, so my hair was dripping down my back. He lowered the automatic window and leaned towards me across the seat. Get in, Bella. I didn't answer. I was mentally calculating my chances of reaching the truck before he'd catch me. I had to admit, they weren't good. I'll just drag you back, he threatened, guessing my plan. I tried to maintain what dignity I could as I got into his car. I wasn't very successful. I looked like a half-drowned cat and my boots squeaked. This is completely unnecessary, I said stiffly. He didn't answer. He fiddled with the controls, turning the heater up and the music down. As he pulled out of the parking lot, I was prepared to give him the silent treatment, my face in full pout mode. But then I recognized the music playing, and my curiosity got the better of my intentions. Claire de Lune? I asked, surprised. You know Debussy? 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 I always forget how to say that, because every time it goes in my mind, I just think Debussy, and that's not correct. But anyway, you know Debussy? He sounded surprised, too. Not well. Yeah, I admitted. My mother plays a lot of classical music around the house. I only know my favorites. It's one of my favorites, too. He stared out through the rain, lost in thought. I listened to the music, relaxing against the light gray leather seat. It was impossible not to respond to the familiar soothing melody. Oh, Debussy. Yeah, that's right. The rain blurred everything outside the window into gray and green smudges. I began to realize we were driving very fast. The car moved so steadily, so evenly, though. I didn't feel the speed. Only the town flashing by gave it away. What is your mother like? He asked me suddenly. Sorry, I thought that was her. What is your mother like? He asked me suddenly. I glanced over to see him studying me with curious eyes. She looks a lot like me, but she's prettier, I said. He raised his eyebrows. Debussy is the only way I'll be pronouncing it now. Please. I have too much Charlie in me. She's more outgoing than I am and braver. She's irresponsible and slightly eccentric. And she's a very unpredictable cook. And she's my best friend. I stopped. Talking about her was making me feel depressed. How old are you, Bella? His voice sounded frustrated for some reason I couldn't imagine. He stopped the car and I realized we were at Charlie's house already. The rain was so heavy that I could barely see any house at all. Literally, Morgan. It was like the car was submerged under a river. I'm 17, I responded, a little confused. You don't seem 17. His tone was reproachful. It made me laugh. What? What? He asked, curious again. My mom always says I was born 35 years old and that I get more middle-aged every year. I laughed and then sighed. Well, someone has to be the adult. I paused for a second. You don't seem like a junior in high school yourself, I noted. Red flag. Literally red flag. Why is your mother saying that you were born 35 and that you're more middle-aged than her? It's almost like you had to raise yourself and also baby your own mother. Mm-hmm. He made a face and changed the subject. So why did your mother marry Phil? I was surprised he would remember the name. I'd mentioned it just once, almost 2 months ago. It took me a moment to answer. My mother, she's very young for her age. I think Phil makes her feel even younger. At any rate, she's crazy about him. I shook my head. The attraction was a mystery to me. Do you approve? I know, right, Morgan? I know. Do you approve? He asked. Does it matter? I countered. I want her to be happy, and he's who she wants. That's very generous. I wonder, he mused. I know. What? Would she extend the same courtesy to you, do you think? No matter who your choice was? He was suddenly intent, his eyes searching mine. I think so, I stuttered. But she's the parent after all. It's a little bit different. No one is too scary then? He teased. I grinned in response. What do you mean by scary? Multiple facial piercings and extensive tattoos? Being a music student is probably not for the weak. I've never been one. That'd be crazy though. That's one definition, I suppose. What's your definition? He ignored my question and asked me another. Do you think that I could be scary? He raised one eyebrow, and the faint trace of a smile lightened his face. I thought for a moment, wondering whether the truth or a lie would go over better. I decided with the truth. I think you could be if you wanted to. Are you frightened of me now? The smile vanished, and his heavenly face was suddenly serious. Do you think that I could be scary, princess? Also, yeah, math and music is diabolical. No, but I answered too quickly. The smile returned. So now you're going to tell me about your family? I asked to wait. Yeah, the smile returned. I don't know. So now are you going to tell me about your family? I asked to distract him. It's got to be a much more interesting story than mine. He was instantly cautious. What do you want to know? The Cullens adopted you? I verified. Yes. I hesitated for a moment. What happened to your parents? They died many years ago. His tone was matter of fact. I'm sorry, I mumbled. I don't really remember them that clearly. Carlisle and Esme have been my parents for a long time now. And you love them? It wasn't a question. It was obvious in the way he spoke of them. Yes, he smiled. I couldn't imagine two better people. You're very lucky. I know I am. And your brother and sister? He glanced at the clock on the dashboard. My brother and sister, and Jasper and Rosalie for that matter, are going to be quite upset if they have to stand in the rain waiting for me. Oh, sorry. I guess you have to go. I didn't want to get out of the car. And you probably want your truck back before Chief Swan gets home so you don't have to tell him about the biology incident? He grinned at me. I'm sure he's already heard. There's no secrets in forks, I sighed. He laughed, but there was an edge to his laughter. Have fun at the beach. Good weather for sunbathing. He glanced out at the sheeting rain. Won't I see you tomorrow? No, Emmett and I are starting the weekend early. What are you going to do? A friend could ask that, right? Yeah, so Jasper and Rosalie are Hales, and then Alice and Emmett are Cullens. So they're all adopted, but like it's complicated. The way they explain it in the book is way weirder than in the movie. I hope the disappointment wasn't too apparent in my voice. We're going to be hiking in the Goat Rocks wilderness just south of Rainier. I remember Charlie said the Cullens were camping frequently. Oh, well, have fun. I tried to sound enthusiastic. I don't think I fooled him, though. A smile was playing around the edge of his lips. Will you do something for me this weekend? He turned to look at me straight in the face, utilizing the full power of his burning gold eyes. I nodded helplessly. Morgan, tell him to shut up. Shut up. No, but to be fair, Moana's great, to be fair. So I'm not mad at him. Don't be offended, but you seem to be one of those people who just attract accidents like a magnet, so try not to fall into the ocean or get run over by anything, all right? He smiled crookedly. The helplessness had faded as he spoke. I glared at him. I'll see what I can do, I snapped as I jumped out into the rain. I slammed the door behind me with excessive force. He was still smiling as he drove away. And that's the end of that chapter. Woo! Woo! Hold on, let's pause the little timer here for a second. No, literally divorce, jail, expeditiously. Wow. How are we feeling so far, everybody? We're on chapter 6. Look how far we've gotten just today. That's how far we've gotten today. That's like a third through the book. It is taking a bit longer than I originally thought to read through, but you know what? That's okay. We still have plenty of time left on the timer. And in the day. I imagine divorcing Mr. Phoenix every time he talks during a stream I'm watching. You need to buy the set. It's so beautiful, Violet. Look. Let me show you. Wait. No one's redeemed it yet, but you have the option for me to read some of Midnight Sun, which is Twilight from Edward's perspective, but these are all the books. They're absolutely stunning in this box set. It's quite costly, but this was my Christmas gift from you all, and I am so beyond appreciative for it. I never had my own set of the books. My sister, I grew up sharing a set with my sister, and she has them currently. So the only book that I currently, well, now I have them, but the only book that I had was just Twilight itself, but like it was from the thrift store. It was like an older one. So this is what New Moon looks like. Gorgeous. It's La Push, baby. This is Eclipse. It's a mountain. Oh, Morgan, that is criminal. And you love reading. What's grounds for divorce? You wanted this box set so badly. It's still available. You can put it on your Christmas list, maybe. Breaking Dawn is the, this is technically the Cullen house. So in the movie, it's like the modern one, but in the book, it's actually like a, I almost want to say like a plantation mansion. It's kind of what it looks like, which is unfortunate, but anyway. It's Gorgina. And then Midnight Sun is this on the cover. It's the meadow. So it's Edward's meadow, and it's got color on it as well. It's very, very pretty. Also, mind you, this is the difference between Twilight and Midnight Sun. They're literally like twice the size, because Edward just broods so much, and that's all he's thinking about. It's crazy. Oh yeah, and then this is the Twilight cover. It's got like the apple tree with the apple in it, so it's like a callback to the original book, which is the only other one that I have is this one. I got this from the thrift store a little while ago, the OG, which is fun. You're reading all the time, so you have to try and talk to me at some point. Okay, that is fair. That is reasonable. Oh, I feel like I need to do a little stretch. Oh, I'm nearly at 5 hours, which is wild. Just a second. All right. So we should have a few more redeems left, I believe, in the queue. And unfortunately, I do think some of these people are no longer here in stream, but I'll still do the thing because they spent bits, so we'll do it. But I think one of them or two of them are still ASMR pages, so we can do that. Don't even get me started. I just stare daggers at mine when he talks and gets the hint. It's a good thing that doesn't happen with me too much. When I'm reading, it's like before bedtime, and then my partner will be out in a different room hanging out. So yeah. We must be nearly at the end of the playlist, by the way. The enemies are becoming lovers, now is not the time. No, literally, it's like they just got to an inn and there's only one bed. Do not interrupt me. What are we at? Oh, yeah, wow. How many more are left here? Ooh. Slay. Yeah, it's a 5-hour long playlist, so it should be nearing the end of it anyway. He just saw her scars and said, "Who did this to you?" Yes, literally. I know, they just never understand. Also, we are, hold on, 58. What is it? Hello? 75 minus 58. 17. Oh my god, we're 17 away from a Date Everything 18 plus stream. That is diabolical. Thank you so much to everyone who has contributed to this crazy long subathon. This is the biggest stream I've probably ever done. And I'm so appreciative of it. So appreciative. Let me just make sure we're okay here. Hold on, just checking some things. Doopy dooba. Okay. Not even gonna lie, last night I was elevated and genius idea for book plot, so I wrote it down, and even this morning when I was not fried, it was still a killer plot, so you're hyped. Ooh, that's exciting. I love that for you. That is so fun, Morgan. Okay, let me check my notifications real quick. Nothing too crazy is happening here. Perfect. No, nothing important. Take another sip and then we'll get back into it. You got inspo from reading a Reddit Am I the Asshole story? Oh my god, I love that. That's so hilarious. All right. Get the start timer ready. Chapter 6. Scary Stories. It's called Scary Stories, which is interesting. As I sat in my room, trying to concentrate on the third act of Macbeth, I was really listening for my truck. I would have thought, even over the pounding rain, I could have heard the engines roar. But when I went to peek out the curtain again, it was suddenly there. I wasn't looking forward to Friday, and it was more lived up to than my non-expectations. I finished before I said the rest of the word. It's fine. It's whatever. It's a special stream. You guys get one. You get your one swear. It's PG-13. Hello? Oh, yes. Of course, there were fainting comments. Jessica especially seemed to get a kick out of that story. Luckily, Mike had kept his mouth shut, and no one seemed to know about Edward's involvement. She did have a lot of questions about lunch, though. "So, what did Edward Cullen want yesterday?" Jessica asked, intrigued. "I don't know," I answered truthfully. "He never really got to the point." "You looked kind of mad," she fished. Did I? I kept my expression blank. "You know, I've never seen him sit with anyone but his family before. That was weird." Weird, I agreed. She seemed annoyed. She flipped her dark curls impatiently. I guess she'd been hoping to hear something that would make for a good story for her to pass on. The worst part about Friday was that even though I knew he wasn't going to be there, I still hoped. When I walked into the cafeteria with Mike and Jessica, I couldn't keep from looking at the table, where Rosalie, Alice, and Jasper sat talking, heads close together. And I couldn't stop the gloom that engulfed me as I realized I didn't know how long I would have to wait before I saw him again. At my usual table, everyone was full of our plans for the next day. Mike was animated again, putting a great deal of trust in the local weatherman who promised sun tomorrow. I'd have to see that before I believed it. But it was warmer today, almost 60. Maybe the outing wouldn't be completely miserable? I intercepted a few unfriendly glances from Lauren during lunch. which I didn't understand until we were all walking out of the room together. I was right behind her, just a foot from her slick silver blonde hair, and she was evidently unaware of that. I don't know why Bella, she sneered my name, doesn't just sit with the Cullens from now on. I heard her muttering to Mike. I'd never noticed what an unpleasant nasal voice she had, and I was surprised by the malice in it. I didn't really know her well at all. Certainly not well enough for her to dislike me, or so I'd thought. She's my friend. She sits with us, Mike whispered back loyally, but also a bit territorially. I paused to let Jess and Angela pass me. I didn't want to hear anymore. Yeah, this is Lauren. There's like this third random girl who's in the friend group that is not in the movies at all, so that's fun. That night at dinner, Charlie seemed enthusiastic about my trip to La Push in the morning. I think he felt guilty for leaving me home alone on the weekends, but he'd spent too many years building his habits to break them now. Of course, he knew the names of all the kids going and their parents and their great-grandparents too. Probably. He seemed to approve. I wonder if he'd approve of my plan to ride to Seattle with Edward Cullen. Not that I was going to tell him. Dad, do you know a place called Goat Rocks or something like that? I think it's south of Mount Rainier, I asked casually. Yeah, why? I shrugged. Some kids are talking about camping there. It's not a very good place for camping. Oh, yeah, exactly, Morgan. He sounded surprised. Too many bears. Most people go there during the hunting season. Oh, I murmured. Maybe I got the name wrong. I meant to sleep in, but an unusual brightness woke me. I opened my eyes to see a clear yellow light streaming through my window. I couldn't believe it. I hurried to the window to check, and sure enough, there was the sun. It was in the wrong place in the sky, too low, but it didn't seem to be as close as it should be. And it was definitely the sun. Clouds ringed the horizon, but a large patch of blue was visible in the middle. I lingered by the window as long as I could, afraid that if I left, the blue would disappear again. Sorry. My hair is so annoying. Where'd it go? Yes. The Newton's Olympic Outfitters store was just north of town. I'd seen the store, but I'd never stopped there, not having much need for any supplies required for being outdoors over an extended period of time. In the parking lot, I recognized Mike's Suburban and Tyler's Sentra. As I pulled up next to their vehicles, I could see the group standing around in front of the Suburban. Eric was there, along with two other boys I had class with. I was fairly sure their names were Ben and Connor. Jess was there, flanked by Angela and Lauren. 3 other girls stood with them, including one I remembered falling over in gym on Friday. That one gave me a dirty look as I got out of the truck and whispered something to Lauren. Lauren shook out her corn silk hair and eyed me scornfully. So it was going to be one of those days. At least Mike was happy to see me. You came, he called, delighted. And I said it'd be sunny today, didn't I? I told you I was coming, I reminded him. We're just waiting for Lee and Samantha, and unless you invited someone, Mike added. Nope, I lied lightly, hoping I wouldn't get caught in the lie, but also wishing that a miracle would occur and Edward would appear. Mike looked satisfied. Will you ride in my car? It's that or Lee's mom's minivan. Sure. He smiled blissfully. It was so easy to make Mike happy. You can have shotgun, he promised. I hid my chagrin. It wasn't as simple to make Mike and Jessica happy at the same time. I could see Jessica glowering at us now. I love how much beef there is in this friend group. It's so teenage drama. The numbers worked out in my favor, though. Lee brought 2 extra people, and suddenly every seat was necessary. I managed to wedge Jess in between Mike and me in the front seat of the Suburban. Mike could have been more grateful about it, but at least Jess seemed appeased. It was only 15 miles to La Push from Forks, with gorgeous dense green forest edging the road most of the way, and the wide Quileute River snaking beneath it twice. I was glad I had the window seat. We'd rolled the windows down. The Suburban was a bit claustrophobic with 9 people in it, and I tried to absorb as much sunlight as possible. I'd been to the beaches around La Push many times during my Forks summers with Charlie, so the mile-long crescent of First Beach was familiar to me. It was still breathtaking. The water was dark gray, even in the sunlight, white-capped and heaving to the gray, rocky shore. Islands rose out of the steel harbor waters with sheer cliff sides, reaching to uneven summits, and crowned with austere... Oh my god, we're literally at La Push right now! Slay. Yes, I'm describing this exactly. Good timing for the slideshow. The beach had only a thin border of actual sand at the water's edge, after which it grew into millions of large, smooth stones that looked uniformly gray from a distance. But close up where every shade of stone could be. Terracotta, sea green, lavender, blue gray, dull gold. Yeah, literally perfect timing. The tide line was strewn with huge driftwood trees, bleached bone white in the salt waves, some piled together against the edge of the forest fringe, some lying solitarily, just out of the reach of the waves. There was a brisk wind coming off the waves, cool and briny. Pelicans floated in the swells, while seagulls and lone eagle wheeled above them. The clouds still circled the sky, threatening to invade at any moment. But for now, the sun shone bravely in its halo of blue sky. We picked our way down the beach, Mike leading the way to a ring of driftwood logs that had obviously been used for parties like ours before. There was a fire circle already in place, filled with black ashes. Eric and the boy I thought was named Ben gathered broken branches of driftwood from the drier piles along the forest edge, and soon had a teepee-shaped construction built atop the old cinders. "Have you ever seen a driftwood fire?" Mike asked me. I was sitting on one of the bone-colored benches, and the other girls clustered, gossiping excitedly on either side of me. Mike knelt by the fire, lighting one of the smaller sticks with a cigarette lighter. "No," I said, as he placed the blazing twig carefully against the teepee. "You like this, then. Watch the colors." He lit another small branch and laid it alongside the first. "Oh, it's ad time! Arnor!" All right. Boom, boom, boom. Time for more drinking of water. Oh. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Phoenix. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh. I can't believe how much we've gone through. We're nearly like 2/3 of the way to the big old sub goal, which is fun. Thank you all for your generosity today. I genuinely cannot believe it. How are we doing? It's probably a good idea to have a little stretch break for everyone, grab some water, grab a little snack, maybe grab some popcorn. We got a little bit of time left. Looks like an hour and a half or so on the timer. So that should be good. And we've been officially live for 5 hours. Let's see how everyone else is doing. I'm gonna pop in. I know Jen and Sawa are streaming right now together. They're doing their sister stream, which is a lot of fun. Oh, Lauren's live. Okay, let me go lurk in her stream too. I just like lurking in everyone's streams, honestly. Okay, beautiful. How are you doing on talking for so long? Honestly, I feel like I'm doing okay, Pluto. I feel good. You're gonna grab some lunch. That is a good idea. I should probably also grab a little bit more food because I only ate about half my lunch that first time. So maybe I'll go do that real quick. But yeah, honestly, my throat's not too bad. I could use with like a warm drink, but it's so hot in here. I'm like sweating. You can probably tell because my face is so shiny. But yeah, it's been a little bit crazy. I'll go get my food. Don't do anything in the meantime. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. Wait, why did I go into jail? Oh. Well, it's just embarrassing. Like, no one wants their face to be shiny. It's just unfortunate. It's very, very warm in here. Oh, we're back at Charlie's house. How cute. I'm obsessed. Okay, just finishing off my little bits and bobs of lunch here. You don't look shiny? Oh, okay. Well,
I feel shiny. Also, look at you being good and not doing any chaos. Now I can't yell at you. Scooby-Doo-Doo-Doo. Now I got Scooby-Doo stuck in my head for some reason. Put the buttons away. What song are we on right now? Oh, it's the Meadow song from New Moon. That's funny. Now that I mention it. No. Yeah, okay, there we go. Hopefully you should be able to hear some of the music. Boink, boink, boink. One day we'll have our own button mash emote. Also, welcome back from ads, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm just doing a small little break and eating a little bit of something, something. Yeah, this is the one. You're excited for that day. I know. Well, listen, we can use them in tandem. But it's going to be a while away until we can use this little bad boy. He's so cute, though, isn't he? It's one of my favorite ones I've made. Okay. Once it's unlocked, I'm absolutely doing that. Okay, this needs to go. I don't want to encourage anything. This has been so much fun for me. I hope it's been enjoyable to listen to and fun to be around. I'll just have a few more bites and then I'll continue. Oh my god! Odette! Thank you so much for your first time chat. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the compliment. I've been having a lot of fun. Did you see Edward? I made Edward. Yeah. Thank you so much. Can we get some waves for Odette? It's her first time chat. It's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. All right. We can go on. I'm glad you've been comfy. You don't ever have to feel pressured to speak or anything, but it's lovely to have you and to know that you're lurking and listening. Okay. Well, I'll take a swig and then we'll go. Don't want to have anything in my teeth. Lovely to be here. Aw. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Nothing crazy in my teeth. Let's go ahead and start the timer. Slay. Okay, here we go. Oops, forgot to move this over. That's all right. Chapter, well, we're in the middle of a chapter. Okay. Okay, watch the colors. He lit another small branch and laid it alongside the first. The flame started to lick quickly up the dry wood. It's blue, I said in surprise. The salt does it. Pretty, isn't it? Oh my god, I love that. I love that, Morgan. He lit one more piece, placed it where the fire hadn't caught yet, and then came to sit by me. Thankfully, Jess was on his other side. She turned to him and claimed his attention.
I watched the strange blue and green flames crackle upwards towards the sky. After a half hour of chatter, some of the boys wanted to hike to a nearby tidal pools. It was a dilemma. On the one hand, I loved the tide pools. They had fascinated me since I was a child. They were one of the only things I ever looked forward to when I had come to Forks. On the other hand, I'd also fallen into them a lot. Not a big deal when you're 7 and with your dad. It reminded me of Edward's request, that I not fall into the ocean. Lauren was the one who made my decision for me. She didn't want to hike, and she was definitely wearing the wrong shoes for it. Most of the other girls besides Angela and Jessica decided to stay on the beach as well. I waited until Tyler and Eric had committed to remaining with them before I got up quietly to join the pro-hiking group. Mike gave me a huge smile when he saw that I was coming. The hike wasn't too long, though I hated to lose the sky in the woods. The green light of the forest was strangely at odds with the adolescent laughter, too murky and ominous to be in harmony with the light banter around me. Sorry. Where did it go? Oh, here we go. I had to watch every step I took, very carefully, avoiding roots below and branches above, and I soon fell behind. Eventually, I broke through the emerald confines of the forest and found the rocky shore again. It was low tide, and a tidal river flowed past us on its way to the sea. Along its pebbled banks, shallow pools that had never completely drained were teeming with life. I was very cautious not to lean too far over the little ocean ponds. The others were fearless, leaping over the rocks, perching precariously on the edges. I found a very stable-looking rock on the fringe of one of the largest pools and sat there cautiously, spellbound by the natural aquarium below me. The bouquets of brilliant anemones undulated ceaselessly in the invisible current. Twisted shells scurried about the edges, obscuring the crabs within them. Starfish struck motionless to the rocks and each other, while one small black eel with white racing stripes wove through the brighter green weeds, waiting for the sea to return. I was completely absorbed, except for one small part of my mind that wondered what Edward was doing now, and trying to imagine what he would be saying if he were here with me. Finally, the boys were hungry, and I got up stiffly to follow them back. I tried to keep up better this time through the woods, so naturally I fell a few times. I got some shallow scrapes in my palms, and the knees of my jeans were stained green, but it could have been worse. When we got back to First Beach, the group we'd left behind had multiplied. As we got closer, we could see the shining, straight black hair and copper skin of the newcomers, teenagers from the reservation come to socialize. The food was already being passed around, and the boys hurried to claim a share while Eric introduced us as we each entered the driftwood circle. Angela and I were the last to arrive, and as Eric said our names, I noticed a younger boy sitting on the stones near the fire glance up at me in interest. I sat down next to Angela, and Mike brought us sandwiches and an array of sodas to choose from, while the boy who looked to be the oldest of the visitors rattled off the names of the 7 others with him.
Y'all, get ready. It's time for Jacob to come into the scene. Everybody, hype it up. We're finally here. We are 96 pages into this book, and finally we're getting our first mention of Jacob Black. This is so exciting. Let the wolves descend. This is so exciting. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. All I caught was that one of the girls was also named Jessica, and the boy who noticed me was named Jacob. Jacob! It was relaxing to sit with Angela. She was a restful kind of person to be around. She didn't feel the need to fill every sentence with chatter. She left me free to think undisturbed while we ate. And I was thinking about how disjointedly time seemed to flow in Forks, passing in a blur at times. And then at other times, every second was significant. Etched in my mind. I knew exactly what caused the difference, and it disturbed me. During lunch, the clouds started to advance, slinking across the blue sky, darting in front of the sun momentarily, casting long shadows across the beach, and blackening the waves. As they finished eating, people started to drift away in 2s and 3s. Some walked down to the edge of the waves, trying to skip rocks across the choppy surface. Others were gathering a second expedition to the tide pools. Mike, with Jessica shadowing him, headed up to the one shop in the village. Some of the local kids went with them, others went along in the hike. By the time they'd all scattered, I was sitting alone on my driftwood log with Lauren and Tyler occupying themselves by the CD player someone had thought to bring, and 3 teenagers from the reservation perched around the circle, including the boy named Jacob and the oldest boy, who was acting as the spokesperson. I say this as if I don't hate Jacob, but it's the first book. He's not bad yet. A few minutes after Angela left with the hikers, Jacob sauntered over to take her place by my side. He looked 14, maybe 15, and had long, glossy black hair pulled back with a rubber band at the nape of his neck. His skin was beautiful, silky, and russet-colored.
His eyes were dark, set deep above the high planes of his cheekbones. He still had a hint of childish roundness left around his chin. Altogether, a very pretty face. However, my positive opinion of his looks was damaged by the first words out of his mouth. I know. How should I do his voice? I don't know. You're Isabella Swan, aren't you? It was like the first day of school all over again. Bella, I sighed. I'm Jacob Black. He held his hand out in a friendly gesture. You bought my dad's truck. Oh, I said, relieved, shaking his sleek hand. You're Billy's son. I should probably remember you. Nah, I'm the youngest of the family. You'd remember my older sisters. Rachel and Rebecca, I suddenly recalled. Charlie and Billy had thrown us all together a lot during my visits to keep us busy while they fished. We were all too shy to make much progress as friends. Of course, I'd kicked up enough tantrums to end the fishing trips by the time I was 11. Are they here? I examined the girls at the ocean's edge, wondering if I would recognize them now. No, Jacob shook his head. Rachel got a scholarship to Washington State, and Rebecca married a Samoan surfer. She lives in Hawaii now. Married? Wow, I was stunned. The twins were only a little over a year older than I was. So, how do you like the truck? He asked. I love it. It runs great. Yeah, but it's really slow. He laughed. I was so relieved when Charlie bought it. My dad wouldn't let me work on building another car when we had a perfectly good vehicle right there. It's not that slow, I objected. Have you tried going over 60? No, I admitted. Good, don't. He grinned. I couldn't help grinning back. It does great in a collision, I offered in my truck's defense. I don't think a tank could take out that old monster, he agreed with another laugh. So, you build cars? I asked, impressed. Sorry, I am big. So you build cars? I said, impressed. When I have free time and parts, you wouldn't happen to know where I could get my hands on a master cylinder for a 1986 Volkswagen Rabbit, he added jokingly. He had a pleasant, husky voice. Sorry, I laughed. I haven't seen any lately, but I guess I'll keep my eyes open for you. Seabliss, welcome on in. Thank you for sewing your daily button. How are you doing today? And thank you for your lurk as well. I appreciate you. Oop. Thank you for your lurk, Seabliss. I really appreciate you. Okay, sorry, back to reading. As if I knew what that was. He was very easy to talk with. He flashed a brilliant smile, looking at me appreciatively, in a way I was learning to recognize. I wasn't the only one who noticed. You know Bella, Jacob? Lauren asked in what I imagined was an insolent tone from across the fire. I know, Morgan. I never noticed that before either. Isn't that so crazy? We've sort of known each other since I was born, he laughed, smiling at me again. How nice. She didn't sound like she thought it was nice at all, but her pale, fishy eyes narrowed. Bella, she called again, watching my face carefully. I was just saying to Tyler that I think it's too bad none of the Cullens could come out today. Didn't anyone think to invite them? Her expression of concern was unconvincing. This is Lauren again! She's not even in the films. She's just like evil. Do you mean Dr. Carlisle Cullen's family? The tall older boy asked before I could respond, much to Lauren's irritation. He was really closer to a man than a boy, and his voice was very deep. Yes, do you know them? She asked condescendingly, turning halfway towards them. The Cullens don't come here, he said in a tone that closed the subject, ignoring her question. Tyler, trying to win back her attention, asked Lauren's opinion on the CD he held. She was distracted. I stared at the deep-voiced boy, taken aback, but he was looking away towards the dark forest behind us. He had said that the Cullens didn't come here, but his tone had implied something more, that they weren't allowed. They were prohibited. Literally. His manner left a strange impression on me, and I tried to ignore it without success. Jacob interrupted my meditation. So, is Forks driving you insane yet? Oh, I'd say that's an understatement. I grimaced. He grinned understandingly. I was still turning over the brief comment on the Cullens, and I had a sudden inspiration. It was a stupid plan, but I didn't have any better ideas. I hoped that young Jacob was as yet inexperienced around girls so that he wouldn't see through my sure-to-be pitiful attempts at flirting. Did you want to walk down the beach with me? I asked, trying to imitate the way Edward had looked up from underneath his eyelashes. It couldn't have been nearly the same effect, I was sure, but Jacob jumped up willingly enough. As we walked north across the multi-hued stones towards the driftwood seawall, the clouds finally closed ranks across the sky, causing the sea to darken and the temperature to drop. I shoved my hands deep into my pockets of my jacket. So, you're what, 16? I asked, trying not to look like an idiot as I fluttered my eyelids the way I'd seen girls do on TV. I just turned 15, he confessed, flattered. Really? My face was full of false surprise. I would have thought you were older. Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird, Kermit, honestly. I'm tall for my age, he explained. Do you come up to Forks much? I asked archly, as if I was hoping for a yes. I sounded idiotic to myself. Not her leading him on. I was afraid he would turn on me with disgust and accuse me of my fraud, but he still seemed flattered. Not too much, he admitted with a frown. When I get my car finished, I can go up as much as I want. After I get my license, he amended. Yeah, he's 15, Morgan, and she's 17, and she's flirting with him like a creep. Poor thing. I do feel bad for Jacob a little bit. Whatever. Who was that other boy Lauren was talking to? He seemed a little bit old to be hanging out with us. I purposefully lumped myself in with the youngsters, trying to make it clear that I prefer Jacob. That's Sam. He's 19, he informed me. I mean, yes, Morgan, but it's a little weird, because now, obviously, like, this is why he develops a crush. Yes, Adette, I know, it's crazy. He's 15 in the first book, and then, 16. I mean, he ages rapidly because of the wolf thing later on, but, like, right now, 15. Yeah, just turned 15, mind you. A child. Grade 9 versus grade 11. Anyway, what was that he was saying about the doctor's family? I asked innocently. The Cullens? Oh, they're not supposed to come onto the reservation. He looked away out towards James Island as he confirmed what I thought I'd heard in Sam's voice. Why not? He glanced back up at me, biting his lips. Oops, I'm not supposed to say anything about that. Oh, I won't tell anyone. I'm just curious. I tried to make my smile alluring, wondering if I was laying it on too thick. He smiled back, though, looking allured. Then he lifted one eyebrow and his voice was even huskier than before. Do you like scary stories? Ugh, Morgan, ew. Ugh. I love them, I enthused, making an effort to smolder at him. Jacob strolled to a nearby driftwood tree that had its roots sticking out like attenuated legs of a huge pale spider. He perched lightly on one of the twisted roots while I sat beneath him on the body of the tree. He stared down at the rocks, a smile hovering around the edges of his broad lips. I could see he was going to try and make this good. I focused on keeping the vital interest I felt out of my eyes. Do you know any of our old stories about where we came from? The, Quileutes, I mean? He began. Not really, I admitted. Well, there are a lot of legends, some of them claiming to date back to the flood, supposedly. The ancient Quileutes tied their canoes to the tops of the tallest trees in the mountains to survive like Noah in the ark. He smiled to show me how little stock he put in the histories. Another legend claims that we descended from wolves, and that the wolves are our brothers still. It's against tribal law to kill them. Then, there are the stories about the Cold Ones. His voice dropped a little lower. The Cold Ones? I asked, not faking my intrigue now. Yeah, there are stories of the Cold Ones as old as the wolf legends, and some much more recent. According to legend, my own great-grandfather knew some of them. He was the one who made the treaty that kept them off our land. He rolled his eyes. Your great-grandfather? I encouraged. Yeah, he's like a tribal elder, like my father. You see, the Cold Ones are like the natural enemies of the wolf. Well, not the wolf really, but like the wolves that turn into men, like our ancestors. You would call them werewolves. Werewolves have enemies? Only one. I stared at him earnestly, hoping to disguise my impatience as admiration. So, you see, Jacob continued. The Cold Ones are traditionally our enemies, but this pack that came into our territory during my great-grandfather's time were different. They didn't hunt the way the others of their kind did. They weren't supposed to be dangerous to the tribe. So my great-grandfather made a truce with them. If they would promise to stay off our lands, we wouldn't expose them to the palefaces. He winked at me. If they weren't dangerous, then why? I tried to understand, struggling not to let him see how seriously I was considering this ghost story. There's always a risk for humans to be around the Cold Ones, even if they're civilized like this clan was. You never know when they might get too hungry to resist. He deliberately worked a thick edge of menace into his tone. What do you mean civilized? They claimed that they didn't hunt humans. They supposedly were somehow able to prey on animals instead. I tried to keep my voice casual. So, how does it fit in with the Cullens? Are they like the Cold Ones your great-grandfather met? No, he paused dramatically. They're the same ones. He must have thought the expression on my face was fear inspired by the story. He smiled, pleased, and continued. There are more of them now, a new female and a new male, but the rest are the same. In my great-grandfather's time, they already knew the leader, Carlisle. He'd been there and gone before your people had even arrived. He was fighting a smile. And what are they? I finally asked. What are the Cold Ones? He smiled darkly. Blood drinkers, he replied in a chilling voice. Your people call them vampires. I stared out at the rough surf after he answered, not sure what my face was exposing. You got goosebumps. He laughed delightedly. You're a good storyteller. I complimented him, still staring into the waves. Pretty crazy stuff, though, isn't it? No wonder my dad doesn't want us to talk about it to anyone. I couldn't control my expression enough to look at him yet. Don't worry, I won't give you away. I guess I just violated the treaty, he laughed. I'll take it to the grave, I promised, and then I shivered. Seriously, though, don't say anything to Charlie. He was pretty mad at my dad when he heard that some of us weren't going to the hospital since Dr. Cullen started working there. I won't, of course not. So, do you think we're a bunch of superstitious natives or what? He asked in a playful tone, but with a hint of worry. I still hadn't looked away from the ocean. I turned and smiled at him as normally as I could. No, I think you're very good at telling scary stories, though. I still got goosebumps, see? I held up my arm. Cool, he smiled. And then the sound of the beach rocks clattering against each other warned us that someone was approaching. Our heads snapped up in time to see Mike and Jessica about 50 yards away, walking towards us. There you are, Bella, Mike called in relief, waving his arm over his head. Is that your boyfriend? Jacob asked, alerted by the jealous edge in Mike's voice. I was surprised it was so obvious. No, definitely not, I whispered. I was tremendously grateful to Jacob and eager to make him as happy as possible. I winked at him, carefully turning away from Mike to do so. He smiled, elated by my inept flirting. So when I get my license, he began, you should come see me in Forks. We could hang out sometime. I felt guilty as I said this, knowing that I'd used him, but I really did like Jacob. He was someone I could easily be friends with. Mike had reached us now, with Jessica still a few paces back. I could see his eyes appraising Jacob and looking satisfied at his obvious youth. Where have you been? He asked, though the answer was right in front of him. Jacob was just telling me some local stories, I volunteered. It was really interesting. I smiled at Jacob warmly, and he grinned back. Well, Mike paused, carefully reassessing the situation as he watched our camaraderie. We're packing it up. Looks like it's gonna rain soon. We all looked up at the glowering sky. It certainly did look like rain. Okay, I jumped up. I'm coming. It was nice to see you again, Jacob said, and I could tell he was taunting Mike just a little bit. It really was. Next time Charlie comes down to see Billy, I'll come too, I promised. A grin stretched across his face. That'd be cool. And thanks, I added earnestly. I pulled up my hood and we tramped across the rocks towards the parking lot. A few drops were beginning to fall, making black spots in the stones where they landed. When we got to the Suburban, the others were already loading everything back in. I crawled into the back seat by Angela and Tyler, announcing that I'd already had my turn in shotgun position. Angela just stared out the window at the escalating storm, and Lauren twisted around in the middle seat to occupy Tyler's attention, so I could simply lay my head back in the seat and close my eyes and try very hard not to think. And that is the end of chapter 6. Oh my goodness, isn't that crazy? Let me stop the timer for just a moment. How's everybody holding up? I can't believe we're 5.5 hours into this. But how are we all doing? That was a good one. I think it's really interesting that in the books, Jacob actually tells like the entire story
rather than just like hints at it, and then she has to go to Port Angeles to like look up that, like find the book by the native seller to like get all the tea. You know what I mean? It's definitely different to what's in the movies. You're loving it? Yay, I'm glad you're loving it. This has been so good. Thank you so much, Odette. I appreciate it so much. I was worried that people were gonna like hate this. But also, low-key, you guys were the ones that asked for it, so like there were people being like, you should read the Twilight book live, and I was like, sure. You're crocheting, nice. Mm-hmm. Smart. Okay. Just a few more bites of food. You girls gotta eat a little bit here. I have died every day waiting for you. Oh my goodness. Also, like, this has been, not only has this been very fun, but it's also given me a bit of peace of mind about moving, and Christmas and things like that. So this is really very much appreciated. I'm probably never, I mean, well, never is a long time, but I'm not going to do another big sort of subathon type thing for a very long time. I might do one in my birthday in April. But other than that, is there anything else you guys would like to see in terms of content, like a different incentive or stuff in general? I'm gonna be doing a karaoke stream for a charity in early December. But it's kind of hard coming up with fun things to do as incentives. Okay, this is like done. Get some real water in me. I've only had this tea, so probably good to hydrate properly. Also, Phoenix, what kind of tea are you drinking? I'd love to know. I personally just like a good English breakfast if I'm having like a warm tea or chai, but you know, I'm open to other ones. I can't have peppermint tea though because I am allergic. Zach, welcome on in. Thank you for your first time chat. Sorry, we're just pausing my subathon right now. But I hope you're doing well today. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Well, if people want it, if people want to listen to the rest of the book, we gotta keep going. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna put this back in the kitchen. But yeah, we're at 58. If we get to 75, I'm doing a Date Everything 18 plus stream, ASMR stream at 90, and Pit Beast cosplay at 100. If you don't know the Pit Beast, it's from The Sims Medieval. Earl Grey, I love that. Also, Zach, here are some ways to say hello for your first time chat. Don't do anything while I'm gone. I'm watching you all. What? Oh, Dad, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pod, you're now a treasured member. How did you find me, by the way? I'd love to know if I was like just popping up and recommended or something because of like the other, you know, mutuals.
Phoenix. Ignore. Apparently, though, there is a, if you aren't aware, if you subscribe to someone or gift a sub to someone this month, you can get 3 free months of Discord Nitro, which is cool. So it's like the deluxe version of Discord, where you get access to like more emotes and like boosting and all sorts of weird things. Sunset Cinnamon? That sounds so good, Violet. I've never heard of that. Delightful. I love that. All right. Food is eaten. Let's get back to reading. Oh yeah, should we do a bit of ASMR then? How many ones do we have left? Oh, yeah, I was like, oh, I feel like you've kind of been here forever almost, but like, I guess not. And there you go. So welcome in. I hope you're having a good time. This is not my normal stuff. Usually I'm playing a couple of different games. Sims 4, Animal Crossing, I don't know, what else? Sims Medieval. I got the notice that you got your free 3 months, just haven't claimed it yet. Oh, that's so exciting. Yeah, you just have to click the link and then it opens it up for you. I got it on my Discord, and then I used it to boost my server, which is shameless segue. If you haven't already, feel free to join the Discord. If you're over the age of 18, love for you to join. We have fun there. 1 ASMR redeem left. Oh, really? I swear there was 2. There was Jazz Hands and then someone else. You mentioned Sweet Pea maybe, who gifted 100 bits. Neither of them are here right now. I feel bad, but I mean, I should probably do it anyway. And then we had the 500 bits from Pluto, and then I did that one, and the Jennifer Coolidge. So I think that's right. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. We can do one right now. Okay. So there's 2 left then. All right, well then let's do 2 pages in ASMR right now, and then we'll get those finished off. And then maybe Phoenix, what you can do is timestamp if they want to maybe go back and see it. So yeah. Pluto's second round of 500 bits, and you did ASMR for that? Yes. So one of them was ASMR, and one of them was Jennifer Coolidge. I did 5 pages there. All right, here we go. So if we're doing a bit of ASMR, you're going to want to turn up your volume. Turn down the Spotify. Because I'm going to start whispering, and you're going to need to hear it a little bit louder. So here we go. Chapter 7, Nightmare. I told Charlie I had a lot of homework to do, and that I didn't want anything else to eat. There was a basketball game that he was excited about, though of course I had no idea what was special about it, so he wasn't aware of anything unusual in my face or tone. Once in my room, I locked the door. I dug through my desk until I found my old headphones. I plugged them into my little CD player. I picked up a CD that Phil had given me for Christmas. It was one of my favorite bands, but they used a little too much bass and shrieking for my taste. I popped it into place and lay down on my bed. I put on the headphones, hit play, and turned up the volume until it hurt my ears. I closed my eyes, and the light still intruded, so I added a pillow over the top half of my face. I concentrated very carefully on the music, trying to understand the lyrics, to unravel the complicated drum patterns. By the 3rd time I listened through the CD, I knew all the words to the choruses, at least. I was surprised to find that I really did like the band after all. Once I got past the blaring noise, I'd have to thank Phil again. And it worked. The shattering beats made it impossible for me to think, which was the whole purpose of the exercise. I listened to the CD again and again until I was singing along with all the songs, until finally I fell asleep. I opened my eyes to a familiar place. Aware in some corner of my consciousness that I was dreaming, I recognized the green light of the forest. I could hear the waves crashing against the rocks somewhere nearby, and I knew that if I found the ocean, I'd be able to see the sun. And I was trying to follow the sound, but then Jacob Black was there, tugging on my hands, pulling me back towards the blackest part of the forest. "Jacob, what's wrong?" I asked. His face was frightened as he yanked with all his strength against my resistance. I didn't want to go into the dark. "Run, Bella, you have to run," he whispered, terrified. "This way, Bella." I recognized Mike's voice calling out of the gloomy heart of the trees, but I couldn't see him. "Why?" I asked, still pulling against Jacob's grasp.
switched on the ground as I watched in horror. "Jacob!" I screamed. But he was gone. In his place was a large red-brown wolf with black eyes. The wolf faced away from me, pointing towards the shore, the hair on the back of his shoulders bristling. Low growls issued from between his exposed fangs. "Bella, run!" Mike cried out. Again from behind me, but I didn't turn. I was watching a light coming from toward the beach. And then Edward stepped out from the trees, his skin faintly glowing, his eyes black and dangerous. He held up one hand and beckoned me to come to him. The wolf growled at my feet. I could take a step forward, towards Edward. He smiled then, and his teeth were sharp, pointed. "Trust me," he purred. I took another step. The wolf launched himself across the space between me and the vampire, fangs aiming for the jugular. "No!" I screamed, wrenching upright out of my bed. My sudden movement caused the headphones to pull the CD player off the bedside table, and it clattered to the wooden floor. My sudden movement caused the headphones to pull the CD player off the bedside. Oh shit, I already read that. My light was still on, and I was still fully dressed on the bed with my shoes on. I glanced disoriented. At the clock on my dresser, it was 5:30 in the morning. I groaned, fell back asleep, and then rolled onto my face, kicking off my boots. I was too uncomfortable to get anywhere near sleep, though. I rolled back over and unbuttoned my jeans, yanking them off awkwardly as I tried to stay horizontal. I could feel the braid in my hair, an uncomfortable ridge along the back of my skull. I turned onto my side and ripped the rubber band out, quickly combing through the plaits with my fingers. I pulled the pillow back over my eyes. "Okay, you're going to want to turn your volume back down because I'm going to come back to a normal speaking tone now because that was your 2 pages. Thank you, Jazz Hands and Sweet Pea, for the 200 bits, 100 each."
Okay. Ooh, oh my goodness. All right. I love this song, by the way, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit. You should be able to hear the Spotify again, and hopefully I'm not screaming in your ear. But if I am, I gave you warning, so anyway. All right. It was all no use, of course. My subconscious had dredged up exactly the images I had been trying so desperately to avoid. I was going to have to face them now. I sat up, and my head spun for a minute as the blood flowed downward. First things first, I thought to myself, happy to put it off as long as possible. I grabbed my bathroom bag. The shower didn't last nearly as long as I hoped it would, though. Even taking the time to blow dry my hair, I was soon out of things to do in the bathroom. Wrapped in a towel, I crossed back to my room. I couldn't tell if Charlie was still asleep or if he'd already left. I went to go look out my window and the cruiser was gone. Fishing again. I dressed slowly in my most comfy sweats and then made my bed, something I never did. I couldn't put it off any longer. I went at my desk and switched on my old computer. I hated using the internet here. My modem was sadly outdated. My free service substandard, just dialing up, took so long that I decided to go get myself a bowl of cereal while I waited. Not the dial-up internet! Oh my god, that just aged this book so much more too. That's so funny. The internet took so long to dial up that she had to go get breakfast. That's so hilarious. I never even had dial-up internet. Yeah, AOL sounds in the distance. Oh, that's just sent me. I ate slowly, chewing each bite with care. When I was done, I washed the bowl and spoon, dried them, and put them away. My feet dragged as I climbed the stairs. I went to my CD player first, picking it up off the floor and placing it precisely in the center of the table. I pulled out the headphones and put them away in the desk drawer. Then I turned the same CD on, turning it down to the point where it was background noise. With another sigh, I turned to my computer. Naturally, the screen was covered in pop-up ads. Pop-up ads, girl! Please! The dial-up sound is one of the million tabs in my brain that plays every so often. I love that for you, honestly. That is too funny. Okay. The pop-up ads. What year is it? Okay, I sat in my hard folding chair and began closing all the little windows. Eventually, I made it to my favorite search engine. I shot down a few more pop-ups and then typed in one word. Vampire. It took an infuriatingly long time, of course. When the results came up, there was a lot to sift through, everything from movies and TV shows to role-playing games, underground metal, and gothic cosmetic companies. Then I found a promising site, Vampires A to Z. I guess. Like, she's just suffering so badly by turning her computer on. Yeah, I know. It's so hilarious. Then I found a promising site, Vampires A to Z. I waited impatiently for it to load, quickly clicking closed each ad that flashed across the screen. This is so dated. Finally, the screen was finished, simple white background with black text, academic looking. 2 quotes greeted me on the homepage. Oh my gosh, Meredith Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pod, you're now a treasured member. What a relevant name for today. Vampire the Masquerade reference in Twilight. Please, I love it. Guys, how close are we to 500? We've got to be so, so close. If we hit 500 followers in this stream, I think I'll cry. Thank you so much for making your way over here. We're just reading Twilight today, which is a bit of fun. Oh my god. 2 quotes greeted me on the homepage. Welcome on in. Thank you for your first time chat. Here's some ways to say hello. Yeah, also my favorite search engine is So Jokes. Oh, Pluto, do you know Meredith? Welcome. I'm glad you found me. We have fun here. We're not always doing Twilight things, but we do love Twilight, so. That's so hilarious. Oh, that's your bestie. Oh my gosh. Well, welcome in. That's great. Oh, Meredith. That's very sweet of you to come in. I'm glad that you know Pluto. How fun is that? Throughout the vast shadowy world of ghosts and demons, there is no figure so terrible, no figure so dreaded and abhorred, yet dight with such fearful fascination as the vampire. Downgraded to roommate in college. That's so funny. As a vampire, who is himself neither ghost nor demon, but yet who partakes the dark natures and possess the mystery and terrible qualities of both. Reverend Montague Summers. T. If there is in this world a well-attested account, it is that of the vampires. Nothing is lacking. Official reports, affidavits of well-known people, surgeons, priests, magistrates, the judicial proof is most complete. And with all that, who is there who believes in vampires? Rousseau. The rest of the site was an alphabetized listing of all the different myths of vampires held throughout the world. The first I clicked on, the Danag, was a Filipino vampire supposedly responsible for planting taro on the islands long ago. The myth continued that the Danag worked with humans for many years, but the partnership ended one day when a woman cut her finger and a Danag sucked her wound, enjoying the taste so much that it drained her body completely of blood. I read carefully through the descriptions, looking for anything that sounded familiar, let alone plausible. It seemed that the most vampire myths centered around beautiful women as demons and children as victims, but also seemed like constructs created to explain away the high mortality rates for young children, and to give men an excuse for infidelity. Stand on it, Stephanie! Many of the stories involved bodiless spirits and warnings against improper burials. There wasn't much that sounded like the movies I'd seen, and only a very few like the Hebrew Estri and the Polish Upier, which were even preoccupied with drinking blood. Only 3 entries really caught my attention. The Romanian Vera Kolisai, a powerful undead being who could appear as beautiful pale-skinned human, the Slovak Nalapsi, a creature so strong and fast it could massacre an entire village within a single hour after midnight, and one other, the Strigoni Benefici. About this last, there was only one brief sentence. Strigoni Benefici, an Italian vampire said to be on the side of goodness and a mortal enemy of all evil vampires. T. It was a relief that one small entry, the one myth among hundreds that claimed the existence of good vampires. Overall, though, there was little that coincided with Jacob's stories or my own observations. I'd made a little catalog in my mind as I'd read and carefully compared it with each myth. Speed, strength, beauty, pale skin, eyes that shift color, and then Jacob's criteria. Blood drinkers, enemies of the werewolf, cold-skinned, and immortal. There were very few myths that matched even one factor. And then another problem, one that I'd remembered from the small number of scary movies that I'd seen and was backed up by today's reading. Vampires couldn't come out in the daytime. The sun would burn them into a cinder. They'd slept in coffins all day and came out only at night. Aggravated, I snapped off the computer's main power switch, not waiting to shut things down properly. We've all been there, bestie. Through my irritation, I felt overwhelmingly embarrassed. It was also stupid. I was sitting in my room researching vampires. What was wrong with me? I decided that most of the blame belonged on the doorstep of my town of Forks, and the entire sod and Olympic Peninsula, for that matter. I had to get out of the house, but there was nowhere I wanted to go that didn't involve a 3-day drive. I pulled on my boots anyway, unclear where I was headed, and went downstairs. I shrugged into my raincoat without checking the weather and stomped out of the door. It was overcast but not raining yet. I ignored my truck and started east on foot, angling across Charlie's yard towards the ever-encroaching forest. It didn't take long till I was deep enough for the house and the road to be invisible. for the only sound to be the squish of the damp earth under my feet and the sudden cries of the jays. There was a thin ribbon of a trail that led through the forest here, or I wouldn't risk wandering on my own like this. My sense of direction was hopeless. I could get lost in much less helpful surroundings. The trail wound deeper and deeper into the forest, mostly east as far as I could tell. I'd snaked around Sitka spruces and the hemlocks, and the yews and the maples. I only vaguely knew the names of the trees around me, and all I knew was due to Charlie's pointing them out to me from the cruiser window in earlier days. There were many I didn't know, and others I couldn't be sure about because they were so covered in green parasites. I followed the trail as long as my anger at myself pushed me forward. As that started to ebb, I slowed. A few drops of moisture trickled down from the canopy above me, but I couldn't be certain if it was beginning to rain or if it was simply pools left over from yesterday's, held high in the leaves above me, slowly dripping their way back down to earth. A recently fallen tree, I knew it was recent because it wasn't entirely carpeted in moss, rested against the trunk of one of her sisters, creating a sheltered little bench just a few safe feet off the trail. I stepped over the ferns and sat carefully, making sure my jacket was between the damp seat and my clothes, wherever they touched, and leaned my hooded head against the living tree. This was the wrong place to have come. I should have known, but where else was there to go? The forest was deep green and far too much like the scene in last night's dream to allow for peace of mind. Now that there was no longer the sound of my soggy footsteps, the silence was piercing. The birds were quiet too, the drops increasing in frequency, so it must be raining from above. The ferns stood higher than my head now that I was seated, and I knew someone could walk by on the path 3 feet away and not see me. Here in the trees, it was much easier to believe the absurdities that embarrassed me indoors. Nothing had changed in this forest for thousands of years, and all the myths and legends of 100 different lands seemed much more likely in this green haze than they had in my clear-cut bedroom. I forced myself to focus on the two most vital questions I had to answer, but I did so unwillingly. First, I had to decide if it was possible that what Jacob had said about the Cullens could be true. Immediately, my mind responded with a resounding negative. It was silly and morbid to entertain such ridiculous notions. But what then, I asked myself. There was no rational explanation for how I was alive at this moment. I listed again in my head the things I'd observed myself, the impossible speed and strength, the eye color shifting from black to gold to black again, and the inhumane beauty, the pale, frigid skin, and more small things that registered slowly, how they never seemed to eat, the disturbing grace with which they moved, and the way that he sometimes spoke, with unfamiliar cadences and phrases that fit better the style of the turn-of-the-century novel than that of a 21st century classroom. He had skipped class the day we'd done blood typing. He hadn't said no to the beach trip till he heard where we were going. He seemed to know what everyone around him was thinking except me. He had told me he was the villain. Dangerous. Could the Cullens be vampires? Well, they were something. Something outside the possibility of rational justification was taking place in front of my incredulous eyes. Whether it be Jacob's cold ones or my own superhero theory, Edward Cullen was not human. He was something more. So then, maybe. That would have to be my answer for now. And then the most important question of all, what was I going to do if it was true? If Edward was a vampire, I could hardly make myself think the words. Then what should I do? Involving someone else was definitely out. I couldn't even believe myself. Anyone I told would have had me committed. Only 2 options seemed practical. The first was to take his advice, to be smart, to avoid him as much as possible. To cancel our plans, to go back to ignoring him as far as I was able. To pretend there was an impenetrably thick glass wall between us on the one class where we were forced together. To tell him to leave me alone, and mean it this time. I was gripped in a sudden agony of despair as I considered that alternative. My mind rejected the pain, quickly stepping onto the next option. I could do nothing different. After all, if he was something sinister, he'd done nothing to hurt me so far. Oh, no worries at all, Morgan. Thank you so much for popping by. I appreciate you so, so much. I'll be on at least for another hour. We'll see if anyone else adds to the timer, but that might be it. But thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate it. And for the resub, by the way. In fact, I would be a dent in Tyler's fender if he hadn't acted so quickly. So quickly I argued with myself that it might have been sheer reflexes. But if it was a reflex to save lives, how bad could he be? I retorted. My head spun around in answerless circles. There was only one thing I was sure of, if I was sure of anything. The dark Edward in my dream last night was a reflection only of my fear of the word Jacob had spoken, and not Edward himself. Even so, when I'd screamed out in terror at the werewolf's lunge, it wasn't fear for the wolf that brought the cry of no to my lips. It was fear that he would be harmed. Even as he called to me with his sharp-edged fangs, I feared for him. And I knew in that I had my answer. I didn't know if there ever was a choice, really. I was already in too deep. Now that I knew, if I knew, I could do nothing about my frightening secret. Because when I thought of him, of his voice, his hypnotic eyes, not eye, the magnetic force of his personality, I wanted nothing more than to be with him right now. Even if. I couldn't think it. Not here, alone in the darkening forest, not while the rain made a dim as twilight under the canopy and pattered like footsteps across the matten earthed floor. She said Twilight, guys. She said the words. I shivered and rose quickly from my place of concealment, worried that somehow the path would have disappeared with the rain. But it was there, safe and clear, winding its way out of the dripping green maze. I followed it hastily, my hood pulled close around my face, becoming surprised as I nearly ran through the trees at how far I'd come. I started to wonder if I was heading out at all or following the path farther into the confines of the forest. Before I could get too panicky, though, I began to glimpse some open spaces through the webbed branches. And then I could hear a car passing on the street, and I was free. Charlie's lawn stretched out in front of me, the house beckoning, promising warmth and dry socks. It was just noon when I got back inside. I went upstairs and got dressed for the day. Nope. Sorry. Just checking to make sure we're good over here. There we go. I went upstairs and got dressed for the day. Jeans and a t-shirt since I was staying indoors. It didn't take too much effort to concentrate on my task for the day. A paper on Macbeth that was due Wednesday, I settled into outlining a rough draft contentedly, more serene than I'd felt since Thursday afternoon, if I'm being honest. That had always been my way, though. Making decisions was the painful part for me, the part I agonized over. But once the decision was made, I simply followed through, usually with relief that the choice was made. Sometimes the relief was tainted by despair, like my decision to come to Forks. But it was still better than wrestling with the alternatives. The decision was ridiculously easy to live with. Dangerously easy. Sorry. And so the day was quiet, productive. I finished my paper before 8. Charlie came home with a large catch, and I made a mental note to pick up a book of recipes for fish while I was in Seattle next week. The chills that flashed up my spine whenever I thought of that trip were no different than the ones I'd felt before I'd taken my walk with Jacob Black. They should be different, I thought. I should be afraid. I knew I should be, but I couldn't feel the right kind of fear. I slept dreamlessly that night, exhausted from beginning my day so early and sleeping so poorly the night before. I woke, for the second time since arriving in Forks, to the bright yellow light of a sunny day. I skipped to the window, stunned to see that there were hardly a cloud in the sky, and those were just the fleecy little white puffs that couldn't possibly be carrying any rain. I opened the window, surprised when it opened silently without sticking, not having opened it in who knows how many years, and sucked in the relatively dry air. It was nearly warm and hardly windy at all. My blood was electric in my veins. Charlie was finishing breakfast when I came downstairs, and he picked up on my mood immediately. "Nice day out," he commented. "Yeah," I agreed, with a grin. He smiled back, his brown eyes crinkling around the edges. When Charlie smiled, it was easier to see why he and my mother had jumped too quickly into an early marriage. Most of the young romantic he'd been in those days had faded before I'd known him, as the curly brown hair, the same color if not the same texture as mine, had dwindled, slowly revealing more and more of the shiny skin of his forehead. But when he smiled, I could see a little of the man who would run away with Renee when she was just 2 years older than I was now. What is it about Stephenie Meyer and teen marriages? It's the Mormon in her, I'm telling you. Good gracious. I ate breakfast cheerily, watching the dust motes stir in the sunlight that streamed in the back window. Charlie called out a goodbye, and I heard the cruiser pull away from the house. I hesitated on my way out the door, hand on my rain jacket. It would be tempting fate to leave it at home. With a sigh, I folded over my arm and stepped out into the brightest light I'd seen in months. By dint of much elbow grease, I was able to get both windows in the truck almost completely rolled down. I was one of the first ones to school. I hadn't even checked the clock in my hurry to get outside. I parked and headed towards the seldom-used picnic benches on the south side of the cafeteria. The benches were still a little damp, so I sat on my jacket, glad to have a use for it. My homework was done, the product of a slow social life, but there were a few trig problems I wasn't sure I had right. I took out my book industriously, but halfway through rechecking the first problem, I was daydreaming, watching the sunlight play on the red-bark trees. I sketched inattentively along the margins of my homework. After a few minutes, I suddenly realized I'd drawn 5 pairs of dark eyes staring out of the page at me. I scrubbed them out with the eraser. "Bella!" I heard someone call, and it sounded like Mike. I looked around to realize that the school had begun populated while I'd been sitting there absent-minded. Everyone was in t-shirts, some even in shorts, though the temperature couldn't be over 60. Mike was coming towards me in khaki shorts and a striped rugby shirt, waving. "Hey, Mike," I called, waving back, unable to be half-hearted on a morning like this. He came to sit by me in the tidy spikes of his hair, shining golden in the light, his grin stretching across his face. He was so delighted to see me I couldn't help but feel gratified. I never noticed before. Your hair has red in it, he commented, catching between his fingers a strand that was fluttering in the light breeze. Only in the sun. I became just a little uncomfortable as he tucked the lock behind my ear. I would freaking think so. Ew, what is Mike doing? Great day, isn't it? My kind of day, I agreed. What'd you do yesterday? His tone was just a bit too proprietary. I mostly worked on my essay. I didn't add that I was finished with it. No need to sound smug. He hit his forehead with the heel of his hand. Oh yeah, that's due Thursday, right? Wednesday, I think. Wednesday, he frowned. That's not good. What are you writing yours on? Whether Shakespeare's treatment of the female characters is misogynistic? He stared at me like I'd just spoken in Pig Latin. I guess I'll have to work on that tonight, he said, deflated. I was going to ask if you wanted to go out. Oh, I was taken off guard. Yeah, well, no kidding. And that's perfect time because it is ad time. So with that, we'll just be annoyed with Mike some more. Hold on, let me quickly stop the timer. Oh, 47 minutes left. Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. Let's see here. I know. Bum, 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 bum. Wait, who's here? What? Ah! Oh my god, can we get a big shout out for Cozy Lee? Phoenix, if you're here. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry, you're probably in ads. Ah! Yeah! This is crazy. Thank you so much for the raid, Cozy Lee. I'm so sorry if you can't hear me. Welcome in, everybody. I'm doing well. If you're stuck in ads, I'm so terribly sorry. Adorable Flock, thank you for your first time chat. Cozy Lee, welcome on in. Thank you for bringing your community here. Thank you so much. It's a good time. It's good timing though, because then we can have a little chit chat, hopefully. Here, I'll do a little thingy. Thank you for sewing your daily button, Cozy Lee. I appreciate you so much. It's your first ever daily button. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 1 minute 20, one more minute, then I get to say hello to your friends. Oh man, what terrible timing. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Happy Subathon Day. Yes, oh my goodness. Thank you, thank you. It's so very exciting. Hold on, what music are we listening to? I don't like this one. Let's do that one. Okay, let me know when you're back from IDES. Oh my gosh. Oh, can anyone see this? We have Edward. What if they come back from ads and then this is what they see? Wouldn't that be so funny? 30 seconds. And they're gonna get jump scared by Edward. "20 seconds. It's the longest minutes of my life. Oh, I feel so bad. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. This is crazy cupcakes. Hello? Alice, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. Also, you should be out of the ads now, but thank you so much. Do what? Happy Subathon Day. It's my first ever Subathon. We are reading Twilight out loud. It's been so fun. We're also really close to 500. We're one away from 500. You're back from ads. Welcome back. This is Edward. This is the Edward that I made. Look, he's glittery. Thank you so much for bringing your lovely community here. We're reading Twilight out loud. It is... I don't know what's happening. But Owlsy, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. And we're apparently one away from hitting 500, which is bonkers. If you all need to raid and run, I understand. You know, drink water, eat food, take your rest, do whatever you need to do. But if you'd like to stay, we're going to be reading more Twilight for at least the next 47 minutes. If we get more subs, it adds more time to the timer. If we get to 75, we're going to be doing a Date Everything 18 plus stream. 90 is an ASMR stream, and 100 is a Pit Beast cosplay from The Sims Medieval. What were you up to in your stream, Cozy, though? I hope it was good. Let me know. Make sure everyone in this chat go and follow Cozy Lee. We love their channel so much. But how are you doing? And oh yeah, we also have funny incentives. So 100 bits is reading a page in ASMR, 500 bits is reading a page as Jennifer Coolidge, and 1,000 bits is reading a chapter of Midnight Sun. Stream was good. Yay, I'm glad to hear it. Oh yeah, also my name is Sarah or Snappy. You can call me either. We have fun here. I don't usually do this. This is my first ever subathon of any kind. So, we're a little out of our element, but we're having a good time. But good. I'm so glad stream went well. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do my sale on gifted subs because I guess there's some sort of other promo going on, so don't feel pressured at all to gift a darn thing. But if you want to, you can add more time to the timer. Otherwise, though, I've been live for 6 hours and 12 minutes, so we could be live for like 7 hours, which will be my longest stream probably ever. So yeah, but yeah, this is Edward. I made him last night out of paper and cardboard. He speaks his lines like this. It's very fun. Oh my gosh. All right. I hope everyone had a good little ad break though and got some stretching and water and food and everything like that. And we will get back to the reading now without further ado. I also dressed as Bella today. I don't know if you can tell, but I went to the thrift store and I bought myself a gray like sweatshirt thingy and then this like Charlie Swan style top that like layered with it. You love Edboard? Oh my god. Edboard has to be his name. It's so Bella. It's been so much fun. We're currently this far into the book. That's pretty good. And we just started today. The flannel looks so comfy. It is. I'm boiling hot. I cannot lie. But, we're having a good time. So, yeah. Well, let me make sure nothing is going wrong here. Doopy doopy doo. There. Okay, all right. Can we do a ! Start timer, Phoenix, and then I will continue reading. But welcome in with the raid. That was very, very kind of you to share your community here. And I hope you enjoy my little dramatic recreation of Twilight. I don't even know where we were. Oh, here we go, yeah. Good thrift find too. I know. This flannel was like $14, but it's from like a really good company. And then this weird little waffle knit shirt was only $3. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you so much. All right, here we go. Oh, I was taken off guard. Why couldn't I ever have a pleasant conversation with Mike anymore without it getting awkward? Well, we could go to dinner or something, and I could work on it later. He smiled at me hopefully. Mike, I hated being put on the spot. I don't think that'd be the best idea. His face fell. Why? He asked, his eyes guarded. My thoughts flickered to Edward, wondering if that's where his thoughts were as well. I think, and if you ever repeat what I'm saying right now, I will cheerfully beat you to death, I threatened. But I think that would hurt Jessica's feelings. He was bewildered, obviously not thinking in that direction at all. Jessica? Really, Mike? Are you blind? Oh, he exhaled, clearly dazed. I took advantage of that to make my escape. It's time for class. I can't be late again. I gathered my books and stuffed them in my bag. We walked in silence to Building 3, and his expression was distracted. I hope whatever thoughts he was immersed in were leading him in the right direction. When I saw Jessica and Trig, she was bubbling with enthusiasm. She, Angela, and Lauren were going to Port Angeles tonight to go dress shopping for the dance. And she wanted me to come too, even though I didn't need one. I was indecisive. It'd be nice to get out of town with some girlfriends, but Lauren would be there, and who knew what I would be doing tonight. But that was definitely the wrong path to let my mind wander down. Of course I was happy about the sunlight, but that wasn't even completely responsible for the euphoric mood I was in. Not even close. So I gave her a maybe, telling her I'd have to talk with Charlie first. She talked of nothing but the dance on the way to Spanish, continuing as if without an interruption when class finally ended, 5 minutes late, and we were on our way to lunch. I was far too lost in my own frenzy of anticipation to notice much of what she said. I was painfully eager to see not just him, but all the Cullens, to compare them with the new suspicions that had plagued my mind. As I had crossed the threshold of the cafeteria, I felt the first true tingle of fear slither down my spine and settle in my stomach. Would they be able to know what I was thinking? And then a different feeling jolted through me. Would Edward be waiting to sit with me again? As was my routine, I glanced first at the Cullens' table. A shiver of panic trembled in my stomach as I realized it was empty. With dwindling hope, my eyes scoured the rest of the cafeteria, hoping to find him alone, waiting for me. The place was nearly filled. Spanish had made us late, but there was no sign of Edward or any of his family. Desolation hit me with crippling strength. I shambled along beside Jessica, not bothering to pretend to listen anymore. We were late enough that everyone was already at our table. I avoided the empty chair next to Mike in favor of one by Angela. I vaguely noticed that Mike held the chair out politely for Jessica and that her face lit up in response. Angela asked a few quiet questions about the Macbeth paper, which I answered as naturally as I could while spiraling downward in misery. She, too, invited me to go with them tonight, and I agreed now, grasping at anything to distract myself. I realized I'd been holding on to the last shred of hope when I entered biology, saw his empty seat, and felt a new wave of disappointment. The rest of the day passed slowly, dismally. In gym, we had a lecture of the rules of badminton. The next torture they had lined up for me, but at least I got to sit and listen instead of stumbling around on the court. The best part was the coach didn't finish, so I got another day off tomorrow. Never mind that the day after they would arm me with a racket before unleashing me on the rest of the class. I was glad to leave campus, so I'd be free to pout and mope before I went out tonight with Jessica and company. But right after I walked in the door of Charlie's house, Jessica called to cancel our plans. I tried to be happy that Mike had asked her out to dinner. I really was relieved that he finally seemed to be catching on, but my enthusiasm sounded false in my own ears. She rescheduled our shopping trip for tomorrow night, which left me with little in the way of distractions. I had fish marinating for dinner with a salad and bread left over from last night, so there was nothing to do there. I spent a focused half hour on homework, but then I was through with that too. I checked my email, reading the backlog of letters from my mother, getting snippier as they progressed to the present. I sighed and I typed a quick response. Mom, sorry I've been out. I went to the beach with some friends and I had to write a paper. My excuses were fairly pathetic, so I gave up on that. It's sunny outside today. I know, I'm shocked too. So I'm gonna go outside and soak up as much vitamin D as I can. I love you, Bella. I decided to kill an hour with non-school related reading. I had a small collection of books that came with me to Forks, the shabbiest volume being a compilation of the works of Jane Austen. I selected that one and headed to the backyard, grabbed a ragged old quilt from the linen cupboard in the top of the stairs on my way down. Outside in Charlie's small square yard, I folded the quilt in half and laid it out of reach of the trees' shadows on the thick lawn that would always be slightly wet, no matter how long the sun shone. I lay on my stomach, crossing my ankles in the air, flipping through the different novels in the book, trying to decide which would occupy my mind the most thoroughly. My favorites were Pride and Prejudice and Sense and Sensibility. I'd read the first most recently, so I started into Sense and Sensibility, only to remember after I began chapter 3 that the hero of the story happened to be named Edward. Angrily, I turned to Mansfield Park, but the hero of that piece was named Edmund, and that was just too close. Weren't there any other names available in the late 18th century? I snatched the book shut, annoyed, and rolled over onto my back. I pushed my sleeves up as high as they would go and closed my eyes. I would think of nothing but the warmth of my skin, I told myself severely. The breeze was still light, but it blew tendrils of my hair around my face, and that tickled a bit. I pulled all my hair over my head, letting it fan out on the quilt above me, and focused again on the heat that touched my eyelids, my cheekbones, my nose, my lips, my forearms, my neck, soaked through my light shirt. The next thing I was conscious of the sound of Charlie's cruiser turning into the bricks of the driveway. I sat up in surprise, realizing the light was gone behind the trees, and I had fallen asleep. I looked around muddled, with the sudden feeling that I wasn't alone. Charlie? I asked, but I could hear his door slamming in front of the house. I jumped up, foolishly edgy, gathering the now damp quilt and my book. I ran inside to get some oil heating on the stove, realizing that dinner would be late. Charlie was hanging up his gun belt and stepped out of the boots when I came in. Sorry, Dad. Dinner's not ready yet. I fell asleep outside. I stifled a yawn. Don't worry about it, he said. I wanted to catch the score on the game anyway. I watched TV with Charlie after dinner for something to do. There wasn't anything on I wanted to watch, but he knew I didn't like baseball, so he turned it into some mindless sitcom that neither of us enjoyed. He seemed happy, though, to be doing something together, and it felt good despite my depression to make him happy. Dad, I said during a commercial, Jessica and Angela are going to look at dresses for a dance tomorrow night in Port Angeles. And they wanted me to help them choose. Did you mind if I go with them? Jessica Stanley? He asked. And Angela Weber. I sighed as I gave him the details. He was confused. But you're not going to the dance, right? No, Dad, but I'm helping them find dresses, giving them constructive criticism. I wouldn't have to explain this to a woman. Well, okay. He seemed to realize that he was out of his depth with the girly stuff. It's a school night, though. We'll leave right after school so we can get back early. You'll be okay for dinner, right? Bells. I fed myself for 17 years before you got here. He reminded me. I don't know how you survived, I muttered, then added more clearly, I'll leave some things for cold-cut sandwiches in the fridge, okay? Right on top. It was sunny again in the morning. I awakened with renewed hope that I grimly tried to suppress. I dressed for the warmer weather in a deep V-neck blouse, something I'd worn in the dead of winter in Phoenix. I had planned my arrival at school so that I barely had time to make it to class. With a sinking heart, I circled the full lot looking for a space, while also searching for the silver Volvo that was clearly not there. I parked in the last row and hurried to English, arriving breathless but subdued before the final bell. It was the same as yesterday. I couldn't help keep little sprouts of hope from budding in my mind, only to have them squashed painfully as I searched the lunchroom in vain and sat in my empty biology table. The Port Angeles scheme was back on again for tonight and made all the more attractive by the fact that Lauren had other obligations. I was anxious to get out of town so I could stop glancing over my shoulder, hoping to see him appearing out of the blue the way he always did. I vowed to myself that I'd be in a good mood tonight and not ruin Angela's or Jessica's enjoyment in the dress hunting. Maybe I could do a little clothes shopping as well. I refused to think that I might be shopping alone in Seattle this weekend, no longer interested in the earlier arrangement. Surely he wouldn't cancel without at least telling me. After school, Jessica followed me home in her old white Mercury so that I could ditch my books and truck. I brushed through my hair quickly when I was inside, feeling a slight lift of excitement as I contemplated getting out of Forks. I left a note for Charlie on the table explaining again where to find dinner, and switched my scruffy wallet from my school bag to a purse I rarely used, and ran out to join Jessica. We went to Angela's house next, and she was waiting for us. My excitement increased exponentially as we actually drove out of the town limits. Chapter 8. Port Angeles. This is a good one, too, by the way. So I'm very excited about that. How are things going there? Okay, just making sure everything's good. Beautiful. Jess drove faster than the chief, so we made it to Port Angeles by 4. It had been a while since I'd had a girls' night out, and the estrogen rush was invigorating. Lesbian! Girl, you can't even. The estrogen rush was invigorating? I'm just saying, Bella. Consider it. We listened to whiny rock songs while Jessica jabbered on about the boys we hung out with. Jessica's dinner with Mike had gone very well, and she was hoping that by Saturday night they would have progressed to the first kiss stage. I smiled to myself, pleased. Angela was passively happy to be going to the dance, but not really interested in Eric. Jess tried to get her to confess who her type was, but I interrupted with a question about dresses after a bit to spare her. Angela threw a grateful glance my way. Yeah, literally. Port Angeles was a beautiful little tourist trap, much more polished and quaint than Forks. Oh my god, Holly! Thank you so much for the resub for 2 months. What the heck? That just added another 5 minutes to the timer. Thank you so much. Yeah, literally Bella right now. That is awesome. Be careful. You might kick off another hype train. We gotta be vigilant here. We can't be having that. But thank you so much. That means we're at 59. That is so close. Ooh, that is so close. Do you bet we can get to 69 by the end of stream? I feel like that'd be pretty funny. Anyway, I'm only joking. You don't need to press any buttons, but thank you so much, Holly. I really do appreciate it. It's very, very kind of you. Port Angeles was a beautiful little tourist trap with much more polished... Phoenix. Thank you for the 100 biddies. We are simply not doing a freaking hype train. Hold on. I'll stop the timer, though, because I don't want to miss anything. Oh my god, thank you so much for the hype train. What the heck? Thank you for the 100 biddies. That is another page in ASMR. Woo, woo indeed. Look how green and blue my fingers are. They match the background right now. That's crazy. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs and the bits and everything for today, you guys. But we don't need to do any more. Honestly, you guys have done far more than I could have ever asked for. This is crazy. I'd really love to do an ASMR stream and stuff, but I don't think we're going to get there today, and that's okay. I wish Twitch had let me do the sale, though. It's really frustrating that it was, like, not letting me do that. Oh, dear. Anywho. Okay. But how close are we now? So it's We're 16 away from the next milestone. I won't lie, I nearly fell asleep. I've been so cozy and I accidentally startled myself awake just before the notifs. No, I get that. I hear you. Thank you so much. 500 bits will also add to the subathon thingy. Oh, sorry, Aaron. You got to do your first ever daily button if you want to join the Discord. So that's your first thingy. I think that's, but I mean, we can probably do it as well. You're fully starting to have a Twilight dream. Really? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Your daily button is just like another little redeem, but here I can do it for you. There you go. You should be able to join the Discord there. Just make sure you're over the age of 18 if you do want to join. But we'd love to have you. We have, currently 52 people or something. You were, Bella? Bella, where the hell have you been, loca? Bella, where are you? Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me make sure everything's fine here. It is. Slay, hype train though. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I should kazoo. I'll do a kazoo rendition of the Twilight songs. Oh my god, Kazoo Paramore would go so hard. Here we go. Oh, and then there's this one, there's Possibility. There's a Possibility, which is a great song, by the way. There you go. That's your kazoos to keep the vibes high. We got 1 more minute left in this hype train. You love the Possibility song kazoo? It is pretty. Honestly, the kazoo is one of my favorite things I've ever gotten off Throne. So thank you, Levi, again. If you're out there in the universe, you're probably asleep by now. I don't know what time it is, but thank you. Anonymous! Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Queen Vader. Thank you so much. We're at 60. Oh my god, we're 15 away from a Date Everything stream. Full 18 plus Date Everything stream. It's incoming. 15 more away. We got 20 seconds left. I don't think we're gonna get to the rest of it, but thank you so much. Anonymous with that gifted sub. That is extremely very, very kind of you. There you go. That is our hype train complete. Level 1 at 69%. Okay, I hear you. Thank you for the 2 bits and the 2 gift subs and the 100 biddies. I can't believe we're at 91 out of 150 there. We're so close. We're so close to 75. Thank you so much. We're back up to 47 minutes on the Twilight Subathon thing, which is absolutely bonkers. The timer did go up, right? When the 2 gifted subs came through. I hope so. But yes, can we get all the hype and love in chat? And I don't know, whatever party little emotes you want to add in just to celebrate how fun today has been. Just thank you so much, everybody. This is awesome. This really has brought me so much joy, and not to get all sappy, but this is the greatest stream ever. Trent, Nathan, Andrews with the first time chat being the kindest ever. Can we please get some waves also to say hello to Trent for their first time chat? I actually could cry. I don't think you guys understand how much this means to me Twilight is my favorite series ever. Queen Vader, welcome on in. Thank you for thanking Anonymous for the sub. I've had the worst 2 or 3 months of my entire life. Quite possibly. I mean, I think I've maybe had worse, but it's pretty bad. And just as like a heads up, I have been really struggling mentally because of how difficult everything has been. I've just been trying to hold it all together with all the things that have been going on. And I won't get into all the details, but it's been really tough. And like, even I talked to my therapist on Thursday, and my therapist was like, another thing. She was like, girl, you've been lurking but enjoyed it. Thank you so much, Trent. It really does mean the world. It's not my usual content. Usually I play The Sims or Animal Crossing, or I don't know, a couple other things as well. I'm a little tiny baby variety streamer. But this is my first ever Subathon event, and I thought it had been kind of fun. I'm glad you've been enjoying and lurking and everything like that. We're also super close to our follower goal, and I can't believe we're nearly at 500. Like, I'm shooketh. So thank you to each and every one of you who's ever followed. Certainly a special shout out to people who've subbed, but there's no pressure at all to do so. I know these are financially hard times, and just being here is more than enough. And like sitting through the ads and just like chitty chatting or lurking, and spreading love. So thank you. This has been so great. But yeah, hey Queen Vader, how you doing? How are ya? There's a couple people that I thought were saying that they would be able to come today who I haven't seen yet, but that is okay. That is okay. Sometimes we can't make things that we want to come see and everything, so it's okay. I hate it when I have to miss out on a stream that I've been looking forward to, so hopefully people can enjoy the VOD as well. You were lurking earlier? Oh, yay! Thank you for being here, for popping by. All right, are we ready? We have 47 minutes on the timer, 60 subs out of 100, which is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that 2/3 of the way? No, 66 would be 2/3 of the way, right? To 100. But that's huge still, so thank you so much. We've definitely gotten well over halfway in terms of all of our incentives and everything, so this has been amazing. 3/5, close enough. That's more than halfway, so that's awesome. Thank you. I could never have imagined any of this, so thank you so much. And darn you, Twitch, for not giving me my ability to give 35% off of gifted subs, because otherwise we probably would have hit higher goals earlier on, which is fine. Also, welcome to the Discord. I see that you've joined, Aaron, so I hope you have a good time there. Yeah, new badge, and it's a star fitting for me. Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so the badges for bits are stars that change colors, and you've just hit the 1,000 bit badge, which is absolutely bonkers wild. So thank you so much for being here for that long and for cheering that much. Like, that's crazy. But thank you. Okay, here we go. Are we ready? Let's take a breath, drink some water, get back into it. This is definitely my longest stream ever, but you know what? It's a subathon, so I guess that's why. Makes sense. Also, we have so many people here, probably thanks to Cozy for the raid and everything, so I really do appreciate it. Everyone who's come in and raided and everything, it's very, very kind. All right, so I can do exclamation point start timer, and off we go. Chapter 8, Port Angeles. Alrighty. Oh yeah, right, we were kind of getting into that. Right. Port Angeles was a beautiful little tourist trap, much more polished and quaint than Forks, but Jessica and Angela knew it well, so they didn't plan to waste time on the picturesque boardwalk by the bay. Jess drove straight to the one big department store in town, which was a few streets in from the bay's area visitor-friendly face. The dance was billed as semi-formal, and we weren't exactly sure what that meant. Both Jessica and Angela seemed surprised and almost disbelieving when I told them I'd never been to a dance in Phoenix. Didn't you ever go with a boyfriend or something? Jess asked dubiously as we walked through the front doors of the store. Really? I tried to convince her, not wanting to confess my dancing problems. I've never had a boyfriend or anything close. I didn't go out much. Why not? Jessica demanded. No one asked me, I answered honestly. She looked skeptical. People ask you out here, she reminded me, and you tell them no. We were in the juniors section now, scanning for the racks of dress-up clothes. Well, except for Tyler. Angela amended quietly. Excuse me? I gasped. What did you say? Tyler told everyone that he's taking you to the prom. Jessica informed me with suspicious eyes. He said what? I sounded like I was choking. I told you it wasn't true, Angela murmured to Jessica. Literally Kermit. I was silent, still lost in shock that was quickly turning into irritation. But we'd found the dress racks, and now we had work to do. That's why Lauren doesn't like you. Jessica giggled while we pawed through the clothes. I ground my teeth. Do you think if I ran him over with my truck, he'd stop feeling guilty about the accident? That he might just give up on making amends and call it even? Maybe, Jess snickered. If that's why he's doing this. The dress selection wasn't large, but both of them found a few things to try on. I sat in a low chair just inside the dressing room by the three-way mirror, trying to control my fuming. Jess was torn between two. One, a long strapless basic black number, and the other a knee-length electric blue with spaghetti straps. I encouraged her to go with the blue. Why not play up the eyes? Angela chose a pale pink dress that draped around her tall frame nicely and brought out honey tints in her light brown hair. I complimented them both generously and helped by returning the rejects to their racks. The whole process was much shorter and easier than similar trips I'd taken with Renee at home. I guess there was something to be said for limited choices. We headed over to shoes and accessories. While they tried things on, I merely watched and critiqued, not in the mood to shop for myself, though I did need new shoes. The girls' night high was wearing off in the wake of my annoyance at Tyler, leaving room for the gloom to move back in. Angela, I began hesitant while she was trying on a pair of pink strappy heels. She was overjoyed to have a date tall enough that she could wear high heels at all. Jessica had drifted to the jewelry counter and we were alone. Yes? She held her leg out, twisting her ankle to get a better view of the shoe. I chickened out. I like those. I think I'll get them, though they'll never match anything but that one dress, she mused. Go ahead, they're on sale, I encouraged. She smiled, putting the lid back on the box that contained more practical-looking off-white shoes. I tried again. Angela? She looked up curiously. Is it normal for the Cullens... I kept my eyes on my shoes. To be, out of school a lot? I failed miserably in my attempt to sound nonchalant. Miss Girl is the most chalant person of all time. Bella is chalant to the max. She's not nonchalant about anything. Yeah, when the weather's good, they go backpacking all the time. Even the doctor. They're all real outdoorsy, she told me quietly, examining her shoes too. She didn't ask one question, let alone the hundreds that Jessica would have unleashed. I was beginning to really like Angela. Oh. I let the subject drop as Jessica returned to show us the rhinestone jewelry she'd found to match her silver shoes. We planned to go to dinner at a little Italian restaurant on the boardwalk, but the dress shopping hadn't taken as long as we'd expected. Jess and Angela were going to take their clothes back to the car and then walk down to the bay. I told them I'd meet them at the restaurant in an hour. I wanted to look for a bookstore. They were both willing to come with me, but I encouraged them to go have fun. They didn't know how preoccupied I could get when surrounded by books. It was something I preferred to do alone. That's so me. She's low-key such a pick-me, though. She's like, I'm gonna go to a bookstore and, like, surround myself by books, and then, like, you guys can go... Girl, come on. Spend some time with your friends. It's fine. All right. They walked after the car, chattering happily, and I headed in the direction Jess pointed out. I had no trouble finding the bookstore, but it wasn't what I was looking for. The windows were full of crystals, dream catchers, and books about spiritual healing. I didn't even go inside. Through the glass, I could see a 50-year-old woman with long gray hair worn straight down her back, clad in a dress fit right out of the 60s, smiling welcomingly from behind the counter. I decided that was one conversation I could skip. There had to be a normal bookstore in this town. That's a little... I don't know, girl. I feel like that's a little racist, almost. Like, for some reason, that's giving, like, I don't want to go to a native-owned bookstore. I'm glad they changed that in the films. I meandered through the streets, which were filling up with the end of the workday traffic, and hoped I was heading towards downtown. I wasn't paying as much attention as I should to where I was going. I was wrestling with despair. I was trying so hard not to think about him and what Angela had said, and more than anything trying to beat down my hopes for Saturday, fearing a disappointment more painful than the rest. When I looked up to see someone's silver Volvo parked along the street, and it all came crashing down on me. Stupid, unreliable vampire, I thought to myself. I stomped along in a southerly direction, towards some glass-fronted shops that looked promising. But when I got to them, they were just a repair shop in a vacant space. I still had too much time to go looking for Jess and Angela yet, and I definitely needed to get in my mood in hand before I met back up with them. I ran my fingers through my hair a couple times and took some deep breaths before I continued around the corner. I started to realize... as I was going off in the wrong... Wait, where I lost myself. Hold on. I started to realize as I crossed the other road that I was going in the wrong direction. The little foot traffic I had seen was going north, and it looked like the buildings here were mostly warehouses. I decided to turn east at the next corner and then loop around after a few blocks and try my luck on a different street on my way back to the boardwalk. A group of 4 men turned around the corner I was heading for, dressed too casually to be heading home from the office, but they were too grimy to be tourists. As they approached me, I realized they weren't too many years older than I was. They were joking loudly among themselves, lashing raucously and punching each other's arms. I scooted as far into the inside of the sidewalk as I could to give them room, walking swiftly, looking past them at the corner. "Hey there!" one of them called as they passed, and he had to be talking to me since no one else was around. I glanced up automatically. 2 of them had paused, the other 2 were slowing. The closest, a heavy-set, dark-haired man in his early 20s, seemed to be the only one who had spoken. He was wearing a flannel shirt open over a dirty t-shirt, cut-off jeans, and sandals. He took a half a step towards me. Hello, I mumbled, a knee-jerk reaction. Then I quickly looked away and walked faster around the corner. I could hear them laughing at full volume behind me. "Hey, wait!" one of them called after me again, but I kept my head down and rounded the corner with a sigh of relief. I could still hear them chortling behind me. I found myself on a sidewalk leading past the backs of several somber-colored warehouses, each with large bay doors for unloading trucks, padlocked for the night. The south side of the street had no sidewalk, only a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire protecting some kind of engine parts storage yard. I'd wandered far past the part of Port Angeles that I, as a guest, was intended to see. It was getting dark, I realized, the clouds finally returning, piling up on the western horizon, creating an early sunset. The eastern sky was still clear but graying, shot through with streaks of pink and orange. I'd left my jacket in the car, and a sudden shiver made me cross my arms tightly across my chest. A single van passed me, and the road was empty. The sky suddenly turned darker, and as I looked over my shoulder to glare at the offending cloud, I realized with shock that 2 men were walking quietly 20 feet behind me. They were from the same group I'd passed at the corner, though neither was the dark one who'd spoken to me. I turned my head forward at once, quickening my pace. A chill that had nothing to do with the weather made me shiver again. My purse was on a shoulder strap, and I had slung it across my body, the way you're supposed to wear it so you don't get it snatched. I knew exactly where my pepper spray was, still in my duffel bag under the bed, never unpacked. I didn't have much money with me, just a 20 and some ones, so I thought about accidentally dropping my bag and walking away. But a small, frightened voice in the back of my mind warned me that they may be something worse than thieves. I listened intently to their quiet footsteps, which were much too quiet when compared to the boisterous noise they'd been making earlier, and it didn't sound like they were speeding up or getting any closer to me. Breathe, I had to remind myself. You don't know they're following you. I continued to walk as quickly as I could without actually running, focusing on the right-hand turn that was only a few yards away from me now. I could hear them, staying as far back as they'd been before. A blue car turned onto the street from the south and drove quickly past me. I thought of jumping out in front of it, but I hesitated, inhibited, unsure that I was really being pursued. And then it was too late. I reached the corner, but a swift glance revealed that it was only a blind drive to the back of another building. I was half turned in anticipation. I had to hurriedly correct and dash across the narrow drive back to the sidewalk. The street ended at the next corner, where there was a stop sign. I concentrated on the faint steps behind me, deciding whether or not to run. They sounded farther back, though, and I knew they could outrun me in any case. I was sure to trip and go sprawling if I tried to go any faster. The footfalls were definitely farther back. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder, and they were maybe 40 feet back now, I saw with relief, but they were both staring at me. It seemed to take me forever to get to the corner. I kept my pace steady, the men behind me falling ever so slightly farther behind with every step. Maybe they realized they had scared me, and they were sorry. I saw 2 cars going north past the intersection I was heading for, and I exhaled in relief. There'd be more people around once I got off this deserted street. I skipped around the corner with a grateful sigh and skidded to a stop. The street was lined on both sides by blank, doorless, windowless walls. I could see in the distance 2 intersections down, street lamps, cars, and more pedestrians, but they were all too far away, because lounging against the western building midway down the street were the other 2 men from the group, both watching with excited smiles as I froze dead on the sidewalk. I realized then that I wasn't being followed, I was being herded. I paused for only a second, but it felt like a very long time. I turned then and darted to the other side of the road. I had a sinking feeling that it was a wasted attempt. The footsteps behind me were louder now. "There you are!" The booming voice of the stocky, dark-haired man shattered the intense quiet and made me jump. In the gathering darkness, it seemed like he was looking past me. "Yeah," a voice called loudly from behind me, making me jump again as I tried to hurry down the street. "We just took a little detour." My steps had to slow now. I was closing the distance between myself and the lounging pair too quickly. I had a good loud scream, and I sucked in air, preparing to use it, but my throat was so dry I wasn't sure how much volume I could manage. With a quick movement, I slipped my purse over my head, gripping the strap with one hand, ready to surrender it or use it as a weapon as need demanded. The thick-set man shrugged away from the wall as I warily came to stop and walked slowly into the street. "Stay away from me," I warned in a voice that was supposed to sound strong and fearless, but I was right about the dry throat. No volume. "Don't be like that, sugar," he called, and the raucous laughter started again behind me. I braced myself, feet apart, trying to remember through my panic what little self-defense I knew. Heel of the hand thrust upwards, hopefully breaking the nose or shoving it into the brain. Finger through the eye socket, try to hook it around and pop the eye out. And the standard knee to the groin, of course. That same pessimistic voice in my mind spoke up then, reminding me that I probably wouldn't have a chance against one of them, and there were 4. "Shut up," I commanded the voice before terror could incapacitate me. I wasn't going out without taking someone with me. I tried to swallow so I could build up a decent scream. Headlights suddenly flew around the corner, the car almost hitting the stocky one, forcing him to jump back towards the sidewalk. I dove into the road. This car was going to stop, or have to hit me. But the silver car unexpectedly fishtailed around, skidding to a stop with the passenger door open just a few feet from me. "Get in," a furious voice commanded. It was amazing how instantaneously the choking fear vanished, amazingly how suddenly the feeling of security washed over me, even before I was off the street, as soon as I heard his voice. I jumped into the seat, slamming the door shut behind me. It was dark in the car. No light had come on with the opening of the door, and I could barely see his face in the glow from the dashboard. The tires squealed as he spun around to face north, accelerating too quickly, swerving towards the stunned men on the street. I caught a glimpse of them driving for the sidewalks as we straightened out and sped towards the harbor. "Put on your seatbelt," he commanded, and I realized I was clutching the seat with both hands. I quickly obeyed. The snap as the belt connected was loud in the darkness. He took a sharp left, racing forward, blowing through several stop signs without a pause. But I felt utterly safe and for the moment totally unconcerned about where we were going. I stared at his face in profound relief that went beyond my sudden deliverance. I studied his flawless features in the limited light, waiting for my breath to return to normal, until it occurred to me that his expression was murderously angry. Are you okay?" I asked, surprised at how hoarse my voice sounded. "No," he said curtly, and his tone was livid. I sat in silence, watching his face while his blazing eyes stared straight ahead, until the car came to a sudden stop. I glanced around, but it was too dark to see anything besides the vague outline of dark trees crowding the roadside. We weren't in town anymore. "Bella?" he asked, his voice tight and controlled. Yes?" My voice was still rough. I tried to clear my throat quietly. "Are you all right?" He still didn't look at me, but the fury was plain on his face. "Yes," I croaked softly. "Distract me, please," he ordered. "I'm sorry, what?" He exhaled sharply. "Just prattle about something unimportant until I calm down," he clarified, closing his eyes and pinching the bridge of his nose with his thumb and his forefinger. I racked my brain for something trivial. "I'm gonna run over Tyler Crowley tomorrow before school." He was still squeezing his eyes closed, but the corner of his mouth twitched. "Why?" "He's telling everyone that he's taking me to prom. Either he's insane or he's still trying to make up for almost killing me last... Well, you remember this. And he thinks prom is somehow the correct way to do this. So I figure if I endanger his life, then we're even, and he can't keep trying to make amends. I don't need enemies, and maybe Lauren would back off if he left me alone. I might have to total his Centra, though. If he doesn't have a ride, he can't take anyone to prom." I babbled on. "I heard about that." He sounded a bit more composed. "You did?" I asked in disbelief, my previous irritation flaring. "If he's paralyzed from the neck down, he can't go to the prom either," I muttered, refining my plan. Edward sighed and finally opened his eyes. "Better? Not really," he said. I waited, but he didn't speak again. He leaned his head back against the seat, staring at the ceiling of the car. His face was rigid. "What's wrong?" My voice came out in a whisper. "Sometimes I have a problem with my temper, Bella." He was whispering too, and as he stared out the window, his eyes narrowed into slits. "But it wouldn't be helpful for me to turn around and hunt down those..." He didn't finish his sentence, looking away, struggling for a moment to control his anger again. "At least," he continued, "that's what I'm trying to convince myself." "Oh." The word seemed inadequate, but I couldn't think of a better response. We sat in silence again. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. It was past 6:30. Sorry. Where was I? Oh, yeah. "Jessica and Angela will be worried," I murmured. I was supposed to meet them. He started the engine without another word, turning around smoothly and speeding towards town. We were under the streetlights in no time at all, still going too fast, weaving under the streetlights and weaving with ease against the curb in a space I would have thought much too small for the Volvo, but he slid in effortlessly in one try. I looked out to the window to see the lights of La Bella Italia and Jess and Angela just leaving, pacing anxiously away from us. How did you know where? I began, but then I just shook my head. I heard the door open and turned to see him getting out. What are you doing? I asked. I'm taking you to dinner. He smiled slightly, but his eyes were hard. He stepped out of the car and slammed the door. I fumbled with my seatbelt and then hurried to get out of the car as well. He was waiting for me on the sidewalk. He spoke before I could. Go stop Angela and Jessica before I have to track them down too. I don't think I could restrain myself if I ran into your other friends again. I shivered at the threat in his voice. Jess, Angela, I yelled after them, waving when they turned. They rushed back to me, the pronounced relief on both their faces simultaneously changing to surprise as they saw who I was standing next to. They hesitated a few feet from us. Where have you been? Jessica's voice was suspicious. I got lost, I admitted sheepishly. And then I ran into Edward. I gestured toward him. Would it be all right if I joined you? He asked in his silken, irresistible voice. I could see from their staggered expressions that he had never unleashed his talents on them before. Sure, Jessica breathed. Actually, Bella, we already ate while we were waiting. Sorry, Angela confessed. That's fine. I'm not hungry, I shrugged. I think you should eat something. Edward's voice was low but full of authority. He looked up at Jessica and spoke slightly louder. Do you mind if I drive Bella home tonight? That way you won't have to wait until she eats. No problem, I guess. She bit her lip, trying to figure out from my expression whether that was what I wanted. I winked at her. I wanted nothing more than to be alone with my perpetual savior. There were so many questions that I couldn't bombard him with till we were by ourselves. Okay, Angela was quicker than Jessica. See you tomorrow, Bella. Edward. She grabbed Jessica's hand and pulled her towards the car, which I could see a little ways away, parked across First Street. As they got in, Jess turned and waved, her face eager with curiosity. I waved back, waiting for them to drive away before I turned to face him. Honestly, I'm not hungry, I insisted, looking up to scrutinize his face. His expression was unreadable. Humor me. He walked to the door of the restaurant and held it open with an obstinate expression. Obviously, there'd be no further discussion. I walked past him into the restaurant with a resigned sigh. The restaurant wasn't crowded. It was the off-season in Port Angeles. The host was female, and I understood the look in her eyes as she assessed Edward. She welcomed him a little more warmly than necessary. I was surprised by how much that bothered me. She was several inches taller than I was and unnaturally blonde. A table for two? I saw her eyes flicker to me and then away, satisfied at my obvious ordinariness, and by the cautious no-contact space Edward kept between us. She led us to a table big enough for four in the center of the most crowded area of the dining floor. I was about to sit, but Edward shook his head at me. Perhaps something more private? He insisted quietly to the host. I wasn't sure, but it looked like he smoothly handed her a tip. I'd never seen anyone refuse a table except in old movies. Sure. She sounded surprised as I was. She turned and led us around a partition to a small ring of booths, all of them empty. How's this? Perfect. He flashed his gleaming smile, dazing her momentarily. She shook her head, blinking. Your server will be right with you. She walked away unsteadily. You really shouldn't do that to people, I criticized. It's hardly fair. Do what? Dazzle them like that? She's probably hyperventilating in the kitchen right now. He seemed confused. Oh, come on, I said dubiously. You have to know the effect you have on people. He tilted his head to one side and his eyes were curious. I dazzle people? You haven't noticed? Do you think everybody gets their way so easily? He ignored my questions. Do I dazzle you? Frequently, I admitted. And then our server arrived, her face expectant. The hostess had definitely dished behind the scenes, and this new girl didn't look disappointed. She flipped a strand of short black hair behind one ear and smiled with unnecessary warmth. Hello, my name is Amber. I'll be your server tonight. What can I get you to drink? I didn't miss that she was speaking only to him. I'll have a Coke. It sounded like a question. 2 Cokes, he said. Oh, 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. How we all doing? Here, let me get a drink of water. Okay, hold on. Let me put this in here. I can't wait until we get to the scene with the mushroom ravioli. It's coming up soon, guys. It's coming up soon. That is so fun. All right, hold on. Let me check something real quick here. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. I just like to make sure that I'm always lurking in other people's streams who I usually hang out with. You've been heavily lurking, but you're enjoying this so much. Oh, Ellie, thank you so much. Thank you for contributing to the chaos as well. You've been so very kind, and honestly, lurking is all that I can ask of anyone. This is gonna make me hungry, but it's too early to have supper. It's okay. I don't think they describe it that much. All right, little stretch. We're in the home stretch though. We're really close. It's never too early. That's true. You can have food if you need to. I can't believe I've been live streaming for 7 hours, guys. 7 hours. Wait, isn't that the thing that Lucy says? 7 hours? What is that from? I have no idea. Something British. Ellie, enlighten us. Do you know what it is? Also, hold on. I got a at in the Discord somewhere. Oh, never mind. Someone just reacted to a photo that I sent. How are you feeling? I'm feeling pretty good. My back is a little sore and my throat is getting a little sore, but considering... Okay. But yeah, not too bad. Oh, Geordie Shore! Yes, I've never actually seen any of that. Also, sorry, I just got an email back. I just got an email. Anyway, it's funny. I'll just look at it after stream. It's not a big deal. I would love to see that show. Is there anywhere that it's streaming? Do you guys know? How are you feeling, Phoenix? You're the one that's been here since minute 1. If you need to go at any time, like, do not worry about me. 7 hours is unhinged to expect any mod to be here for that long. So if you can't make the rest of stream, like, do not worry about it. It'll be okay. Make sure that you're eating and everything and taking breaks too. Oh, okay. A little stretch and then we'll continue. Surely it's somewhere. I might have to just find it. Find old clips and stuff. And know where the 7 hours comes from. Wait. Oh, you carved out 8 hours of your day for this? Really? Oh gosh, that's so funny. I need to know more about Gemma Collins too, the lore there. You've had tea and snacks? Okay, good. Because, like, all I know is a bunch of clips of her, and, like, I quote her all the time. I literally don't even know where she came from. Is she, like, part of a reality TV show? Was she in, like, I don't know, like, is she, like, just Kim Kardashian of the UK? I'm just so confused by her, but I love her so much. I'm claustrophobic, Darren! Get that Phyrexidor, I'm off. Like, everything she says is so funny, and I don't know even what her origin story is in terms of why she's famous. She is an icon, Ellie. She do be. Oh, okay. She started on Towie. The Only Way is Essex. So it is a reality show. Okay, that's okay, good to know. To me, she gives, yeah, I don't even know what she gives. I feel like she's giving one of the Dance Moms or something, like Abby Lee Miller. Like, that's what she gives to me. Or like Trisha Paytas, but like maybe less problematic. I don't know. Trisha Paytas is kind of the worst. That's amazing. I love her. Get that Phyrexidor rum off. Plumbella always used to... Yeah, she does? Okay, perfect. That's kind of what I thought. I was like, that's the vibe I get from her from the clips I've seen, which is hilarious. I can't believe we're at 60 subs, by the way. 60 subs in one stream is, like, absurd, especially with all the with the lack of discounts. I couldn't have ever asked for anything this crazy, so thank you so much. She was on Celebrity Big Brother. Ooh, I love that. Oh man, Big Brother is so fun. I love that show. That is a bit of fun. That's where I'm claustrophobic Darren comes from. Really? Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's iconic. I love it. All right. How are we doing here? Just make sure nothing crazy is happening. Okay. checking. I feel so bad because I know that Jen and Sawa are doing their sister stream right now. I hope it's going well. I'll have to watch the VOD back of it. It was just bad timing, but it is what it is. You haven't watched Big Brother since the days of Jordan, Rachel, Brendan, etc. Oh, okay. See, I only watched the American Big Brother, and only like a couple seasons. My mom and my sister loved that show, though. I would kind of just like pop in and out. But there were so many crazy things that happened on that show. What they expected of people is also wild. Like the physical tests and like the games and everything they would have to play. Bonkers. Okay, anyway. All right, I'll keep reading, I think for about a few minutes because I had to pause and I forgot to do pause timer. You only watched this past season because of Rachel being back on it? Really? Maybe I should have a look. All I know is the host lady who's always like, welcome back to Big Brother. And she's so cool. She's been the host like forever, at least for the American one. She made a comeback. That is good for her. That's great. Okay. We got this. Half an hour left or something like that. Unless something crazy happens. If we get somehow to add to 40 more subs by the end of stream, I'll probably have to make that up another day because I don't think I can do more than 8 hours of stream. Can't lie. You got this? Yes! We can do this. She looks so good. I'm glad for her. Good for her. Okay. All right, let me start reading. I'll read for like 2 or 3 minutes because I think I didn't stop the timer, or I didn't stop the timer and I had to take a little pause, so. I'll start it when I am ready to, so don't worry about that, Phoenix. I've got it primed and ready to go. Okay. I'll have a Coke. It sounded like a question. Thank you, Phoenix. You guys are all smashing it too. Thank you for being here and for chitty-chatting and lurking and all that jazz. 2 Cokes, he said. I'll be right back with that, she assured him with another unnecessary smile. But he didn't see it. He was watching me. What? I asked when she left. His eyes stayed fixed on my face. How are you feeling? I'm fine, I replied, surprised by his intensity. Do you feel dizzy, sick, cold? Should I? He chuckled at my puzzled tone. Well, I'm actually waiting for you to go into shock. His face twisted up into that perfect crooked smile. I don't think that'll happen, I said after I could breathe again. I've always been very good at repressing unpleasant things. Red flag, by the way. What do you mean you've always been good at repressing unpleasant things? What did Renee do to you? Renee, when I catch you. Just the same, I'll feel better when you've had some sugar and food in you. Right on cue, the waitress appeared with our drinks and a basket of breadsticks. She stood with her back to me as she placed them on the table. Are you ready to order? She asked Edward. Bella? He asked. She turned unwillingly toward me. I picked the first thing I saw on the menu. Here we go! I'll have the mushroom ravioli. Yes! Mushroom ravioli is basically what she named her daughter, so I mean, it checks out in my opinion. Mushroom ravioli! The most famous dish in the entire film and book franchise. And you? She turned back to him with a smile. There it all started again. Nothing for me. Nothing for me, he said. Of course not. Let me know if you change your mind. The coy smile was still in place, but he wasn't looking at her, and she left, dissatisfied. Drink, he ordered. I sipped at my soda obediently and then drank more deeply, surprised by how thirsty I was. I realized I'd finished the whole thing when he pushed his glass toward me. Thanks, I muttered, still thirsty. The cold from the icy soda was radiating through my chest, and I shivered. Are you cold? It's just the Coke, I explained, shivering again. Don't you have a jacket? His voice was disapproving. Yes, I looked at the empty bench next to me. Oh, I left it in Jessica's car, I realized. Edward was shrugging out of his jacket. I suddenly realized that I'd never once noticed what he was wearing. Not just tonight, but ever. I just couldn't seem... Here, I'm gonna snooze those ads again. I couldn't seem to look away from his face. I made myself look now, focusing. He was removing a light beige leather jacket now. Ew! A light beige leather jacket? Okay. Underneath, he wore an ivory turtleneck sweater. It fit him snugly, emphasizing how muscular his chest was. He handed me the jacket, interrupting my ogling. Thanks, I said again, sliding my arms into his jacket. It was cold, the way my jacket felt when I first picked it up in the morning, hanging in the drafty hallway. I shivered again. It smelled amazing. I inhaled, trying to identify the delicious scent. It didn't smell like cologne. The sleeves were much too long. I shoved them back so I could free my hands. The color blue looks lovely with your skin, he said, watching me. I was surprised. I looked down, flushing, of course. He pushed the bread basket toward me. Really, I'm not going into shock, I protested. You should be. A normal person would be. You don't even look shaken. No, literally, Kermit. I'm waiting for the day that pops up. He seemed unsettled. He stared into my eyes, and I saw how light his eyes were, lighter than I'd ever seen them, golden butterscotch. I feel very safe with you, I confessed, mesmerized into telling the truth again. That displeased him, his alabaster brow furrowed. He shook his head, frowning. This is a lot more complicated than I had planned, he murmured to himself. He's so emo. It's such a Mormon book, isn't it? I picked up a breadstick and began nibbling on the end, measuring his expression. I wondered when it would be okay to start questioning him. Usually you're in a better mood when your eyes are so light, I commented, trying to distract him from whatever thought had left him frowning and somber. He stared at me, stunned. What? You're always crabbier when your eyes are black. I expect it then, I went on. I have a theory about that. His eyes narrowed. More theories? Mm-hmm. I chewed on a small bite of bread, trying to look indifferent. Let's bring him back for this part. I hope you were more creative this time, or are you still stealing from comic books? His faint smile was mocking. His eyes were still tight. Well, no, I didn't get them from a comic book, but I didn't come up with them on my own either, I confessed. And, he prompted. But then the waitress strode around the partition with my food. I realized we'd been unconsciously leaning towards each other across the table because we both straightened up as she approached. She set the dish in front of me, it looked pretty good, and turned quickly to Edward. Did you change your mind? She asked. Isn't there anything I can get you? I may have been imagining the double meaning in her words. No, thank you, but some more soda would be nice. He gestured with a long white hand to the empty cups in front of me. Sure. She removed them and walked away. You were saying? He asked. I'll tell you about it in the car, if I paused. There are conditions? He raised one eyebrow, his voice ominous. I do have a few questions, of course. Of course. The waitress came back with 2 more Cokes. She set them down without a word this time and left again. I took a sip. Well, go ahead. He pushed, his voice still hard. I started with the most undemanding, or so I thought. Why are you in Port Angeles? He looked down, folding his large hands together slowly on the table. His eyes flickered up at me from under his lashes, the hint of a smirk on his face. Next. That's the easiest one, I objected. Next, he repeated. I looked down, frustrated. I unrolled my silverware, picked up my fork, and carefully speared a ravioli. I love the detail of the eating. I put it in my mouth slowly, still looking down, chewing while I thought. The mushrooms were good. I swallowed and took another sip of Coke before I looked up. Okay then, I glared at him and continued slowly. Let's say, hypothetically of course, that someone could know what people were thinking. Read minds, with a few exceptions. Just one exception, he corrected, hypothetically. All right, with one exception then. I was thrilled that he was playing along, but I tried to seem casual. How does that work? What are the limitations? How could that someone find someone else at exactly the right time? How would he know she was in trouble? I wondered if my convoluted questions even made sense. Hypothetically, he asked. Sure. Well, if that someone, let's call him Joe, I suggested. He smiled wryly. Joe, then. If Joe had been paying attention, the timing wouldn't have needed to be quite so exact. He shook his head, rolling his eyes. Only you could get into trouble in a town this small. You would have devastated their crime rate statistic for a decade, We were speaking of a hypothetical case, I reminded him frostily. He laughed, his eyes warm. Yes, we were, he agreed. Shall we call you Jane? How did you know? I asked, unable to curb my intensity. I realized I was leaning toward him again. He seemed to be wavering, torn by some internal dilemma. His eyes locked with mine, and I guessed he was making the decision right then, whether or not to simply tell me the truth. You can trust me, you know, I murmured. I reached forward without thinking to touch his folded hands, but he slid them away minutely, and I pulled my hand back. I don't know if I have a choice anymore. His voice was almost a whisper. I was wrong. You're much more observant than I gave you credit for. I thought you were always right. I used to be. He shook his head again. I was wrong about you on one other thing as well. You're not a magnet for accidents. That's not a broad enough classification. You're a magnet for trouble. If there's anything dangerous within a 10-mile radius, it will invariably find you. And you put yourself into that category? I guessed. His face turned cold, expressionless, unequivocally. I stretched my hand across the table again, ignoring him when he pulled back slightly once more, to touch the back of his hand shyly with my fingertips. His skin was cold and hard like a stone. Thank you. My voice was fervent with gratitude. That's twice now. His face softened. Let's not try for 3, agreed? I scowled but nodded. He moved his hand out from under mine, placing both under the table, but he leaned toward me. I followed you to Port Angeles, he admitted, speaking in a rush. I've never tried to keep a specific person alive before, and it's much more troublesome than I would have believed. That's probably just because it's you. Ordinary people seem to make it through the day without so many catastrophes. He paused. I wondered if it should bother me that he was following me. Instead, I felt a strange surge of pleasure. He stared, maybe wondering why my lips were curving into an involuntary smile. Yeah, girl, what is wrong with you? You hear a man is stalking you and you're like, oh my god, this is just like my fan fiction. Please. This girl has the survival instincts of a wet fart. Like, honestly. Okay, anyway. Did you ever think that maybe my number was up the first time with the van and that you've been interfering with fate? I speculated, distracting myself. That wasn't the first time, he said, and his voice was hard to hear. I stared at him in amazement, but he was looking down. Your number was up the first time I met you. I felt a spasm of fear at his words, and the abrupt memory of his violent black glare that first day, but the overwhelming sense of safety I felt in his presence stifled it. By the time he looked up to read my eyes, there was no trace of fear in them. You remember? He asked, his angel's face grave. Yes, I was calm. And yet here you sit. There was a trace of disbelief in his voice. He raised one eyebrow. Yes, here I sit because of you. I paused. Lauren! Oh my god. Welcome on in! Can we get a shout out for Lauren? A big shout out, please. Grab your potions, hold on to your hats. The Enchanted Plum Bob raid is charging in faster than a familiar fueled by espresso and sass. Oh my gosh. Dumpster Baby, why am I calling you Dumpster? Eric. Eric is here, Fireburby's here, and Lauren is here. Welcome on in, everybody. Make sure you give Lauren a follow, aka Enchanted Plum Bob. She's a great friend of the channel. We need to stop the timer. How's the subathon going? So good. We're at 60 subs. We've been live for nearly 7.5 hours. Yeah, Eric known forever now as Dumpster Baby. I know, it's criminal. But make sure you go and follow Lauren. How was your stream? I was popping in and I did a little lurky poo, but what were you up to? What was the game you were playing? It looked like a horror game or something crazy, so that is fun. Unexpected, but fun. But anyway, I hope you're doing all very well, and I appreciate you coming on in and bringing your community here. If you haven't already, my name is Snappy, aka Sarah. You've now met me. We're doing my first ever subathon today, and we are reading Twilight. So if you want to sub, it adds time to the timer. But yeah, you're still in the 3rd in the series. Oh, nice. That's awesome. But yeah, so 1 sub is 5 minutes. Oh, I'll snooze the ads one more time. 1 sub is 5 minutes added to the clock. Different tiers give different time. Also, I think, if you do like 5 subs, obviously it'll be 25 more minutes, that kind of thing. But no worries at all, no pressure. We've already been live for a crazy amount of time, so, there's only so much I can do in one day, but, It's been so fun so far. So thank you so much for coming on in. If you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I totally understand if you have to skedaddle. And if you'd like to stick around, I'm going to be reading some more for at least 16 more minutes. We'll see if that changes by the end of things. But maybe at the very last second, someone will give something crazy. But yeah. All right. Dumpster baby forever and a day. And we'll be back to regularly scheduled programming probably on Monday, unless for some reason I have to do a second day of the subathon. So we'll see. I wasn't anticipating this much, to be perfectly honest with you, so it's been really cool. Okay, so the ads should be coming up shortly, but when they do, we'll just have a little, little water break and everything, probably in a few minutes or so, but anyway. Alrighty, let us continue. Let me get this going here. Yeah, okay, here we go. I found my place. So just so you know, if you know anything about Twilight, they're having the mushroom ravioli right now at the restaurant, and Bella is trying to guess that he might be a vampire. It's very crazy. We're already not quite halfway, maybe 40% done the whole book, so that's pretty neat. Okay, off we go. Yes, I was calm, and yet here you sit. There was a trace of disbelief in his voice. He raised one eyebrow. Yes, here I sit because of you. I paused. Thank you for your lurk, Fireburby. I hope you enjoy it. Because somehow you knew how to find me today? He pressed his lips together, staring at me through narrowed eyes, deciding again. His eyes flashed down to my full plate and then back to me. Also, thank you for your lurk as well, Lauren. Have a great G-stream. You eat, I'll talk, he bargained. I quickly scooped up another ravioli and popped it in my mouth. It's harder than it should be keeping track of you. Usually I can find someone very easily once I've heard their mind before. Oh, and thank you for sewing your daily button, Eric. Thank you so much. He looked at me anxiously, and I realized I'd frozen. I made myself swallow, then stabbed another ravioli and tossed it in. I was keeping tabs on Jessica, not carefully, like I said, only you could find trouble in Port Angeles. And at first, I didn't notice when you took off on your own. Then when I realized that you weren't with her anymore, I went looking for you at the bookstore I saw in her head. I could tell that you hadn't gone in and that you'd gone south, and I knew you would have to turn around soon. So I was just waiting for you, randomly searching through the thoughts of people in the street to see if anyone had noticed you, so I would know where you were. Oh my God, Jen! Jesus! Can we get a big shout out for Jen? Oh, Lord help us. What is happening? Unfortunately, we have ads coming up in about 2 minutes, maybe 1 minute even, and I can't snooze them anymore. So, Jesus Christ. Make sure you get a big shout out for everybody. Dragon and Ajane, thank you for the daily buttons as well. Who all came in there? Hold on. Gotta stop the timer for sure. Kuya Cat has just been our 500th follower. Swig and Laced with the daily buttons as well. Thank you so much. Hold on. Let's say hi to everyone who came in. Becca's here. Dragon's here. Sawa's here. Serenity. Mindful Pixels. Thank you for your first time chat. Laced. Swig with your first time chat as well. Ajane. Lauren as well. No way. Matthew's here. With the first time chat. Oh my God. Jen. Google D. Kuya with the first time chat as well. Swig with the daily button. Oh my gosh. Hi, welcome on in. Laced with the daily button as well. Follow, go, let's go. I know. Can we slay and freaking hype it up in chat? Kara, welcome on in. Thank you for sewing your daily button. And Matthew as well. Thank you for all the hype and everything. This is crazy. I'm so sorry I missed your whole stream with your sister. I literally was lurking there the whole time. How was it? Tell me how it was. Serenity, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. We have hit 500 followers in today's stream. That is absolutely diabolical. Thank you so much. Oh, hello. That's okay. I had so much fun. I can't wait. Oh, I can't snooze the ads anymore. They're coming in 1 minute. But everyone go and follow maybe Jennifer. I hope we got a shout out. I think we did. Thank you so much for being here. We'll definitely do another one in the future. I cannot wait to watch the VOD, Sawa. I'm genuinely so hyped. Also, we have 15 minutes left on my subathon timer. Every sub is 5 minutes. a little over halfway to our big overarching goals, and we've had so much fun. We did a chat besides my TikTok, Twilight tier list, and we unlocked a cooking stream. The next thing to unlock is in 15 subs, which is the Date Everything 18 plus stream, which should be a bit of fun. But anyways, thank you so much for everyone who came in. If you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Take care of yourself, drink water, eat food, de-stream, whatever you need to do. We're going to be reading for a little bit longer and having a good old time. We've been having a great time. In fact, I might even have to kazoo in your honor. But unfortunately, we do have ads coming up in about 10 seconds, so just be prepared. I'm so sorry. You're grabbing dinner, but you'll be here. Thank you so much. Some of the other incentives we have, 100 bits is a page in ASMR, 500 bits is a page as Jennifer Coolidge, and 1,000 bits is reading a chapter of Midnight Sun, which is Twilight from Edward's perspective. So yeah, those are the kind of the goals for today. The ad break has now just started. So thank you so much, and I hope you'll consider sitting through them and waiting with us. But anyways, it's a good thing I stopped the timer. I can't believe we just had a double raid. Thank you so much to both of you. I didn't think you guys would be done in time to both do that. Also, thank you for your lurk, Swig. Thank you. Let me see. How are we doing with everyone else? I feel like I have so many people tabbed. I have to close some tabs now. This is crazy. Thank you so much. All right, let me drink some water. I'm sweating now. Maybe we can do some, should we do some words on stream? Maybe. That could be kind of fun. We'll do that for a minute. Perhaps? No? It's not going to work? You have 3 tabs in my stream open? Oh my god, that's so funny. Wait, words? Why aren't you working? Can you work now? There we go. All right, enjoy the words. I'll be back shortly, okay? All right, you should be back from the ads now. Thank you so much for seeing through those. I really do appreciate it. They help support the channel. And you guys passed with flying colors on the words on stream. So GG's in chat for that. And now we can go back to our little Twilight Subathon page. Okay, 15 minutes left on the timer, guys. Let's lock in. We can do this. We're at 7 hours and 25 minutes live. This is the longest I've ever been live. I think I'll cap it at 8 hours so that if for some reason it gets past that, which I don't think it will, but it's okay. But I'll continue it and finish it off another day. But I'll cap it at 8 hours for today. But we do have 15 minutes only left on the timer, so we should be finished in about 15 or so. And hydrate is a great idea, Phoenix. Thank you so much for redeeming that. Let me do that real quick here. Nearly out of water. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna have for dinner too. Okay, here we go. Do we have any ASMR redeems left to do, Phoenix? I mean, you gave 100 bits. Did you want to do another page in ASMR? Have you had to do any Jennifer readings? I did, so I did one. It might be time stamped. I'm not sure if we kept track of that, but it was a bit earlier on in stream. And then we had another gift of 500 subs, but then Pluto decided to redeem it as 5 ASMR pages instead of 1 Jennifer Coolidge page. But it was so funny. Oh, there's a clip in Discord. Perfect. Yes. There's a clip of me doing that. But yeah, 500 bits if you wanted me to do a Jennifer Coolidge page now. It's hard, but it's funny. It's kind of funny. So yeah, you do such a good impression. Thank you. Yeah, it's been really fun. It's been pretty good. Pretty good, actually, princess. So, yeah. Alrighty. Okay, let's open this up. I'm so shaking and overwhelmed with how much love that you guys have given me today. Page 143. Phoenix, what are you saying? You're saying that's the page you want me to do as ASMR? I'm actually gonna... That's literally the page I'm currently on. How did you know that? Phoenix is hiding in my walls. How did you know that? How did you know that? I was on page 143 right now. What is happening in the House of Commons? I love how you just... Did I not tell you I was reading along? You are? Oh my god. Okay, that makes sense then. I was like... Ah! The way I was literally about to like end stream immediately and be like, what is happening? Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm fastened like a whippet. Alright, so you want this one to be ASMR then? I can try. I can do my best. There might be a little bit of background noise, but we'll try. Okay, hold on. Let me get my little mic ready here. Ah! There it is. I'm already halfway down the page, so I'll do this one and then the next one. Oh my god, turn down the music again to do that too. Okay, turn up your headphones for an ASMR experience, okay?
I was waiting for you, randomly searching through the thoughts of the people on the street to see if anyone had noticed, so I would know where you were. I had no reason to be worried, but I was strangely anxious. He was lost in thought, staring past me, seeing things I couldn't imagine. I started to drive in circles. What is going on in the House of Commons? We have another raid. What? Stop the timer. Oh my god. Stop the timer. No. I'm trying not to be too loud. Oh my god, Crow, thank you so much for coming on in with your raiders. What the heck is happening? We're doing an ASMR page right now because we're doing a Twilight Subathon. Oh my god, no worries at all. A Curious Crow is here, and Lady Oaks is here. Welcome. I hope you're doing well today. We're reading Twilight out loud, and we're doing my first ever Subathon, which is absolutely wild and bonkers. And we've had like 4 raids today, so thank you so much for that. If you don't like ASMR, it's gonna stop soon. But thank you. You can see the goals on the screen. We're at 60 subs right now. We have 15 away from the next milestone. So there you go. From horror game to Twilight, insert the Sims. Welcome on in. Thank you for your first time chat as well. Very much appreciated. Thanks for coming on in. I fear the raid sound was probably super loud in everyone's ears, so I'm really sorry for that. But let's finish off this page and get back to our normal reading. Okay, hold on. I gotta type out start timer again. We only have about 15 minutes left of the stream, unless someone gives something else, so yeah. We're near the end. We're in the home stretch. Thank you for bringing your community here. If you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Thank you so much. Okay. I had no reason to be worried, but I was strangely anxious. He was lost in thought, staring past me, seeing things I couldn't imagine. I started to drive in circles, still listening. Oh, by the way, The sun was finally setting, and I was about to get out and follow you on foot. And then he stopped, clenching his teeth together in sudden fury. He made an effort to calm himself. Then what? I whispered. He continued to stare over my head. I heard what they were thinking. He growled, his upper lip curling slightly back over his teeth. Also, thank you, Phoenix. I saw your face in his mind. He suddenly leaned forward, one elbow appearing on the table, his hand covering his eyes. The movement was so swift, it startled me. It was very hard. You can't imagine how hard were for me to simply take you away and leave them alive. His voice was muffled by his arm. I could have let you go with Jessica and Angela, but I was afraid if you left me alone, I would go looking for them, he admitted in a whisper. I sat quietly, dazed, my thoughts incoherent. My hands were folded in my lap, and I was leaning weakly against the back of the seat. He still had his face in his hand, and he was still as if he'd been carved from stone, his skin resembled. Okay, this is your heads up to turn up your volume again. I'm going to be talking normally in momentarily. Okay.
Oh shoot, things are crackling and falling. Cardboard at ASMR Edboard, 10 out of 10. All right, let's turn up the music again. Yeah. One sec. Okay, can you hear me again? Oh, thank you for pausing the timer, Phoenix. I appreciate it. Sorry about that. Edboard is my love, my life. He is sparkly. He's beautiful. Look at him. He's got sparkly eyes. Look at. He's so handsome. He's got his bronze hair. Shiny, sparkly skin. This is the skin of a killer Bella. We didn't even get to that part. All right, I will finish reading this chapter and then we can start the timer again because there's literally less than a page, so we'll just finish this off because I know we had to interrupt a couple times. Okay. I sat quietly, dazed, my thoughts incoherent. My hands were folded in my lap and I was leaning weakly against the back of the seat. He still had his face in his hand and he was as still as if he'd been carved from the stone his skin resembled. Finally, he looked up, his eyes seeking mine, full of his own questions. Are you ready to go home? He asked. I'm ready to leave, I qualified, overly grateful that we had the hour-long ride home together. Ooh! I wasn't ready to say goodbye to him. The waitress appeared as if she'd been called or watching. How are we doing? She asked Edward. We're ready for the check, thank you. His voice was quiet, rougher, still reflecting the strain of our conversation. It seemed to muddle her. She looked up, waiting. Sure, here you go. She pulled a small leather folder from the front pocket of her black apron and handed it to him. There was a bill in his hand already. He slipped it into the folder and handed it right back to her. No change. He smiled. He then stood up, and I scrambled awkwardly to my feet. Where to go? Oh, yeah. She smiled invitingly at him again. You have a nice evening. He didn't look away from me as he thanked her. I suppressed a smile. He walked close behind me to the door, still careful not to touch me. I remembered what Jessica had said about her relationship with Mike, and how they were almost to the first kiss stage. I sighed. Edward seemed to hear me, and he looked down curiously. I looked at the sidewalk, grateful that he didn't seem to be able to know what I was thinking. He opened the passenger door, holding it for me as I stepped in, shutting it softly behind me. I watched him walk around the front of the car, amazed, yet again by how graceful he was. I probably should have been used to that by now, but I wasn't. I had a feeling Edward wasn't the kind of person anyone got used to. Once inside the car, he started the engine and turned the heater on high. It had gotten very cold, and I guess the good weather was at the end. I was warm in his jacket, breathing in the scent of one I thought he couldn't see. Edward pulled out of the traffic, apparently without a glance, flipping around to head towards the freeway. Now, he said significantly, it's your turn. Now we can start the timer for the last 11 minutes. Let's see if we can get through chapter 9. Because this is the chapter where she faces him and is like, I know what you are. You're a vampire. So let's see. Here we go. Oh, that did not work. Start timer. Beautiful. Can I ask just one more? I pleaded as Edward accelerated much too quickly down the quiet street. He didn't seem to be paying any attention to the road. He sighed. 1, he agreed, his lips pressed together in a cautious line. Well, you said you knew I hadn't gone into the bookstore and that I'd gone south. I was just wondering how you knew that. He looked away, deliberating. I thought we were past all this evasiveness, I grumbled. He almost smiled. Fine then. I followed your scent. He looked at the road, giving me time to compose my face. I couldn't think of an acceptable response to that, but I filed it carefully away for future study. I tried to refocus. I wasn't ready to let him be finished now that he was finally explaining things. And then you didn't answer one of my first questions, I stalled. He looked at me with disapproval. Which one? How does it work, the mind-reading thing? Can you read anybody's mind, anywhere? How do you do it? Can the rest of your family? I felt silly asking for clarification on make-believe. That's more than one, he pointed out. I simply intertwined my fingers and gazed at him, waiting. No, it's just me. And I can't hear anyone anywhere. I have to be fairly close. The more familiar someone's voice is, the farther away I can hear them, but still no more than a few miles. He paused thoughtfully. It's a little like being in a huge hall filled with people. Geez, why is the Spotify so loud? Sorry. It's a little like being in a huge hall filled with people, everyone talking at once. It's just a hum, a buzzing of voices in the background, until I focus on one voice and then what they're thinking is clear. Most of the time I tune it all out. It can be very distracting. And then it's easier to seem normal. He frowned as he said the word. Girl, what is this song and why is it so loud? When I'm not accidentally answering someone's thoughts rather than their words. Why do you think you can't hear me? I asked curiously. He looked at me, his eyes enigmatic. I don't know, he murmured. The only guess I have is that maybe your mind doesn't work the same as the rest of theirs do. Like your thoughts are on the AM frequency and I'm only getting FM. He grinned at me, suddenly amused. My mind doesn't work right? I'm a freak? The words bothered me more than they should, probably because his speculation hit home. I'd always suspected as much, and it embarrassed me to have it confirmed. I hear voices in my mind, and you're worried that you're the freak? He laughed. Don't worry, it's just a theory. His face tightened. Which brings us back to you. I sighed. How to begin? Aren't we past all the evasions now? Sorry. I looked away from his face for the first time, trying to find words. I happened to notice the speedometer. Holy crow! I shouted. Slow down! What's wrong? He was startled, but the car didn't decelerate. You're going 100 miles an hour! I was still shouting. I shot a panicky glance out the window, but it was too dark to see much. The road was only visible in the long patch of bluish brightness from the headlights. So Mormon, Sawa, so Mormon. The forest along both sides of the road was like a black wall, as hard as a wall of steel if we veered off the road at this speed. Relax, Bella. He rolled his eyes, still not slowing. Are you trying to kill us? I demanded. We're not going to crash. I tried to modulate my voice. Why are you in such a hurry? I always drive like this. He turned to smile crookedly at me. Keep your eyes on the road. I've never been in an accident, Bella. I've never even gotten a ticket. He grinned and tapped his forehead. Built-in radar detector. Very funny, I fumed. Charlie's a cop, remember? I was raised to abide traffic laws. Besides, if you turn us into a Volvo pretzel around a tree trunk, you can probably just walk away. Probably, he agreed with a short, hard laugh. But you can't. He sighed, and I watched with relief as the needle gradually drifted towards 80. Happy? Almost. I hate driving slow, he muttered. This is slow. Enough commentary on my driving, he snapped. I'm still waiting for your latest theory. I bit my lip. He looked down at me, his honey eyes expectantly gentle. I won't laugh, he promised. I'm more afraid that you'll be angry at me. Is it that bad? Pretty much, yeah. He waited. I was looking down at my hand so I couldn't see his expression. Go ahead. His voice was calm. I don't know where to start, I admitted. Why don't you start at the beginning? You said you didn't come up with this on your own? No. What got you started? A book? A movie? He probed. No, it was Saturday at the beach. I risked a glance up at his face. He looked puzzled. I ran into an old family friend, Jacob Black, I continued. Jacob, mention! His dad and Charlie have been friends since I was a baby. He still looked confused. His dad is one of the Quilly elders. I watched him carefully. His confused expression froze in place. We went for a walk. I edited all of my scheming out of the story. And he was telling me some of the old legends, trying to scare me, I think. He told me one. I hesitated. Go on, he said. About, vampires? I realized I was whispering. I couldn't look at his face now, but I saw his knuckles tighten convulsively on the wheel. And you immediately thought of me? Still calm. No, he mentioned your family. He was silent, staring at the road. I was worried suddenly, worried about protecting Jacob. He just thought it was a silly superstition, I said quickly. He didn't expect me to think anything of it. It didn't seem like enough, I had to confess. It was my fault. I forced him to tell me. Sour, that driving emo is so funny. I love D. Why? Lauren said something about you. She was trying to provoke me. And an older boy from the tribe said your family didn't come to the reservation, only it sounded like he meant something different. So I got Jacob alone and I tricked it out of him, I admitted, hanging my head. He startled me by laughing. I glared up at him. He was laughing, but his eyes were fierce, staring ahead. Tricked him how? He asked. I tried to flirt. It worked better than I thought it would. Disbelief colored my tone as I remembered. I'd like to have seen that. He chuckled darkly. And you accused me of dazzling people. Poor Jacob Black. I blushed and looked out my window into the night. What did you do then? He asked after a minute. I did some research on the internet. And did that convince you? His voice sounded barely interested, but his hands were clamped hard into the steering wheel. No, nothing fit. Most of it was kind of silly, and then I stopped. What? I decided it didn't matter, I whispered. It didn't matter? His tone made me look up. I had finally broken through his carefully composed mask. His face was incredulous, with just a hint of anger that I'd feared. No, I said softly. It doesn't matter to me what you are. A hard, mocking edge entered his voice. You don't care if I'm a monster? If I'm not human? No. He was silent, staring straight ahead again. His face was bleak and cold. You're angry, I sighed. I shouldn't have said anything. No, he said, but his tone was as hard as his face. I'd rather know what you're thinking, even if it's what you're thinking is insane. So I'm wrong again? I challenged. That's not what I was referring to. It doesn't matter, he quoted, gritting his teeth together. I'm right? I gasped. Does it matter? I took a deep breath. Not really, I paused. But I am curious. My voice, at least, was composed. He was suddenly resigned. What are you curious about? How old are you? 17, he answered promptly. And how long have you been 17? His lips twitched as he stared at the road. A while, he admitted at last. Okay, I smiled, pleased that he was still being honest with me. He stared down at me with watchful eyes, much as he had before, when he was worried I would go into shock. I smiled wider in encouragement, and he frowned. Don't laugh. How can you come out in the daytime? He laughed anyway. Myth. Burned by the sun? Myth. Sleeping in coffins? Myth. He hesitated for a moment, and a peculiar tone entered his voice. I can't sleep. It took me a minute to absorb that. At all? Never, he said, his voice nearly inaudible. He turned to look at me with a wistful expression. The golden eyes held mine, and I lost my train of thought. I stared at him until he looked away. You haven't asked me the most important question yet. His voice was hard now, and when he looked at me again, his eyes were cold. I blinked, still dazed. Which one is that? You aren't concerned about my diet? He asked sarcastically. Ashley, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. Oh, I murmured. That. Yes, that. His voice was bleak. Don't you want to know if I drink blood? I flinched. Well, Jacob said something about that. What did Jacob say? He said flatly. He said you didn't hunt people. He said that your family wasn't supposed to be dangerous because you only hunted animals. He said we weren't dangerous? His voice was deeply skeptical. Not exactly. He said you weren't supposed to be dangerous, but the Quileutes didn't want you on their land, just in case. He looked forward, but I couldn't tell if he was still watching the road or not. So, was he right about not hunting people? I tried to keep my voice as even as possible. The Quileutes have a long memory, he whispered. I took it as confirmation. Don't let that make you complacent, though, he warned me. They're right to keep their distance from us. We're still dangerous. I don't understand. We try, he explained slowly. We're usually very good at what we do. Sometimes we make mistakes. Me, for example, allowing myself to be alone with you. Oh, we're out of time! Oh, I'm at the edge of my seat, you guys. The timer is up. Oh my goodness. Can we get some hype in chat for this subathon? Thank you so much for everything today. I cannot believe it. 60 subs, nearly 8 hours of streaming and reading, and we got nearly halfway through the book in one go. Thank you for your stream. I loved it. Thank you for coming in, Sawa. And Renee, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the pod. You're now a treasured member. Renee and Ashley, I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge your follows as closely, but we were running out of time, so I really wanted to read as much as I could. Thank you so much for streaming. This has been so much fun. Can we read this again, please? Yeah, I think we could. If we wanted to continue reading, I'll have to do another date. Maybe I'll do some sort of fun event or something. Or maybe for my charity stream for Crohn's and colitis in the first week of December, one of my incentives can be if we hit a certain milestone, like maybe $200 raised for charity, I'll finish another chunk of the book or something. I loved this. I had so much fun. I don't ever want to ask you guys to I don't know. I feel weird. Subathons are weird because I feel really guilty because I don't think I deserve any subs or anything. Really, the only reason I did this was so we could get closer to our, that's not it, but closer to unlocking another emote slot. And now we're really close. We're at 90 something subs, I think, which is crazy. So thank you so much. Now we're getting up there again to that level we were back in October or September or something. And maybe we'll be able to unlock another emote at some point in the new year, which will be really fun. Thank you so much for stream. I told people you would want more Twilight. I did not know people would want me to do more of this, to be honest with you, but this has been so fun. I hope I didn't miss any redeems. If I did, I'm really sorry. I'll try to make it up to everybody. But anyways, so we got pretty far. We unlocked Chat Decides My TikTok, which is posted now on my socials, as Nightbot just showed you. TikTok is on there. We did a Twilight tier list of all the characters. And we've unlocked a cooking stream, which was 50 at the 50 sub mark, which is crazy. So thank you for that. And thank you for sitting with me through all of this for this whole time. And for all the raids today, Crow, thank you for the raid, and Jen and Lauren and Cozy Lee, all of you guys, it's been so very fun. Please feel free to follow me on my socials. You can join the Discord there. You have to be over the age of 18, but feel free to do so anyway. We hit 500 followers today, which is, I feel like, even more incredible. So thank you for that. I'll be back. Let me see. Let me see my calendar. I should be back on Monday, the 24th in the evening. So 5:30 is that stream, which will be fun. Ree's rest to get some food. Nearly 8 hours is crazy. It is, Ellie. And thank you again for everyone who was gifting things. It's unhinged, but thank you for doing that. It's so very kind of you. It's just unreal. So thank you. Please get some tea and relax. I will. I'm going to have a nice dinner. I'm going to relax. I'm not going to speak. Although my throat is not doing too bad. It's honestly, my throat feels about the same as it did for karaoke, which wasn't too long either. Let's go find someone to raid though. There should be a couple people live and doing stuff right now. Oh my God, we have to go say hi to Void because it is Void's 1-year affiliate anniversary. If you have any chaos left in you, feel free to spread the love to Void, who has been affiliate for 1 year. And celebrating that anniversary today. So that should be so much fun. Let's go and spread that love. And what am I saying? Oh yes, grab your raid messages. If you're following, grab the one with the purple flames. And if you are subscribed, you can grab the sub one. We're going to go say hi to Void, who is a good friend of ours, who currently is playing Repo with some friends, it looks like, which is hilarious and awesome. And yeah, I mean, Void is awesome. We love Void here. Void is one of our VIPs. We did just raid her recently, but we're raiding her again because it's her affiliate anniversary. So please go spread some love over there. Thank you for the wonderful stream. Violet, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you so much. And everyone who lurked this whole time and everything. You guys are the best. And until Monday, take care of yourselves and I'll see you next time. Bye.